and in return, your top laner will thank you for the jungle presence by TPing down. So it's a good system.
Well, let's take a look. Who you guys think is actually going to be victorious in this matchup? Starhorn Royal Club or Team Solo Mid? Crumbs, you're first on my hit list. Who's picking up the win and why?
I'm going to have to go with Starhorn here. I think that it's going to be almost the same thing that happened the first game they played. That top lane out-pressures, TP's bot lane, and then they snowball from that.
Freak, do you share the same opinion?
Starhorn Royal Club, yeah. I think they're just a stronger team.
Well, strong words. Monte Cristo, next one in the line.
Yeah, I got to say Starhorn, too. We saw Amazing talking about problems with early picking Ryze and Zed. That should not be a problem at all. Many teams will do that over the course of this tournament, and that gives me a lot of concerns for TSM.
All right, Crepo, you know, apple pie, you turned to it. Do you believe in it, or will it fall prey to Royal Club?
I'm going to take the smart approach. Since I predicted TSM to finish first, I will now predict Royal to actually win this match, so I'll be right at least in half of the time.
So a clean sweep for Royal Club. Over on lolesports.com, you guys at home have been voting, and 64% of you are siding with Team Solo Mid, so going against the analyst desk. So we'll see who's going to pick up the win as we send it over to the guys at the caster desk for the game. There is one name in the jungling business, and that every player knows and respects. It's Insect. And for TSM's jungler, Amazing, he looks forward for the chance to go against the pillar of the game once more.
Insect is obviously one of the biggest innovators in terms of jungling. I looked up to him because his mechanics are just like top-notch, probably the best in the game. Me and my brother were always competing with one another, so we just try to out-mechanic one another in terms of Lee Sin mechanics, try to insect one another.
제 아이디를 불러서 기술의 이름을 지어줬잖아요. 아이디도 자주 불러서 기분이 좋고 게임하면서 제 아이디를 남겼다는 거에 대해서 그냥 상당히 만족하고 있어요.
There's Diamond Procs and there's Insect, and that's basically it. The top tier junglers that like innovated stuff, brought to the highest stage there is, and showed that they can pull it off.
제가 할 당시에는 리신을 딱히 많이 안 해서 그러니까 모든 플레이어들이 하지 않아서 그래서 좀 떴던 것도 있고 지금은 이제 정글러들이 거의 기본적으로 리신을 다 해야 되거든요. 그래서 시기를 잘 탔던 것 같아요.
I think they're both really good mechanically, but I think Amazing has a better edge against Insect.
我对 Insect 的评价是非常高的，因为在我们比赛或者是训练赛的时候，他的 carry 能力是非常强的，所以说我还是比较相信 Insect。
I gotta pull something off, like basically gotta insect the insect.
Insectception, if you will. Hello everyone, I'm Rivington Biz III, and joining me on the caster desk for our first three games is Joshua Jat Leesman and Martin DeFicio Lunga. Guys, it's going to be some crazy games coming out today, starting with Team Solo Mid versus Starhorn Royal Club, and it is going to be a barn burner. Let's get our day rolling real quick with the roster rundown. On the blue side, it will be Team Solo Mid. That means it's Dyrus in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid, Wild Turtle at AD carry, and Lustboy on support.
And on the red side, of course, representing the LPL, it is Starhorn Royal Club. Cole in the top lane, Insect in the jungle, Korn in the mid lane, Uzi on AD carry, and Zero on support.
And our featured matchup will be heading to the south side of the map for the showdown of supports, Lustboy versus Zero.
Yeah, it's funny, actually. It's two Korean supports on a Chinese and a North American team.
Yeah.
But really, there's some pretty big differences in play styles in lane. Lustboy, very defensive, and Zero is ridiculously offensive along with Uzi.
Yeah, and we see it just looking at the rune pages. I mean, we have Zero running 80 runes on his Janna with 1% crit, and we have just full defensive runes on the side of Lustboy. So very different play style. And then also when it comes down to like warding on the map, you have vision control.
There's some weird stuff there with the vision control because we saw Lustboy generally has very strong vision control, but as far as wards placed per minute, actually, he's 7th out of the 8th players in the group, whereas Zero is actually 2nd, but it gets a little deeper than that, actually.
Yeah, so TSM as a team actually plays more wards per minute than Royal Club, and it's simply because like someone like Amazing, he plays a lot of Lee Sin, he will have the Sidestone, and then what happens on TSM is every single player will actually ask Lustboy in the late game, where should we place our wards? And he's kind of like dictating the entire team, saying, let's ward here now, let's go here, and set it up. So while Zero has more wards placed, Lustboy seems to be the guy just controlling the vision completely.
And I like to call it efficiency of warding. Everyone can just buy as many wards as you want, drop them in the base, and say you got more wards, but it doesn't matter unless you're putting them in the right spot.
Have to put those in the right spot, and we'll see what happens and what kind of champions they can get out of this select to get in to those spots. And the bans come out. Rengar immediately, something everybody thought had to be done.
Yeah, so we were talking about picks and bans here, and what we would do would be with TSM. Rengar, Lee Sin, and then would be a Zillion ban as well.
Exactly.
Coming in here. So far, 2 for 2.
Starhorn Royal Club, we were going to say Maokai Alistair, and then the third ban was a mystery. The Elise ban actually really surprises me because Amazing's Elise was bad the last time they played.
Yeah, so Royal Club should have like 1 free ban, which could be the Elise right here, because Maokai should be banned and Alistar should be banned from them. And then we have this third ban where we're not really sure where it's going to go. It was the Elise here. Alistar should be the last ban for Royal Club. And I wonder if Team Solomid still wants to ban Elise now that Elise is banned.
That's the question.
They have to consider, we have to consider, they know exactly what they're doing. This was the last match of day 1. So they've had tons of time to watch each other play up until now. So they must feel that Elise ban is worthy.
With the Lucian ban, that almost necessitates a Lee Sin first pick. There's so many things. Janna, Lee Sin, Rise, all this stuff.
It's open now. Wow.
I feel like you have to go Janna first pick just to break up the Tristana Janna lane, especially now also with Lucian being banned away by TSM, because if they don't take Janna right here, Royal Club can lock in Janna and Tristana at the same time.
I mean, they might do that. They're going between...
Oh, it's going to be Janna Tristana then.
Or is it?
Or is
Rise is still a pretty important top lane pick here.
So this Lee Sin first pick is only because Elise was banned here on the side of Royal Club. They want to make sure Amazing has a champion where he can try and counter some of the early aggression we can see from Insec here. He might go for the Kha'Zix pick, but they just lost to Janna.
I think losing Janna is really, really big. They're going to make sure
to split the Trist.
They should make sure to decouple it. They've banned away Lucian, so they want to take Trist. As far as these 2 AD carries are concerned, those are the top 2 AD carries. Obviously, Uzi has played that Vayne game. And Nami is a good support as far as the matchup is concerned against Janna.
It is, and just the fact you take this Tristana away so you don't have this fast pushing lane in the bottom lane, which we've seen from Uzi and Zero, which nobody seemed to be able to deal with at all, is a big deal. We have seen this before, though, in the LPL, where we have Caitlyn instead of the Tristana, and it's the same deal. You fast push a lane from level 1, you take down the tower, then you swap to top lane, you take down another tower, and then the entire team in the end can just focus on this mid tower here. So we're going to see the same deal from Royal Club, just because of this Janna pick as well.
Yeah, one of the big reasons Zero runs AD runes on Janna as well is so they can fast push if we get a lane swap. But even if they don't get a lane swap, they have Caitlyn, so it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't if you're TSM here.
And also the AD runes on Janna means at level 1, you can actually push slightly faster and you can try and get the edge and try and get the early level 2 and then use it to really pressure. And again, it's all about just auto-attacking now for both Caitlyn and Janna.
Can't forget about that crit rune as well for Zero.
Oh yeah, 1% crit, of course.
1% crit coming out on the support. We saw Dyrus bring out the Rumble, played it quite well actually, and he's been doing a lot better as he's getting himself into the fights and not just playing a safe lane.
Aside from the few tweaks in the ban phase, this is going about how we expected. I thought Dyrus would take Rumble into Rise. We also have a big question mark next to Yasuo and whether or not this will be the last pick, because it does kind of fit into this comp.
Well, the only problem for Royal Club is the only real knockup is actually Janna. Right here for the Yasuo, so it would be pretty risky. And Fizz being locked in. Again, this is the second most banned champion against Korn in the LPL. 20 bans in the LPL.
43% of them are targeted right at him, and the first time these guys played, TSM made sure to ban that. So now they have to face it. It was a bloody first game. 30 minutes long with 30 kills, but it was 25-5.
So on the side of Royal Club here, we have actually a very teamfight focused comp, which of course we know they love the teamfight here. Fizz scales so well into late game and is one of the best late game team fighting assassins because first of all you build the hourglass, you can dodge around a lot of damage with your E as well, so you can actually go into the backline of the enemy and get out safely as well, which is a big deal where other assassins go in, trade one for one of the AD carry and just simply die here. So a lot of late game team fight here from Royal Club, but they have to get to the late game because the mid game is not looking very strong.
Obviously, they have the Rumble for the mid game. TSM also has the kind of insurance policy of Trist. Both these teams have pretty good late game elements. I would give the edge to Starhorn Royal Club, but this is a very nice pick ban phase.
Now, here's a question since we've seen only a few times. Do we get the lane swap? Does Turtle try to get away from Uzi? Because we know Insect loves to hover that lane and loves to get Uzi going.
So just looking at the matchup, I mean, Nami is pretty good against Janna in the laning phase, and you have the Tristana pick as well, so you could go for this 2v2, but it is Uzi and Zero together, and Caitlyn, of course, is quite a lane bully.
All right, well, the champs are loading into the game, so head over to Twitter and lock in who you think will win this match. Send hashtag TSMWin or SHRWin to @LOL Esports.
And we have to mention this game has a huge impact on the group here.
Yeah,
TSM
gonna
cannot
discuss that.
win the group if they don't win this game against Starhorn. Obviously, there's still 2 games left in the group for both of these teams, but a loss here would make TSM 0-2 against Starhorn.
This becoming big because obviously we know TSM having trouble against Korean teams, and they would be forced in second to face off against Samsung White.
We think that group is also not fully decided.
Absolutely correct. Cannot lock anything in just yet. We are onto the rift, though. It's going to be Team Solo Mid now on the blue side versus Starhorn Royal Club on the red.
I'm just looking at Zero here from the start. He's once again running the 80 room page on his Janna with the 1% crit. And I expect just him and Uzi from the start in this laning phase just push instantly. You want to get down, you want to get a lot of damage on the tower here, deny a lot of farm, because remember Tristana on the tower tends to lose a lot of CS due to explosive shot. So if Royal Club can get the push early on here, it would require Amazing to come down, and therefore he should actually start on his own blue buff if he wants to take blue buff, red buff, and then gank bottom lane early on to try and stop this early push.
Jungle pathing will be very important for these guys. You can see the lanes have sort of scouted themselves out here at 1 minute, but that doesn't block a swap. They would still have time to recall and go back. I'm actually a little surprised here that Uzi and Zero are just sitting in the ward. They're basically telling TSM, we don't care if you see where we are, because our lane will win whether it's 1v2 or 2v2.
Exactly. If it's a 2v1, they're just going to fast push the tower anyway. Every single time Royal Club lane swap, they never freeze the lane. They always just push, 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 get a tower, move on. They don't want to sit and wait for 10, 15 minutes and play passive. They want action, they want to get some early gold and then force you into some team fights here. And I'm really also looking forward to this mid lane. Bjergsen decided to go with, actually, defensive summoner on his Orianna, which I for some reason just forgot the name of, a barrier, of course, against Korn here. So he should actually be able to poke him in the early game,
right?
But Korn will always have some kill pressure.
Kind of gets in your head. Sometimes you want to see that kill coming in, and then the barrier pops up in front of you. However, Korn can still stay safe if he tries to get in deep. And we are off and running for our second matchup between TSM and Starhorn Royal Club. Looks like we're going to have same side starts, so the junglers are also going to end up on the bottom at the same time here.
Yeah, the fact that we have standard lanes makes this bottom lane really interesting right off the bat. Whether or not Wild Turtle can withstand the long-range harassment from Zero and Uzi.
Yeah.
Already taking a bit of poke.
Not a great start in the bottom lane for TSM here. I mean, Royal Club, they get the early push, they get a lot of damage in the first trade. Amazing did start his blue buff, as we talked about just before, so he will be down at the bottom side of the map once he gets his double buff, and we could see him go for an early gank, especially because it is only the trinket wards from Royal Club, so if they place one of them in the lane bush, it should open up for Amazing.
Well, we got CS tracker here on Wild Turtle. Currently, he's at 0 for the CS. He's missed about half that first wave. We'll see how much he can pick up with the turret. He's not going to get that one. This is tough.
He could have shot so many of those minions as well.
The thing is, he was afraid of the harassment from Uzi. Uzi is zoning him so well with Caitlyn. He's already taken a fair bit of harass. Did not want to give any kill pressure to Royal Club. But yeah, you can see first wave, Uzi almost double.
This is going to be quite tough for them. Not something you want to give Uzi right away. He's already putting the traps down to make sure the aggression sticks and they cannot come back at them. Insec already towards the bottom side. We'll see if he continues to hover there. It looks like Amazing's already going to head towards that top side again.
Uzi is actually sacrificing certain CS just for better zoning. It's not all about just maximizing his CS. It's about crushing Wild Turtle, which is what he's trying to do early.
Yeah, and we have seen this from him before. He will contest every single CS. Whenever Wild Turtle wants to step forward and hit a minion, he's going to get shot in the head from Uzi.
This is brutal.
And Amazing we actually went up to the top side, so there's no help early on. There's a defensive ward as well from World Cup to transport him if you went for the bottom lane.
You're actually doing quite well here in the mid lane, not even leveling dissonance yet at his third level. 2 in ball, 1 in shield. He keeps it strong against the pressure of Korn, trying to go hard on Fizz right now. Both junglers back to the top side, so everything that's happened here in the bottom lane has just been the power, the dual lane of Uzi and Zero over and over again.
And there's this Caitlyn pick here with the Janna. I mean, you win the early level 1, you start fast pushing, and you just get early level 2, and there's nothing then Tristana can do on the tower. Just have to try and get as much farm as possible. In this mid lane here, Korn is actually doing a very good job farming. He does have the flask, but he used every single potion now.
Yeah, I think we can see this bottom lane dominating for quite a while for Starhorn. It's about the other lanes for TSM. They've lost bottom.
Right.
They have to win mid and top. At the moment, Bjergsen's not doing that spectacularly early game against Fizz. Fizz will have kill pressure theoretically around level 6.
he knows he can't go in right now. He's going to wait for that wave to push. Bjergsen will back, probably come out with a chalice. He'll be all right on mana after that. But that lane, back and forth. See what Korn comes back with if he decides to back after this. And a lot less pressure than I thought we'd see coming out of Insec here in the early game. Dyrus with the ward down to make sure he gets none of that as well.
So we have to remember now Insec didn't get his Rengar or his Lee Sin, where we normally see all the pressure. On Kha'Zix here, when he played against TPA, actually in game 1 of this group, he was just sitting and farming and playing pretty passive early on. It was more focused on getting strong for team fights. So it opens up for the solo lanes of TSM to play a bit more aggressive, and it also should open up for Amazing to try and set up some ganks. Mid lane wise, Korn got to back here, but it was actually very good timing by Bjergsen.
Woo!
Let's see what happens down here. Let's see what happens.
Turtle jumps in.
All in.
Was not ready for Amazing to actually get and put down a ward there. Amazing should have just come in for the gank, but they're going to have to just back off on this.
I will say that Wild Turtle and Lustboy are doing a decent job fighting back against Uzi here, keeping the CS at least somewhat close. But I also have to bring up how dominant TSM has been outside of their game against Starhorn. They've actually only allowed 2 Dragons, 1 Baron, and 12 turret kills to opponents in this entire group stage. Both Dragons, the Baron, and 8 of the 12 turrets were against Royal Club. So it's like that one really one-sided game they lost to Royal Club. Everything else, TSM's looked fantastic.
And it really just fits in with the fact that TSM, as long as they do well early game and get a lead, they can control the game and can just snowball it out of control. But once they do fall behind, which they did against Royal Club, suddenly they don't really have any answers.
Well, that's Royal Club's key point, right? Win lane, win game. It's going to be quite hard after that when you can't get out of the situation. Amazing waltz in right through a ward as he dances his way down the river. Doesn't look like he's going to get much out of this. And Starhorn Royal Club putting up nice wards in the early game here to thwart off any of these ganks.
So in the mid lane right now, we actually see the CS go in favor of Bjergsen because he managed to build up a very big wave once Korn had no health potions left and no charges on his flask, which meant he couldn't actually go in and take the farm because he would take too much damage. So he was forced to sit and wait at his tower. Then a massive wave came in. Bjergsen recalled, returned to lane by the time Korn had actually killed the wave, and then he had to base. So he fell behind in CS simply because Bjergsen was able to outlast all his sustain and get the CS lead now.
Dyrus warding much more than usual here in the early game. He knows he can be a big factor towards these objective fights, even if he's down on CS a little bit, which at this point he is. That equalizer can do just that. And he's going to try to be formidable for the team as it comes up.
I want to point out, again, the bottom lane, because it's going to be a big focus anytime it's a Starhorn game since it's Uzi in the bottom lane. The CS is close. That's mainly because Amazing has been down there twice. Even though the ganks have appeared to be ineffective, they have given a small window of opportunity so Wild Turtle can at least keep his itemization respectable.
Yeah, but it also bought time for Kola up in the top lane to actually farm as much as he wanted. He didn't have to think about Amazing being there because they saw him bottom lane twice, so he's just been able to push in the wave and just harass Dyrus a little bit with his range advantage.
So far, great wards around the map. TSM making sure nothing comes across that river, not even an insect. He's going to be in his jungle now, hitting 6. Going to pop out some spikes for himself, and we'll see if we can get some action.
And both teams been fairly happy just actually farming the lanes here. We haven't seen any aggressive invades onto the junglers. We have just seen Amazing show himself a few times, not really going for the real gank, and then of course Insec has just been sitting in the jungle and farming for pretty much the entire time. Dyrus up here, taking a bit of damage, but he has it under control.
Looks like Korn's going to be going back for his blue buff at this point. Right now, with Starhorn Royal Club having this much of a lead in the early game, I think it might be too much, even with the way they play against Team Solo Mid, the way Insight can get going in this game, already more pressure to Wild Turtle. They're not even 6.
As soon as Amazing isn't there, you can see Uzi and Zero are immediately back at the turret, firing off harass against Wild Turtle. Thank God for the sustain of Nami, otherwise he would have been immediately pushed out of that lane. Some aggression up top, though.
Kola getting hurt. Looks like he backs off. Dyrus was just about to overheat on that, and he had the flame spitter out, so it might have been perfect. Insect now making his way to the brush. You have to ward like you're playing against a Nocturne when you play against Insect. He will be right in your face,
though.
Path around everything. Waiting for the right moment. Somebody's going to walk in the brush, take a little bit extra damage.
So Uzi constantly just moves forward here. Oh, they're going for the Wild Turtle.
The 1, 2, the 3, the Peacemaker before anything else. The ace in the hole's not up, so I don't know why he didn't go in for the shots on that.
I feel like the laning patterns changed of Uzi and Zero right there. Yes, Uzi was bouncing back and forth, but it definitely appeared he had immediately became a little passive, which I think tipped Turtle and Lustboy off.
We have to look for the dragon right here because down his bottom lane. Wild Turtle and Lost Boy will be forced to go back soon. Let's see some action mid lane first.
Chum the Waters goes out. Amazing flashes away from Bjergsen to try to save the HP on him. It's going to be first blood. Insect gets it once again against Team Solo Mid, and they're going to start wreaking havoc here.
And this should be the Dragon as well. I mean, Wild Turtle is down to 50% HP. He's just going to try and look to see if he can do anything, but it's 4 members from Royal Club here. And once again, just like in game 1 between Royal Club and TSM, Insect managed to find Amazing, kill him early game or pressure him early game, and give the whole advantage to his team.
Just a huge play there by Starhorn. It's a ridiculous amount of pressure that they're applying in the bottom lane with this Caitlyn pick, and I definitely feel like that is having impact on the rest of the game. Even just Bjergsen Amazing, knowing there's no way they're getting back up, but the instant that happened, actually, Starhorn was able to just go and get that Dragon just for 1 catch, despite 2 people getting low after that gank.
And this Dragon was just a matter of time, because in the bottom lane, Wild Turtle and Lost Boy would be forced to go back at some point because they used so much mana and they took so much poke. And as long as Royal Club could just keep pushing it in, at some point Wild Turtle would back or just lose his tower, fall even further behind, and then Royal Club could just walk straight up to Dragon and take it. Now they did it the easier way, gotta kill first on Amazing.
Will they try to make anything of this? Dyrus overheating actually right now, so they're going to have to wait quite a bit.
There's no flash
to
for
slow down. Cola throws the ultimate down, so he's going to be at safety.
The thing is, there's no flash on Amazing either, and he'd already used his safeguard, so he could not kick him backwards. All thanks to that gank in the mid lane. Otherwise, it was a beautiful plan by Amazing.
So things going the way Royal Club would like for the beginning of the game. Again, getting an objective in their favor. Uzi gets bubbled here. Turtle cannot really aggress. He throws down the Buster shot, though, because no auto attacks can come out.
The bottom lane still hasn't shopped, by the way. They're sitting on Dorans. Their gold values are ridiculous right now. 3,100 gold sitting on Uzi. He might be trying to build a straight Infinity Edge. He would need 700 more gold.
Well, at least we saw some pressure here from TSM. Actually, that was a very good attempt onto Uzi, trying to force him back. He still has both summoners and will stay in lane. And now we actually see Wild Turtle go for the first back. And Amazing. Back in his top lane here, they're going for Cola.
What a nice equalizer. He's forced to just cook on it. And they are going to be able to pick up a kill on Cola.
And this is all credit to Dyrus on this Rumble here. He forced a flash one-on-one against Cola, so Amazing could just walk up to the top lane and secure the kill here.
Looks like Insect could be making a move towards the bottom lane. Got everything he needs, the red buff as well, to keep the fight going.
This is trouble.
Lust Boy gets hit. Probably going to be going for him first. The ultimate is there for the disengage. Gets hit once, goes to the heal coming out of Wild Turtle, and the exhaust as well. Starhorn getting a lot out of that one.
Yeah, you can definitely see a nice gank there by Insect. They burned 3 summoner spells. Not the greatest escape from that gank, but Korn comes down to do pretty much nothing, which is a big loss in pressure there.
It is, but this is the Royal Club style. Korn will always roam from the mid lane when there's action in the side lanes. Like, he moved instantly as Insect showed himself. He's losing a lot of farm in this mid lane here, but if he'd picked up a kill, it would have been worth it for him, and that's the Royal Club mentality.
I will say, even though Royal Club's been able to take that bottom lane pressure into Dragon, TSM is winning 2 of the 3 lanes right now. Dyrus in the top lane and Bjergsen in that mid lane is definitely creating a bit of a farm advantage over top of Fizz.
Stepping up quite big, and that's what they need. We've seen this from TSM before. If the bottom lane kind of goes to the wayside, we have to focus on the other ones, and those guys can bring themselves to the late game. 10-9 here. Dyrus is going to start getting some deep wards in and hopefully stop Insect from making more plays. Definitely have a bit of a slower game than he did the first time around against Team Solo Mid.
Look at his roam down here. He does have ulti ready. Well, there's a ward to spot him.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Bjergsen
It's really hard to rumble get Fizz. He's just going to jump right all over all your stuff.
Still, just the fact TSM is doing so well in the solo lanes means that Royal Club has to slow down. Like, they can't just run around and keep forcing things. If Korn in this mid lane is falling behind, he will have his Lich being completed. Gonna be the most important damage item for him, especially in the early to mid game here. And probably looking to get an Hourglass as the second item. But he is against double AP of the solo laners, and it's not gonna help him against those.
Wild Turtle now returning to lane. That BF sword as well as the Zeal. See what he turns that into. Not yet the Infinity Edge coming in for Uzi, but definitely going to put out way more damage as they slow push this one now, trying to deny Wild Turtle. He's down about 24 CS.
And we have to highlight the fact that Royal Club in their late game can actually split up in a split push and do 1-3-1, where you have Cola on Ryze in one lane and you have the Fizz in the other side lane, and there's nobody from TSM who can one-on-one a late game Fizz, which means for now Royal Club can play it safe, farm up, wait for Korn to be strong enough to kill everyone.
The thing is, though, if they try and do that split push, Starhorn's not a split pushing team.
They're not.
Right? I've seen plenty of games where they have the potential to do so, and they'll just use that strength for a team fight. So even though that is a potential, it's rather unlikely against this LPL team.
Yeah, and we have also seen times where they try to do the split push and then it completely backfires because there's not enough wards, or they make a mistake and end up actually giving up a Baron and end up losing the game here. Obviously TSM, with their insanely strong teamfight comp, if they manage to get the lead and can dictate the game and force World Cup into some team fights, this Rumble and this Orianna can make some serious damage.
Yeah, it's all about the Dragon setup right now, though. Amazing does not want to get caught in this exact spot again. Ooh, that would have been a really nice shot to land. Wild Turtle is taking a pounding. That turret's done for.
Every time he has it up, that ace in the hole comes out when they know they can get a bigger advantage on the lane. Jungler's walking parallel.
Right with a teleport.
That's going to be the wave coming in. Dyrus on the backside. Will he be able to get some good damage in here? Flamespitter comes out. Nice ultimate.
What a beautiful
bubble from Lust Boy. They're going to be able to start locking down kills. The flash goes, and it's blown from Uzi, and he's down at the beginning of the fight. Dyrus gets himself out as he is overheating, and Amazing starts to turn things up as well. Zero could be hit. This is Korn now closing in. Bjergsen pulls the ball to himself. Will the shockwave come in? Just out of range. He's got one on the Korn. Chum the Waters comes back, but it's a bit of disengage on both of the ultimates. Lust Boy trying to get in range for one more bubble, but he can't do it, and the fight is disengaged.
The double bubble is what ended up winning them the fight, but it's still rather close. Dragon is up. They're actually prioritizing turret pressure over going for Dragon because everyone's sticking around. Starhorn might still want to fight.
There's two members coming from base here from World Club. They just want to wave clear. TSM, if they go for Dragon here, everyone from World Club will be there in time.
This is a suicidal Dragon attempt, it feels like, for TSM. Amazing is not even near. The ultimates are mostly down here for TSM. They have to be careful, actually, not to forfeit this Dragon.
Dyrus pushing the mid wave already. He may be able to draw a little bit of pressure, kind of cool things down for Team Solo Mid. They don't have to force anything here, but looks like Royal Club is going to force them into this.
That was really good harassed by Bjergsen there onto zero, knowing the Janna ultimate is still down. Royal Club has to pull back.
Yeah, but TSM is split up at the moment. Amazing and Wild Turtle down to this bottom side here, while the rest of TSM came from the mid lane. They do manage to force Royal Club back, and they can actually push mid here. This should be a free tower.
World Club took way too much poke there when they were trying to go for that Dragon. They mainly needed to be there to stop the Dragon, not to actually get near it. That was a big misplay. TSM takes a nice map advantage.
Not only did it take some poke, they actually went to the bottom lane pretty much every single member. They didn't even think about the mid lane. TSM pushing further.
Chum the Waters just about to be up. We know how much Royal Club loves to fight, and they're all converging back on that mid lane. Even Uzi is getting himself up towards this Dragon now. Wild Turtle's going to try to clear a little bit in the bottom, so they'll know where he is, and they'll know that the fight is going to be split if they want to start it.
That Infinity Edge being completed onto Uzi
is
massive, especially considering that bottom turret is down. He knows Wild Turtle doesn't have lifesteal, so just that small amount of poke will create a pretty big edge coming into this Dragon fight.
And there's over 1,000 gold left. 4 members of TSM, they're going anyway.
Amazing gets the steal. Rumble out goes out. Look how it's separating the fight right now. They take down Insect. Chum the Waters on Dyrus, the best person. He can throw the shield along with Bjergsen on. He will go down though. Zero with a beautiful monsoon to keep the fight going, and TSM is trying to recuperate here, but it's just too much damage coming in from Royal Club. Now Turtle joins the fight. Does he have enough with the sustain? Uzi's still putting up shots. He's fighting within the press to get more headshots. He's trying to do what he can. Wild Turtle's gonna come out on top, throws down the explosive shot, and comes up with a triple kill.
Lust Boy is so good in these team fights. Turtle is the beneficiary of so much greatness from the rest of TSM in those fights. What a ridiculously close fight. Cannot wait to see the replay.
Let's just have a look here.
It's starting to drag it.
Going in for the steal. He actually gets it, and then rest of TSM still want to fight. Notice Wild Turtle on your minimap. He's not there. It's 4 members from TSM fighting.
Insect was completely out of sync of the rest of Royal Club, though. If he would have gone in with Korn, it would have been much better. It was a nice monsoon from Zero, but again, completely out of sync.
Remember the way Royal Club communicates. They ping and they type go or say go, and then you just have to follow. If you're not ready, Insect will still jump in alone, and he will end up dying, and the rest of the team is just going to be like, whoa, we didn't actually expect this.
How fast is TSM going to continue to push this, though? To the metal, they get the wards down, play it safe, and try to just keep Royal Club at
that nightmarish laning phase. Oh, Shockwave!
Then the bubble comes in. Everything picks up a kill for himself. Dyrus is coming out with an Abyssal Scepter after all this.
You can see the map control from the mid lane and top lane being one actually having an impact now.
Strong play coming from Team cannot count out Royal Club at all, knowing how to perform in the late game. Like I said, this last matchup was 25-5 in kills in favor of Royal Club in just 30 minutes. So we'll see if they can put those numbers up again. Right now they're trying to recuperate, grab up what they can before they get back into the fight.
And that last team fight, 4 members from TSM had more than 1,000 gold. They hadn't gone back to base to shop. They didn't have the time to do it. They went for the fight anyway and managed to win it. Only 4 members at first because Insect just jumped in all alone. There was nobody who could follow him. Ends up dying, turns it into a 4v4, and suddenly while Turtle joins, TSM can clean up the fight. Lost Boy looking amazing, of course. Looking amazing? He is actually looking amazing.
Yeah. Looking like Lost Boy to me, but he's still playing great. The big thing about this game is we always talk about how TSM knows how to play with the lead. That's what they've been able to do throughout this group stage. They were losing the early game, so it's not the early game lead. They have managed to accumulate it in the mid game. The question is now, how do they finish against a team that is better than the other teams in the group?
It's going to be tough. We see that Royal Club already putting more items in their inventory that says we want to keep going. Zero, loving those captains, already gets them out on the mobility boots so the team can keep going. How are they going to utilize it though?
Well, I really like what Royal Club is doing right now on the map. Basically just defensive wards in your jungle so you can sit back and buy time to farm. Because if you get caught out of position again now, it will mean towers for TSM. They're already pushing this bottom lane. Dyrus with teleport in the top lane. And now Royal Club needs to react very, very fast. Come down here, clear the way before TSM gets a lot of damage on the tower.
Whoa, oh boy. More often than not, Dyrus has been getting himself into some 1v1 situations, but he's coming out on the top side.
We know what happens when Dyrus starts solo killing people in the top lane. TSM generally wins the game. His build is so ideal for taking down Kola right now. Kola doesn't have time to build magic resist.
Yeah, exactly.
That Glacial Shroud is a really poor buy at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it's not going to help him at all against Dyrus here. And as soon as you get the 1 kill, suddenly it's going to be a tower as well, at least some damage onto it. All the pressure in the top lane, rest of TSM pushing this mid lane. Uzi's still sitting in the bottom lane. I have to say, TPA against Royal Club. Once Royal Club fell behind, they were very slow in trying to defend them, and they're doing the same here. Uzi was still sitting in the bottom lane. TSM got a lot of damage on the mid tower.
And the big question was, could the bottom lane stand true with Uzi and 0-1, 2-0-5, Turtle and Lust Boy make it out.
Bottom lane did great.
They did.
It was so much pressure created the team. Dragon fight and the rest of TSM coming together as a team, and the team fight ability from that bottom lane of TSM was great.
They're disengaged there, but that means that TSM can keep pushing here. And it looks like they're just going to keep getting what pressure they can before they have to back off.
And again, this is such a bad situation for Kola because you want to have the Frozen Heart against the Tristana, but at the same time you need magic resist to even stand toe-to-toe with Dyrus. Bjergsen in a team fight as well. I mean, he needs to get both armor and magic resist, and he needs to get it instantly. But where is he going to get the gold from?
I hate the Glacial Shroud so much in this context.
Yeah,
it's because they're against a double AP team, and because of the Caitlyn pick, they are intentionally kneecapping the bottom lane of the other team. He doesn't need the armor until super late game. Even so, TSM's pedaled the metal here.
He's basically building for the team fight, but he stayed in a 1-on-1 anyway, so there was no synergy between the item and the way he was actually placing himself.
Really wants to fight, burning ult charges left and right.
Dyrus can get himself in the front here. Got that magic resistance coming from the Abyssal Scepter, taking a little bit from Kola, and they also draw out the Ignite there from Zero, so they're losing, and the Monsoon has already gone down. Little things going in favor of Team Solo mid, but see what Royal Club can grab here. Looks like they're on the move.
This Ignite here for Zero is not really going to help him in the fight. Not having an exhaust against Tristana will be very painful for Royal in the late game. They're basically going to bank on the fact they can assassinate Wild Turtle with Korn and maybe someone like Kola flashing in. Getting some damage on this tower, the rest of TSM is coming, they should be able to defend it.
I mean, with Dragon up right now, I really wonder how these rotations are going to go. Royal Club is trying to burst it down. TSM's got to get there fast.
Royal Club has 2 people in base, they have no damage right here. TSM just needs to rush right in.
They're trying to sneak it. Dyrus is maybe going to try to 1v2 them off this Dragon. He can, he's pretty strong.
What a decision from Royal Club. One in the middle or everybody to Dragon. They could have gotten mid or just the Dragon, but they're going to lose or not get middle and lose the Dragon.
Royal Club right now have absolutely no idea what to do.
They're falling apart.
Once they are behind, Again, it's the same deal against TPA. They had to wait 20 minutes where TPA was dancing around the Baron before they got to late game. It wasn't Royal Club playing well. It was just TPA not doing anything with the lead.
Deficio, average game time in this group stage, 30 minutes for TSM. Royal Club is up at 38 minutes. TSM has definitely been the more decisive team so far here at Worlds, and it's showing now that they have an edge.
Well, we'll see how far they can keep that going. Definitely on item spikes right now for themselves. The Zani's being finished up by Bjergsen. They can continue to make plays. Pings towards the bottom lane here. They feel they can out-pressure it. Dyrus is about to get a lot of love top, so they'll probably be able to drop this turret. Korn, actually Dyrus dodges the jump a little bit there, but he takes way too much damage coming in.
But look at the bot lane.
And Korn, but yes, TSM is already on the move.
This is TSM trying to get a top lane turret, but that Baron is a huge red flag. They're going for it right now. TSM has to pull off. That Monsoon is fantastic right now. This could be Baron for Royal Club.
I don't think Dyrus knew how many people were about to be around him for the party. They throw out the tidal wave. Amazing, just on the outside. Oh, he does not get it. Insect pulls it in. Royal Club gives themselves a great boon here as Baron goes on to them. They're going to try to use this buff huge. Shockwave's already down for Bjergsen, so Royal Club can kind of walk around this one and find the fight that they want.
So while the last 5 minutes, Royal Club were just kind of running around the map, didn't really know what to do. They managed actually to find a pick in the top lane. We have seen this before. Once Royal Club falls behind, they go for these like old school Fnatic death traps where they hope someone is just walking in alone, get a kill. And because the rest of TSM were already focused on the bottom lane and just wanted to start pushing it up, they could go straight for Baron as soon as they got the kill onto Dyrus here.
And it's sneaky amounts of objective control from Royal Club here. They actually did the same thing with Baron there that they attempted to do on Dragon a few minutes earlier. They just went for it and thought TSM won't expect a team that's behind to be able to do something like this. As soon as they got the kill in the top lane, they immediately had it on the radar to go for Baron. Actually, in the group stage, no one has taken a Baron against Royal Club. That's their 8th Baron for themselves, though.
So we just have to give them credit, to be honest. We said before, they had no idea what they were doing. Clearly, they had a plan. They were just waiting for this one pick. They got it, got the Baron as well.
They also really adapted well to TSM's move there. They saw TSM was feeling headstrong, sending everybody bottom. So quite a bit of a mistake there. 25 minutes in to allow just the Baron to go off with your top laner, kind of be the only one guarding it.
And I just love the different way to play the being behind here, and we have to get back in the game style from Royal Club. This is not what we normally see in the LCS, where people try and go so far up in the lane and look for this one pick and just rush a Baron instantly after. I mean, we have seen games where people just sit back and try and farm and get to a late game point before this happens.
Even though it's not directly related, I feel that's one of the reasons we don't see much split pushing in the LPL, is because as soon as they get one pick, they're more willing and more practiced in just mobbing an objective and going for it. They were willing to have a smite fight there. That was actually kind of a 50-50 Baron.
And they had all 5 members running to the top lane even before they got the pick onto Dyrus. Everyone was on the top side. So if they had failed to actually kill him and he had managed to back away,
they lose 2 turrets.
They would lose 2 turrets, maybe even inhibitors. So they went all in for it. It paid off. TSM weren't ready for it. Onto this mid tower.
Great play and payoff coming in from Royal Club, and now we're going to see this Janet Caitlyn shielded up, going at turrets with the rest of the team. They're going to start falling. TSM's going to have to start warding up their side of the jungle. Everything that they had in Royal Club's jungle is now only Royal Club's wards, because they're on the defensive side now. You see Royal Club saying, maybe we'll pick somebody off here? Never mind, we'll back, and then come back to use Baron. See how TSM can keep themselves in this game. What an awesome matchup here to have for the first game of the day.
This matchup, if it goes TSM's way, would set us on a collision course to actually have a 7th game of the day between the same teams. Obviously, if TSM wins here, and then Royal Club and TSM win their next games today, which they should be able to do because they've beaten those teams previously, they'd be tied at the top of the group at 5-1 apiece to force a tiebreaker.
And look at what Royal Club is actually doing on the map. They don't want to just group 5 members and just start pushing down. There's quite a lot of waves on the side of TSM, so instead they keep splitting up and run around, look for these 1 or 2v2, 3v3, maybe gank Dyrus once again. They're sitting, just waiting here. Only 3 members. I mean, Uzi's back in base, so if there's a big fight, he won't be there.
Very interesting to see how they use Baron. Well, waiting.
Again, there's so much wave play on the side of TSM.
Yeah.
Just grouping 5 members would be extremely hard. And at the same time, they're just looking for whatever goal they can get to also even it out.
Plus, Baron when you're behind is much different than Baron when you're ahead. This is basically just a gap closer Baron. when they got the Baron, it was a 3,000 or 4,000 gold advantage, and they're closing that because they're using the Baron buff to just being able to pick up that auxiliary farm around the map and close the gap.
Uzi keeping his farm up. Both AD carries replicating on items right now. The last Whisper to come out very early because the armor did as well. Looks like Zero could find himself in some trouble here. Nice flash over the wall. It looks like he disengages the entire fight of what would be a mob of TSM members closing down. 30 seconds coming in on Dragon. Looks like they're prepping.
Both teams trying to set up all the wards they want, but TSM looking towards this mid lane. Down his bottom lane, Korn is just starting to recall now. TSM can push in maybe for the tower.
Ooh, Wild Turtle, very big. Zero.
They sectioned them off.
Caught out here.
At this point, if Royal Club wants to come in, they're walking through an equalizer. It was a really nice rotation by TSM. Royal Club, though, wants to fight.
Kola gets hit up. Will Dyrus throw it down? They want to pinch him in a little bit more. Choke him right into the jungle. They are still holding the ultimates. Lock into the Iron Solari has been used, so they're almost running out of options here. Good placement by the ball to try and deter and zone out the fight. Korn, oh, he misses Chum the Waters right in the face of Team Solo mid, but Royal Club is going to try to engage. The double kill coming in from Dyrus on Rumble. It's 2 more coming in. This could be an ace, but no, it's going to be Insect too far from the fight, and TSM's looking for Royal Club's base.
And you do not want to fight in the jungle against Orianna and Rumble at the same time here. TSM, they baited in Royal Club and just destroyed them.
Ooh. What a fight there by TSM. I mean, Royal Club has that reckless level of aggression on certain times, and that fight was just a disaster as far as those things are concerned. Every advantage they gained with the Baron sneak was evaporated in that last fight.
And the whole thing actually started with Korn being down his bottom lane. Once again, just doing the split push.
See this again.
The start of it was actually pretty good for Royal Club because the Rise got enough AoE damage on the TSM that they had them on the run. But then it's really just kind of a bad initiation right here. The fact that Korn missed his fish and Zero
going for Lost Point.
And Zero's ultimate did not heal his team. That's the biggest thing about the Janna ultimate in the jungle like this. Dyrus had a flank position. Fight.
Tried really to be the big playmaker on Janna here. Uzi was on the other side of the red buff, so there was no peel for him at all. And as soon as he got too close, the shockwave pulled him in. He was just gonna die because Zero was on the other side, had already used Monsoon here. So an all-in team fight in the jungle from Royal Club against the Rumble pick and against the Orianna pick here, really paying off for TSM.
We're finally seeing Royal Club say, magic resistance, por favor. Negatron Cloaks coming out for a few members there, Insect and Kola to try and stop this Dyrus. Damage huge on Rumble. People were wondering what would be a fallback for Dyrus. We haven't seen him on too many things lately. Brings out the Rumble here at Worlds, and he has played it fantastically. 20 seconds on to Baron. Royal Club can really get under the skin of TSM with that. We'll see how they play this next one.
We might see them try and do the same they did before. Set up a trap once again, try and get a kill, rush the Baron once again. Because TSM in these 5 versus 5 have been oh so strong, and it's been pretty much impossible for Royal Club to actually fight them. Even Korn at the moment is falling pretty far behind in items.
I mean, a lot of it does have to do with just execution of these team fights. Korn hasn't found his way in very well.
Right.
They can't seem to get through the counter engage of Lust Boy's Nami. And honestly, Zero has been playing far too aggressively on John.
Yeah.
He needs to wait for the fight to start and then go for it, but he's trying to be the initiator. That's just not the way it works.
So now we praised the Janna pick a lot in Champ Select. We talking about how important it was. The comp TSM has made actually doesn't care about Janna, but Amazing should...
He got crit a couple times on top of the Rise Rune Prison, and that is just a huge delayer for this TSM push. They have to back now, and with Baron up, that could be even bigger trouble.
Still 4 members from TSM. This time they are actually at the Baron here to defend it in case Royal wants to rush it. Now they're setting up for a little trap here. Let's see if Royal wants to face check.
Pretty ballsy move. They have full vision with all those minions in the mid lane. They're taking what they can. They don't know exactly what vision they're sitting on either, but they feel comfortable with it. Obviously this pink ward here, Turtle didn't know if he was seen at Wraiths or not, and they know that the scrying orb kind of brings them out here. This could be pretty bad. They're able to dissonance away.
So as I was trying to say before, the comp TSM has built right here is not necessarily a comp where you want to all in onto something like Caitlyn, and then the Janna pick is going to be great to just disengage the entire fight. It's actually a comp where you want Royal Club to engage onto you, and then you have the Rumble ult, you have the Shockwave as well, and that's where the Janna Monsoon won't really have much of an impact because it's not enough to protect once the Rumble ult is in your face.
TSM's ran comps like this a couple of times during group stage. Actually, Zero has to use his Frost Screen to try and disengage, and it's not enough.
You were saying, Jad, Zero getting a little too far ahead. Does it once again, cannot ward with the power and numbers system, and they're forced to leave him behind as TSM now sets up what should be their Baron, but I think they're just going to fight this out.
It's just impossible to use the Monsoon when you have the Rumble ult in your face, when you have the ball as well.
This is fantastic. Amazing can jump out and create a 5v5 if Royal Club tries to jump in for a steal, but they can just take it over the wall with these two. They have enough shields.
Look at Korn though, he's coming around here.
They're going to avoid him and just jump him. Nice move.
Korn trying to do what he can. A great exhaust coming out, but it's not going to be enough. Lustboy gets shut down there. The Zanyas is out, and now they can somewhat refocus the fight. Wild Turtle gets a nice buster shot and blows them back. Insect almost didn't take him down there. He is very low. Bjergsen now the focus of Cola. They have great positioning here.
Oh, no.
Korn back into the fight, but a nice Zanya's coming in from Bjergsen, and they can't follow up the fight over the wall.
That fight was so weird in a lot of different ways. I have to commend Royal Club for winning amongst the chaos because TSM had a ton of latent advantages coming into that fight. Royal Club just outplayed them.
Royal Club now getting everything they want out of this mid lane here. Once they got those few kills, usually they go for more, but smartly so, go for the mid turret. Insect, whoa, he's going very low, but every time getting out with just a little bit of HP, causing a bit more chaos for the rest of the team to move around safely. Uzi seeing if he can pick up a red out of this, and it will not happen.
Look at TSM though. Actually, they can't really do it. So Royal Club also, because they're pushing down the mid lane and they could see the rest of TSM from the side, didn't have to worry about a potential counter Baron here. Because if TSM had been able to recall, give up the tower, they could maybe try to rush it. But let's just see the fight once again.
I mean, Korn played great here. He finally landed the Shark onto a good target, and while he was exhausted, Uzi was there in the back. The big problem that happened here is Orianna and Lee Sin were way off on the side of this fight, and they didn't collapse the way they should have.
Bjergsen was basically just running around alone. He didn't get to do any damage onto anyone except for Insect. And then now back to just a 3v3 between them. Still has the Outlast. Wild Turtle is pretty healthy. Managed to get a kill, but Royal Club is still able to just push down the mid lane.
Royal Club so good at playing from behind. Versus TPA at 35 minutes in, it was 53,000 to 46. They ended the game 95 to 85,000. They know how to take it to the late game, and they know how to keep things going. That's not one of the ways to do it, though, but let's see if this can continue in the favor of Royal Club. We've already lost Cola on that side and Lustboy for Team Solo Mid. Everybody's trying to recoup after we see these Zanyas go up. Turtle jumps into the front of the fight, and a 3 to 4-man Howling Gale is going to disengage for that, but limping away is Royal Club.
Pretty impressive disengage, but they are very, very low. They have to get back to base and heal. This may just be their inhibitor going down.
It will be. I mean, they trade top laner for support here, so TSM still feeling very, very strong. Get inhibitor. Get back right now. Possibly focus on the Baron if they want to, but they need to get some very good wards up because Royal Club will still want to fight.
Backing away is so scary. The person they killed does have a teleport up, and TSM is on the wrong side of the map. They've already lost one Baron to being on the wrong side of the map.
Look at what Royal Club is doing. They're running straight for the Baron. Straight for the Baron.
TSM is very low as it comes to this. If they fight this, they may even lose. They might actually have to give this one up. This is a ridiculously dangerous situation. Baron's done.
They have 0 wards on that side of the map and the chance to place some on the way out, but they chose just to go down for Dragon, and they're going to watch another Baron go to the hands of Royal Club. Cola coming out on the home guard. The ward, not enough vision to get Turtle before his jump.
That was honestly just a bit of greedy play from TSM running for the Dragon here, thinking they could take it, and there was no reaction from Royal Club. But you always have to keep in mind, with the teleport from Cola, if they ran straight down the mid lane and there'd been a ward, maybe Royal Club would be able to chase them and engage for a potential fight.
The instant TSM took the inhibitor, Baron was a threat. The counter Baron was always a threat. The fact that TSM ran towards Dragon
should have gone straight back mid lane.
So perplexing. I mean, they either go straight back to Baron to set up a trap coming in, or they try and find the quickest rush to recall, because otherwise, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Said it before, it's not exactly strategical shot calling that is the strength of Team Solo Mid. They can get themselves in very adaptive situations, or the fight goes in their favor, as we know, but the strategies usually fall to the wayside. 6,000 gold still in the favor of Team Solo Mid, with these Barons being grabbed up because they continue to grab Dragons, continue to keep Wild Turtle farming. 320 to 353 though.
And I'm just looking across even more CS, 362 to 244 in the mid lane. Bjergsen has been a full item ahead of Korn, but with this game prolonging and stretching, Korn is going to become a bigger and bigger threat, and those two Barons could very well break the back of TSM.
Again, yeah, it's not take the Baron and just rush straight down the enemy base, kill them and finish the game. It's get a Baron, buy more time to just sit and farm because, again, they are still pretty far behind in items, even though they picked up 2 Barons so far. But both of them, at least the last one here, which is TSM running straight for Dragon, expecting no reaction at all from Royal Club. And obviously, as soon as they saw TSM move, 4 members run to Baron. You have to teleport as well. Pick it up. You say, thank you very much, TSM. Now Royal Club don't have to risk face-checking TSM in a terrible situation where they would probably have lost the fight.
So another behind Baron gives Royal Club some breathing room for now. Looking around at teleports, what's up and what's not for them. Looks like they are just going to keep it safe for the moment. Going against TSM with all of their ults up would definitely be a little crazy. 17-12, we're 40 minutes into this one with 2 Barons down, as I said. Royal Club doing what they can to stop TSM from getting in their base. They already have 1 inhib down in the middle, and somehow they're still grabbing these Barons.
They've already sent Korn down to this bottom lane to just start setting up this split push. And now the rest of the team will actually join him in. Top lane should be pushing. I'm just going to check the minions here. If it's going to slow push in favor of TSM. It will actually slow push in favor of TSM.
Our instinct is that Korn was down there at a split push, but actually he was just the first one at the party because they're doing everything as a team. That's the big thing for Royal Club right here. They've been caught out one too many times this game, it seems like.
Still Insect sitting in this mid lane. They want to push it out. Top lane's going to push in favor of TSM, so they won't have that in their advantage, at least if you are from Royal Club. So it's going to be all about this mid lane and this bottom lane pushing in. Let's see if they can actually siege on the tower. There's still a lot of wave there for TSM, and you have to respect this Rumble ulti.
Well, I mean, the big thing is Insect was in the mid lane because there's still a downed inhibitor. The super minions would have pushed straight up that mid lane, and they're just having a little bit of trouble time making a play actually happen. That's what happens when you're an inhibitor down with the Baron buff. You basically just pause the game for a little while because it's very difficult to orchestrate a play.
Question is though, why, if they don't really want to go straight for this tower here, which it looks like they're doing right now, why wouldn't you just sit up in every single lane and push it? Because look at this minion wave. It's going to die so fast, which means if Royal Club actually wants to take it down, they have to pressure TSM off the tower. But TSM is just waiting for Royal Club to step a bit too close, shockwave from Bjergsen or bubble from Lost Boy, and suddenly you have a fight.
I feel like Royal Club wants the fight more than anything else. Their inhibitors now respawn. Yes, there's a wave pushing against them. They're just hoping that something organically happens by being here. Because if we learned one thing about Royal Club,
they want to fight. But TSM is smart enough to just sit back at the tower, wait for the Baron buff to expire. Now the minion wave in the top lane we talked about earlier is going to push in, so they have to go back. They took the Baron buff, they got some farm, and I guess maybe they just wanted to avoid TSM running around the map here and maybe fool them if they actually split up once again and just wanted to stay together as a group, force TSM to stay 5 members at their tower and just get some farm. But could have been in every single lane and just try and push them up here. Let's see what Royal Club wants to do now. There's still 5,000 go behind.
Doing as much as they can to make TSM walk to the beat of their drum. But it's only TSM kind of listening to the music and saying, what else do you have? We're right here. Are you going to try the fight? Picking up back on their side. The red buff over to Uzi, the blue buff over to Korn, and we're going to get a bit of pushing on those lanes finally. That you want oh so much to Fischio.
Uzi is doing his classic wait until the very last item to build lifesteal build.
Right.
It's something he does almost every time. It's very all-in focused because he's all about being able to win trades, and therefore he moves around the map. But when he does actually finish his lifesteal item, he's going to have a very potent Caitlyn build.
As long as he gets a Bloodthirster, not a Scimitar with his BF sword here.
He's already got a Banshee build. He's probably not going double.
Feels safe enough, or should at least feel safe enough, and their QSS wouldn't actually do him a lot. Maybe a bubble from Lost Boy would have been about it, so no reason for him to get a QSS. And onto this mid lane here, TSM blasted out the Baron buff. Want to fight again.
It's all about fight again. Poke each other more. Cola loves to just run in and get a rune prison. Dyrus would be the target if you're trying to catch someone. His Zhonya's has not been completed yet.
Every single member has every single summoner. Ultis are ready here, and Royal Club, they know they are still behind, so they don't want to fight. Maybe look to chase a bit if they can land some poke from Insect and then find someone who's falling behind. Seems for now, TSM to stay together.
Slowly walking this one out, making sure they have vision on Team Solo Mid the whole time. Cola popping the blue elixir there. They want to get as much out of this fight as possible. And now they're kind of resetting. They saw TSM said, we're not going too far back. We got the minion wave now. We're going to force you to farm out this and control the mid waves. Good job by TSM. They get what they want on the middle inhibitor. They take it slow. Baron coming up in 40. Dragon in 20. And Royal Club is going to very much so set the dominoes in place for this one. Hopefully knocking them down for a third Baron in the game. TSM again with 0 vision coverage on the top of the map.
They need to get some vision coverage. That should be priority A1, but they're managing the bottom.
Are they going to push mid lane here? Do they just want to rush straight for mid lane? They have the minion wave as well.
Yeah,
they're going to force Royal Club to go back.
They still lose the turret for it, though.
Yeah, they're not actually going to take anything. The rest of the team should be able to recall.
At the very least, this puts them in position to create some warding.
They have to go Baron now. They have to go to Baron, place some wards here, start setting up a trap because they have just forced everyone from Royal Club to recall. And there was not a lot of wards placed by Royal Club, so it's going to be very easy for TSM to clear it and set up a trap.
1, 2, 3. See if they can get their own vision down though, trying to get a bit of an upper hand on Insect. TSM actually looking for this fight pretty hard. Dyrus is going to overheat, so that'll stall it out for a bit. What could have been quite a back and forth is disengaged right away. There's still 45 minutes on this one, and Royal Club has closed that gold lead that TSM has now to just 3,000.
So I just realized Royal Club is against a double AP team, and they have no Locket on their team.
I mean, they may realize
for some reason.
And that is a valid point. It's a little bit strange here, but Royal Club knows this is coming. This could be the explosive fight we've been waiting for, as long as Fizz can get a flank. Watch for Corn.
What a nice equalizer down the choke of that little Wraith path. It's Insect getting hit up very hard. Can Amazing finalize the kill? It's going to be the shot coming in from Wild Turtle. Corn to the backside. Bjergsen, he gets the Trickster damage. Zanya'd out the double kill for Turtle. Bjergsen goes down, but he takes down Corn first. A double as well for Uzi. He's trying to keep himself alive, but again, he finds himself as the last man standing for Royal Club. One more shot. Uzi's going to try to waltz out of this one.
As long as Amazing distracts him, Wild Turtle could go win the game. They have super minions, and Amazing just needs to stop the recall.
He's trying to make that call. You can see Turtle saying, I'm going for this. Keep eyes on him. Could get a ward over the wall. No, he's only got the sweeper, the sight stone. He could have used it to get there, but it might be a Nexus turret still.
Will be a turret for sure. Maybe even two here. Wild Turtle has a lot of damage.
He could end the game. He could absolutely end the game.
Uzi's coming.
He'd have to fight him.
He gets hit by the minions and he's done.
He's going to win the game. He's going to win the game.
Wild Turtle's going to do it by himself. It's not going to matter if the ace in the hole. It's a few more shots.
This is
he's
still
trying to focus in the turret.
He got it.
No, he gets the Nexus. And Team Solo Mid is going to take down Starhorn Royal Club.
What a game we just had right here. The very, very last team fight. Once again, TSM have been looking so good in these fights, but Royal Club, they are so damn good at fighting as well. And in the end, Wild Turtle, the guy we've been talking about, underperforming from TSM, winning the game.
Listen, Wild Turtle may underperform in lane, but when it comes to the larger game, he knows how to play. Especially on Wrist. He is so good in team fights on those. But honestly, 46 minutes is about 16 minutes longer than this game needed to be. TSM has a lot to clean up if they want a reliable victory against Starhorn. Remember, this puts both these teams at one loss in the group stage, so they are on a collision course for a tiebreaker at the end of the day.
Yep, both sitting at 4-1 right now. Beautiful work by Team Solo Mid. Starhorn Royal Club playing an awesome game as well of catch-up the whole time, able to put Barons in their pocket whenever they wanted, something teams are really going to have to take control of if they want to stop Royal Club, and they're going to have to shut down something in the mid or top if you're facing TSM.
Yeah, those two Barons for Royal Club was basically TSM being maybe a little bit over-aggressive, especially the second one where they run for the Dragon. That was just very greedy play. Didn't even think about the fact there was a Baron to be taken by Royal Club. So that was too easy for them to pick up. The first one, credit to them, it was a nice little setup. We've seen it before from Royal Club. Once they're behind, they like to make these small traps. TSM will next game, because now they've seen it, they won't make the same mistake twice.
Very nice pick and ban phase as well. TSM getting what they wanted out of that. We even saw it the first time around that they were a bit confused. Came through this one, but they got what they wanted. Very nicely played as well. Lustboy again coming up huge throughout the entire game for Team Solo Mid.
So, not a very good pick against Jet, because you can just bubble when you think she's going. And that's actually where Wild Turtle get back in the game.
The entire comp from TSM, as soon as they saw the Janna pick, they're like, okay, are we going to run any hard engage onto this Janna pick, which can just monsoon us away and just ruin everything? No, we're going to take a comp here where we want Royal Club to engage onto us, and then we have the Shockwave, we have the Rumble ult, we have the Nami wave to simply destroy you when you try to run towards us. And the Janna pick can't do anything then, because you don't want to disengage, you actually want to engage.
Right. TSM constructed a very similar comp when the first time. They have a lot of range picks in their arsenal, and it definitely seems TSM's preferred way to play is no one having to go actually haven't picked pretty much any All-In champions that they've found success.
I'm also just looking at Dyrus, of course, on the Rumble. And then Kohler on Rise is played in the LPL at all. 2 days against Freddy as well. He lost the lane. Now he lost it as well to Dyrus. He forced the flash. Amazing went up to as well, and he fell really, really far behind. I'm not sure Rise is going to be such a top-tier pick for them.
There is a stark difference between his Rise and Aurelia. He looks antsy on Rise, like he wants to fight, and Starhorn, they should just put him on something he can just destroy the game with, because he's not a split pusher. Just doesn't do it. To walk us through the match, let's hand it over to Quickshot and the gang at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Rev. I want to kick this one off by, first of all, giving every single one of you guys out there that voted for TSM a high five and saying, Crepo got it wrong, Crumbs got it wrong, Monte Cristo got it wrong, Freak got it wrong. So welcome to the Brain Trust, where 100% of you did not get this correct. Team Solo Mid, let's talk picks and bans. They got the Tristana. The Janna pick was contested. It was interesting. Talk to me about Team Comps and early laning phase. Let's kick this off with Crepo.
Yeah, it's just a pain to lane that early. Basically, Wild Turtle and Lustboy tried to challenge the race to level 2, but they got absolutely wrecked early. Numbers like 6. They got doubled by he alleviated pressure. Even if that gank didn't work out, he timed the ward correctly, came in the dark. Sonic Wave missed, but still that alleviated enough pressure. And at the same time, TSM solo lanes were doing well enough in the game to make sure that TSM could.
I think Amazing was the real hero for this game, to be honest. Just the early game, he was there bottom lane to make sure that Tristana did not get smashed. They were losing lane hard, and it was only going to get worse. Showed up twice. Once, the first gank that Crepo mentioned. The second one shows up in the river ward, forces bot lane to back out. After he puts enough pressure bot lane for Tristana to catch back up, goes to Dyrus, and Dyrus's Rumble is a key factor in this team comp in order to make sure that it becomes very difficult for Starhorn to engage on them because of the equalizer, because of the Rylai's, and it got to a point where Fizz just couldn't do anything because of that.
Yeah, it was actually interesting. I felt like a better mid laner would have won the game for Starhorn Royal Club. I think back to a sort of mid to late fight where he basically solos out Dyrus, kills him, gets Baron off of it, and it's like that should be happening the entire game. That Fizz should be dictating what happens while Ryze, Janna, Caitlyn, Kha'Zix are actually all good turret defenders. Like, why not split the team up? And the problem is Starhorn are not a good split pushing team, so they never get that to actually happen.
We will come back to this discussion in a moment, and I do agree, Korn missed a lot of those ultimates. We're actually going to throw it over to Shox, who is joined by a member of Team Solo Mid.
Thank you very much, and I would like to welcome Wild Turtle here of Team Solo Mid after that impressive victory. Turtle, I want to take you back to the beginning because it was so important for you guys to get the upper hand and pick some bans. You guys decided to first pick the Lee Sin, and then how did you adjust your strategy from there?
Lee Sin to take it away from Insect because he's a really good Lee Sin player, and then I think picks and bans, we kind of planned very well for it, and we knew what they were going to pick. The only pick we didn't know was the Caitlyn one, which kind of caught us.
Yeah, talk me through the laning phase then, because you end up versus a Caitlyn and a Janna, and we know how much they like to push.
Oh yeah, that really hard to play versus with Tristan early on because the push with Tristan Nami always because she has a Q and it's very strong.
Yeah, build up a lead through some fights, and then you guys are totally out of position.
The barons we gave them were like pretty big. Like we didn't kind of caught us off guard. Like they took it. It was just they had a really strong comp for it. They had Kha'Zix, Ryze, and they just took it so quickly we couldn't react.
Well, then tell me how your mindset changes from there, because you know you give them a finger, they take an arm, and they take that baron, then you kind of have to reset to be sure to close that out.
We basically resetted our mindsets and we said, we got to wait out Baron, we outscaled them, we have a better comp late game. So we basically waited for that. And it made the game last a lot longer than it should have, in my opinion.
Well, then you mentioned it went pretty long, and you were the hero in the end because you killed the Nexus. Talk me through the decision-making process and the calling for those last moments.
So basically we killed all 4 and Caitlyn basically flashed with 1 HP and they were like, whoa, Inhib's down. I don't know if I think Inhib was down, and then we had super minions, so we're like, Turtle, you can end it here, and I'm like, all right, let's do it. And then they said, if Caitlyn comes, you can probably just shit in her, and I'm like, okay.
Well, you did take him down, but it's only the beginning of the day here for you guys. You still have to win that rematch versus SK, of course, and then possibly more games in the rematch versus Royal Club. What has that moment done for you, the fact that you were the guy that decided it in the end? Did that help your self-confidence going into the rest of the day?
I hope so. I really hope it helps my confidence. But I think I'm doing pretty well right now, so I'm pretty confident right now, and we'll see.
All right, and then final question, just talk me through the momentum going in the rest of the day. This is a great start, but for the whole team, how big are your chances to close in on that #1 spot? It's so important.
Honestly, right now, we have a lot of momentum, and I think we can do it very easily with how we are right now.
Wow,
Yeah.
big words. Well, thank you very much, guys. Give it up one more time for Wild Turtle and TSM. All right, well, thank you very much, Turtle, and good luck later in the day. And now let's kick it back over to
TSM fans in the background. And you know
Everywhere
what?
you go, you find them.
Deserving win. Just before I get Monty's opinion on the game, this does set us up potentially for a tiebreaker match. Both of these squads are 4-1 at the moment. So assuming they win their respective games late, that does set us up for a 7th game of the day. Right, Monty, back to TSM. They took down Club. I want to say they strategically better grasp of the game. However, they didn't execute great because
I mean, it was pretty teams. There were a lot of objectives that were given up. Not enough diligence paid to the Baron. When you're playing against a team with Fizz, Kha'Zix, Rise, you really have to respect that they can do that Baron nearly instantly. And coming back, it was mentioned by the casters as well, coming back to the Dragon without any wards on Baron is just silly. You send a couple people to Baron, you stagger, or you send a couple of people back to recall. You just make sure that they can't get that objective. There were a lot of opportunities for Starhorn Royal Club to get back into the game. Now, the team fighting from TSM, especially the Rumble Ultimates, were fantastic. Going back to picks and bans, I'm a little concerned about Starhorn's picks and bans because it seems like they don't really have a good grasp on their research of TSM. We saw that Nidalee ban coming in Game 1. This game, the Elise ban was a little weird. I think Rumble's not going to be on the table for TSM next time.
Crumb short before we move to the replays.
I think that Insect does not look comfortable in Kha'Zix. They wanted to make sure to take the Elise in Kha'Zix matchup. It was pretty obvious with the picks and bans with the Elise ban, but Insect was lost in that champion. Going into the replay that we're going to have is just, I don't want to see that again.
Well, you're going to have to, I'm afraid, because we're going to pull that replay out onto your screen. Crepo, talk me through it.
So yeah, this will be the game-winning fight. And once this fight goes out, a couple of things you want to pay attention is to just the spacing of TSM and then the equalizer that Dyrus is going to do. And obviously, the replay starts off with amazing steal. Just so yeah, roll the clip right here. And we can see he goes in for Dragon, and immediately TSM reacts with the equalizer, and it completely splits up left and right. And this is fine if Royal backs off, but Insect goes full man mode, gets turned on, and this is really bad for Royal Club. Once he's in, they try and follow the fight up, they try to keep fighting. Zero gets the idea that he can actually go in and get a good Monsoon off to split up the team. Tidal Wave stops the Rise a little bit, but TSM is just fighting, and Turtle is just at the side. He's not being noticed. He could even go even more aggressive, in my opinion. That kick from Amazing was really good as well. 2 members knocked up. And as long as you don't touch a Tristana in fights, you're going to end up losing because her cleanup is so good. We saw that in the later fights as well. The later the game goes, if she's untouched, once they're down to 2 members, it's going to end.
Yeah, and I think this really underscores how new this Rumble pick is to a lot of teams here at the World Championship, because it seems like a lot of people forgot. You don't fight Rumble on Dragons early in the game, especially when you're trying to outscale on Rise. Just give up the Dragon. Doesn't matter. 1,000 gold about. Just have confidence that you are going to be able to outscale into that late game, and don't just toss away everything immediately.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I personally was not impressed by Cole and Rise. Fisher was talking about across the desk. You contrast Cole in other games to this one. Freak, give your opinions, and let's move on to the second replay as well.
Yeah, so basically it just seemed, again, like Starhorn Royal Club did not know how to fight against this team, and it's actually very evidenced in our next replay, if you can pull that one up here, because basically what TSM wants to do is kite back. There's 2 really smart reasons for why TSM kites back here. This is like a mid-game inhibitor push. Number 1, there are no wards in the upper jungle right now, so as TSM retreats, they get to put wards down. Royal Club have no vision at all. The second thing that's great here is that right here there's like 3 angles of attack from Starhorn, which is bad for the Orianna Rumble lineup, whereas if you kite them into the jungle, they're coming in from the same spot, and then it's pretty much free. So roll the clip out, and you're going to see TSM just trying to run away in pretty much every way possible. Bubble buys them some time, they're going to run backwards, you're going to have the jump back, the tidal wave disengage as well. They're just burning everything to get out except their damage abilities. They're burning their disengage tools, and then running and running and running and running away, and it's finally once they get the team to funnel into this choke, once they overdive, then comes the turnaround. The Shark just barely misses. Zero, for some reason, never fully channels his Janna ultimate. I don't know why, but he clicks it once and then doesn't heal his team for 500 health. And then they just start getting mauled because they actually grouped up onto the AoE team.
Basically, Zero right there was trying to flank and force TSM back into his team. What he didn't realize is that his mid laner just managed to miss his ulti completely. He ended up fighting on the equalizer. TSM members didn't get instantly dropped, and then Bjergsen came with the god tier Orianna ulti just off the equalizer, and then it's just so much damage. You don't fuck in chokeholds against these teams.
Just a quick point. They're trying to team fight into a double AP comp, and nobody's building an Aegis. Where is this item? For the whole team.
We have to have just numbers later. Okay, run it out. Go for it. Go for it.
Aegis stats real quick. TSM's total damage to champions was 93,000, 65,000 of which was magic damage. The actual math on lowering Rumble ulti damage, about 10 to 15% per person on the team. Less magic damage than Rumble by buying an Aegis.
That is massive. We do have to move on with the day, guys. So we got more action coming up as AHQ Esports Club will be taking on Turkey's Dark Passage. Let's take a quick behind-the-scenes peek at how the teams are preparing. It's, of course, AHQ once again in their ready rooms, getting themselves ready for one more game on stage. And Dark Passage, we'll see what they can do as we come back in the 2014 World Championship.
Flamespitter comes out. Nice ultimate.
Beautiful
bubble from Lost Boy.
And there's over 1,000 gold left. 4 members of TSM that goes anyway.
Oh, Amazing gets the steal. Rumble all goes out. Look how it's separating the fight right now.
Fizz. I'm here.
Fizz is low. Keep running. Don't walk into this trap. You got it.
Yes!
Nice.
Good job. Oh, and this is Chum the Waters right in the face of Team Solo Mid, but Royal Club is going to try to engage. The double kill coming in from Dyrus on Rumble. Corn to the backside. Bjergsen, he gets the Trickster damage. Zanya'd out, the double kill for Turtle. Bjergsen goes down, but he takes down Corn first. A double as well for Uzi. He's trying to keep himself alive.
每个地区都不太一样。
The teams we play against, they actually like playing Ringer and they prioritize it higher than we do. It really catches us off guard.
Insane gonna dive on the top, he's going for Dynasty, a bomb gonna explode, beautiful!
For top lane at least, the biggest regional difference would be Rise. I think EU is probably the only region that doesn't play it that much.
Zero and Cola on towards him on the tower, they're gonna dive on this one, have they got him?
예를 들어 같은 경우는 한국이나 중국 같은 경우에는 니달리를 거의 손 안 하는데
And actually, then Italy also getting locked in on the side of AHQ.
유럽이나 다른 쪽에서는 니달리를 많이 선호하더라고요.
欧美的话是他们 jungle 比较偏爱卡莉丝蜘蛛。
TPA 和 AHQ 来说，就相当于喜欢4颗类型。
我觉得不是地区的关系，就是因为这个人，所以让他的英雄玩得特别好，就是属于他的面角。
We know now which picks we can't play and which picks we shouldn't fall back upon just because they're comfort. You have to go with what's strong and really make that adjustment.
Overall, it's really similar meta, and it just comes down to who plays it better.
That was an awesome Twisted Fate cosplay. Welcome back to day 4 of our first World Championship group stage here in Taipei. Next up, it is AHQ Esports Club from the GPL taking on Turkey's Dark Passage from the International Wildcard. And this is a very important game for AHQ.
Yeah, so right now AHQ sits at 1-3, whereas Edward Gaming sits at 3-1. So AHQ needs to win this and then beat Edward later on in the day to have a chance at a quarterfinal tiebreaker. And so this is now what's on their mind. Today's the day to win. Home crowd, do what you can.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Dark Passage bounce back. Remember, last time they played AHQ, they lost to Westall's Fizz, but this is the closest skill in their group as far as Dark Passage is concerned.
Now, even though they have not won a single game, Dark Passage have looked better each time. And it's very refreshing to see them come back with the smiles on their faces and take each game as a learning experience. I think that this Worlds is just going to be able to springboard the entire Turkish region.
Yeah, I completely agree. We'll see what Dark Passage have learned if they can continue improving. We're going to throw it over to the guys at the caster desk for the play-by-play.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot, and let's get right to it. Taking to the Rift on the blue side from the Garena Premier League. There we go. AHQ in the top lane. It's going to be Brides, Nas in the jungle, Westdoor in the mid lane, Garnet Devil at 80 carry, and Green Tea probably throwing some hooks on support.
And on the red side is the international wildcard team Dark Passage from Turkey, of course. Fabulous in the top lane, Crystal as the jungler, Naro is the mid laner, 80 carry is Holy Phoenix, and Touch on support.
And I kind of have to reiterate, even though everyone's thinking that this group is over, AHQ is still not eliminated. This win and a win against EDG in their game later would force a tie for second place. They're definitely playing like they're still in the group, because why would they not?
Yeah, of course. I mean, last time we saw these two teams play each other, Westor, he got Fizz, he looked fantastic. And Garnet Devil on Lucian, for me, was also really impressive. Definitely been the best game for AHQ, of course, against Dark Passage. And I feel like they are the stronger team, but Dark Passage are good enough to really surprise me and actually beat HQ.
That individual play really comes out strong for them. Last time even showing the first pick Lee Sin, trying to get all of that pressure out of the jungle. Not really working out for him too well. We'll see what they can do as they come into this champion select, because I think that's big for them. And then the factor of Holy Phoenix being the one to be able to carry Dark Passage.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Holy Phoenix to do that. Dark Passage has, despite being able to win some early games, I won't even say mid games, have lost very handily in a lot of these.
So both teams have tried kind of the same tactic in the games against Edward Gaming and Samsung White, where they would have some early game aggression, see if they can get a kill and then start rolling from there. It just didn't pay off for any of the teams. And now against each other, I feel like we're going to go back to more, I would say, safe picks and normal picks for these teams.
I wonder if Blitzcrank is a normal pick here for Green Tea at this point, because...
Hey, Thresh is gone, it's gotta be.
Yeah, I mean...
It wasn't during the season, at least.
No, definitely not.
It's been a snowball pick, to be honest, from Green Tea, but maybe he liked what he has been doing on the Blitzcrank and wants to lock it in again. But if AHQ actually takes the Lee Sin here, I like it, because it's definitely Crystal's best jungler.
Italy left unbanned, though, for Fabulous.
Yep.
That's definitely a champion he basically took Dark Passage to Worlds with. his top lane during the International Wildcard Tournament in Italy was devastating.
See how he plays that one with this. Will Holy Phoenix actually grab that Lucian? And he does. He's going to go ahead and take that right away from Garnet Devil.
So 2 very important picks for Dark Passage. You just talked about in Italy, and what Dark Passage did in the Wildcard Tournament was they made 100% sure they would get one-on-one lanes for Fabulous on this Italy, so he could dominate one-on-one, and he did. They should look to do the same, and it also really explains the Lucian pick coming in, such a strong laner. I wonder if AHQ wants to play Tristana into the Lucian, though.
Yeah, but it'd be cooler if they played Graves.
It would be.
I mean, yeah, it would be.
Listen, actually, so Twisted Fate, there it is. Okay. I want to talk about Graves a little bit. Just a little bit. Because Trist seems to overshadow him, but they're completely different type champions. The Graves buffs that hit were actually very substantial. If you combo him with Janna, the burst that he puts out, around level 5 even, is absolutely absurd. When Lucian was a little bit weaker before the change, a lot of people were thinking Graves was just kind of like, oh, he's like a bad Lucian, is what people would say. Now he's just a good Graves, right? Like, he can actually create a lot. There are some teams in China that picked him. I'm looking forward to see Garnet Devil's take.
And of course, what you can do down this bottom lane is, once Westar comes down with the Tier Vault and he lands the stun, you have so much burst from the Graves. It's very, very hard to fight in these small skirmishes against a TF and a Graves at the same time, especially early on. So it opens up for AHQ just to start a fight and instantly kill a target and therefore have the numbers advantage.
It looks like Dark Passage also saw that jab. They separate those two. Janna going to the side of Touch here, along with Holy Phoenix onto Lucian. What does Green Tea decide to pick here? He just makes and creates advantages, opportunities for AHQ. Leona can do that, but he's going to have to wait a little bit longer to get to that late game.
So the AHQ playstyle in the GPL is very focused on fighting all the time. We are somewhat talking a Royal style here, where you really want to just set up these picks here. You want to surprise the enemy team as well. And they have a lot of pick potential. But by locking in Leona here when there's already the Janna pick, it becomes a lot harder to find these fights and these picks they want to find.
Still giving a good bit of burst there if you can proc the Leona passive. Getting out some buckshot to trade in lane. Something that'll put you right at the enemy's turret. Give them a hard time. So they actually lock that in. It's going to be the round out here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this game from AHQ. They're going to go in.
Ooh,
and
cool.
despite that's a little weird, actually, here, because Dark Passage was building a team that was very capable of disengaging. And then they build a champion who does nothing but go in.
Seems to be a theme.
Yeah,
Once
and
or twice there.
Vi doesn't really fit with a Nidalee as well, because Nidalee you want to split push pretty much for the entire game long, and then the rest of your members is focused on sieging and focused on disengaging, but maybe this one had this pick potential in case Fabulous does well in his one-on-one, and then they want to look for a fight after.
But yeah, so how does that Vi work in a perfect world for these guys?
Well, basically what they're going to do is if they get this 4v4 and they see someone out of position, they're going to engage with the Vi, get the first kill. You have Ahri as well, follow up with the charm, so you have a lot of burst potential between these two champions alone, a lot of pick potential.
Yeah,
but at the same time, you kind of want to have more poke and more disengage as well.
It would basically work if they can somehow get really far ahead in the game, because then if they have a strong Nidalee split pusher, they have the potential to both disengage and engage if they have like a huge numbers advantage. But at this level, you generally don't get that far ahead or have that type of numbers advantage.
Well, it could be a long game, so we'll see. Last time these teams matched up, it went 40 minutes long, a little bit longer than our average games we've been seeing here at Worlds, but these two guys love to scrap it out as well. Dark Passage is not afraid to try to make plays ahead or behind. The match is about to get underway, so show the team some love and tweet hashtag AHQWin or DPWin to @LOL Esports. We'll be checking in to see who you think will take that victory.
So I actually wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see a lot of action with both Fabulous and Crystal at the same time, and that could also explain the Vi pick, where they want to use it to set up an easy kill for the Nidalee in the one-on-one. We've seen it before in the wildcard tournament. They love to play together, those two.
I think we're going to be onto the rift here. AHQ doesn't look like they're setting up anything crazy. Dark Passage. We'll see if they can get themselves into a position. It looks like it has Nas something up with his keyboard, maybe signifying that something didn't load correctly. We'll get that in just a few seconds.
What's nice about this, actually, is it kind of reminded me of how few pauses we've had during the World Championship. It's been smooth sailing this far, you know. Knock on the desk.
Well, again, really want to see what Crystal wants to do on this Vi pick. If we're basically going to see like Dark Passage 100% bet on the fact that Fabulous is going to win one-on-one, he's going to get his kill, and then you just start a fight and he teleports in and you're 5 members against 4, and that's the way they want to play the game.
Yeah.
And also, obviously, against something like a Twisted Fate, if you can engage onto him, he's a very mobile target. I mean, he has his teleport, yes, but that's it. If you get onto him and you have a charm as well from Ahri, you can kill him instantly. So there's a lot of like kill pressure and burst potential between the Vi and the Ahri pick here, which could be used to surprise HQ.
Looking at the Dark Passage team composition, it's almost like they just picked for each lane. They don't have a overall cohesion to the team, but each lane can do well in its own right, and then Vi will work well with every lane individually. So it's very much a team that just wants to stay, maybe a 1-3-1 split push, 1-2-1 with Vi going around trying to make plays, something like that. But once again, those require gargantuan leads to actually work. And AHQ is very good individually, and it's unlikely to happen.
They do have a pretty good like mid-game siege though. Push, you have Janna and Lucian at the same time, so they might be able to set something up around this 15-20 minute mark. Once again though, the Nidalee pick needs to do work.
See what these teams can get out of the early game. A peripheral issue all fixed up, not a problem here. And we get the game underway. Seen Dark Passage a few times getting some very, very deep wards in. A team that likes to get the 2v2. Looks like they're going to get it anyways out of this one with no problem or extra work needed.
This pick here for Green Tea is still very, very risky when you are against a Janna. I mean, the Monsoon or the Hurricane itself can basically stop Leona from ever going in. Yes, you can land your ulti from range, but that's going to be it. And unless you use that onto the Janna itself, there will always be the potential of the disengage. But there's a lot of like upfront CC coming from AHQ. You have Aurelia stun, you have Twisted Fate, and of course Leona following in.
Yeah.
So one member from Dark Passage out of position, and suddenly he's left for dead.
Yeah, it's one of these team comps from HQ where it just takes a gold card and then everyone else can pile on really, really easily. And it makes a lot of sense here. Westdoor's Twisted Fate is legendary for a reason.
I will like to predict the Mikhail's fairly early here for
Hold to that.
I hope he's going to build it. There's a lot of targets here where...
Well, we've seen the Magi lately, right? Everybody would be like, oh, that's a troll. But not really. Now when you're Janna, you can sit on the back line. We've seen Magi coming out all over the place this Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, Soul Stealer is fine as long as you don't actually need the Mikhails as the early item, which in this comp you definitely do. One of the reasons actually we don't see Leona very often is because she's countered so hard by Mikhails and by disengage from all these supports here.
So a little bit of help, obviously, to the junglers to keep them on par here throughout the early game. They're going to end up on opposite sides of the jungle, so we'll see how that affects the solo lane for Crystal up top if he chooses to go hard with Fabulous. Not much crowd control to work with there, so they may just keep themselves safe, and Crystal wants to get himself to 6. There's the damage already coming out of Holy Phoenix, and Touch trying to get a little upper hand.
They had to win this early game from Touch and Holy Phoenix side. When you have the Lucian, you have the Janna as well. Leona can only go in and kind of execute one minion, and then she's pretty much done in the early push. So Dark Passage will be winning their race for level 2 in his bottom lane, and should be able to actually... Whoa!
And
how on earth did they lose?
2. That is not good for Dark Passage. Exhaust burn for nothing.
How on earth?
They didn't push fast enough. Straight up. They used both of the Targon stacks to push faster. Garnet Devil used his Buckman
here with the relic shield, and we have seen this Janna pick for like Royal Club too because they're double ranged.
Those early game mechanics, Phoenix Touch.
Very true. They were trading, trying to trade instead of going for minion.
And go ahead and get this pressure on very nicely. This may call Crystal down now as he lane.
His health potion, but that was it.
Yep.
So we had full focus on minions from AHQ, full focus on Passage. In the end, didn't pay off.
He's going to be warded out on that. The team says, don't even worry about it. We're going to ping you here. There's a ward. Looks like he's just jungle, slowly waiting in the fog now. Oz sitting on his own ward, so he's safe for that one. It's not going to be known that he's in the up.
So early. The level gank is typically not super threatening, but they're Green Tea, and given away that was spotted, and they backed up as soon as he walked on the ward.
Could be a very though for Crystal to come back around this one. Westdoor says, my spidey sense is going off. I'm going to rotate up towards Nas. This will be a safe escape.
Yeah, and he knows where Crystal is, and of course his own jungler on the top side, so he's should be fairly safe. Now he needs to be careful though, because Crystal's been gone for a while, and he just
combo a charm. They enough damage to kill. Vide level 3 is actually pretty. I'm very surprised he's trying for so many level 3 ganks here.
Uh-oh. Should be all right. Fat Fabulous gets himself in the brush. He'll get that speed. Now in the favor of Crystal, he's going to start.
Westo is actually not running Ghost on his Twisted Fate, like we see from most other regions of Twisted Fate team fights, and also for your ganks. It's extremely strong. He wants some more lane pressure here against Naru, so we could potentially see him and Nas try and go for some kills in his mid lane. Crystal, though, is back to farming, even though he did delay himself quite a bit by actually standing both in the bottom lane and then up towards his mid lane.
We'll see what Crystal does from this. He doesn't feel too safe right now. Obviously, just grabbing the big one. Gonna leave that and try and hurt Nas. More than help him out on that one. Holy Phoenix now getting the lane pushed up. They're keeping it quite even in CS across the board, so it's all about this first move. No jungler there to assist on that, and Westor is gonna have to back off of this. Not much mana. So he's gonna stay, get these last two.
I'm still paying a lot of attention to Crystal because he is really delaying his level 6 here, and he spent so much time to wait around in the brush. Unless he gets something positive happening, he's going to set himself way behind.
Well, going in for this one here, but force a flash.
Oh, they do indeed force the flash. Ardent Blaze does not give Phoenix enough room to continue to chase with a passive speed. Nice light bringers, though, keeping on that harass, calling Nas down, walking through a ward. Upper hands now, little plays going in favor of Dark Passage. Naru tries to go hard in the mid lane. The Ignites are used. Orb of Deception just missing as he eats 2 shots from the turret.
Still some very good aggression here from Naru in the mid lane. He's actually been pretty impressive this tournament. He's been holding his own in lane for most of the games, and also just at the wildcard tournament, he was one of the most impressive mid laners, showing some great mechanics. Bottom lane though, yes, you force a flash from Leona, but you have to return now to this bottom lane and punish her for not having the flash. Otherwise, it's not really worth it, and at the same time, you want to just sit back and farm now and get your level 6.
He's such a low level, yeah, exactly. Maybe he could return a level 6, but if you're Vi, you want to use that level 6 gank, usually mid lane with Naru's Ahri to create a guaranteed kill, where the flash has been burned as well.
It really seems like though the tactic from Dark Passage evolves around Holy Phoenix. And Crystal in most of the games is actually paying a lot of attention to the bottom lane very early on. Against Samson White, some of the games we saw, he would just sit bottom lane even when his buffs were spawning, and he would actually end up losing both, or at least lose the blue buff because he was still sitting bottom lane, trying to get Holy Phoenix ahead. And I don't feel like they have to. He's doing fine alone in the laning phase. Why not rush for level 6, go mid lane, and get Naru ahead on this Ahri pick here so he can snowball.
Try to build up another advantage, get something else going. A little too much focus maybe towards the bottom lane. Naru will be coming up with 6. We just saw the trade with Westor in the mid lane, and that's something that was really awesome about this last matchup is there are great trades between these teams. Now we're going to see that Destiny towards the top lane. That Fabulous jumps out. They're going to get this one to Prize. He is forced to use his flash, but they do pick up first blood.
And that was such a good ulti by Westor here. First of all, there was a ping ward to make sure there was no ward from Dark Passage, spotting him going towards the top lane, and then you get the kill on Italy. She needs to win her laning phase. She needs to become stronger one-on-one. Then the Aurelia pick here. So very nice gank. And once again, there was no pressure on Westor here. He could just go up there and teleport.
That's the biggest thing. I kind of blame Naru there for having a lapse in pressure against Westor because he was doing so well. He'd already burned his flash. Westor didn't have much left, and then he just let him walk in a lane and kill his top lane.
And as soon as the gank actually happened, Naru walked in, placed a ward behind the ping ward here, so now they can actually see Westor move towards the top side. But the ult is already on cooldown, so it's not really going to do anything for him with the ward here.
So great job by Westor, as you mentioned, chat, not having much left. He uses that gate to the top lane. Not gonna have his flasher as Ignite, but he helps Prides get that kill. We're gonna have Fab Fabulous trying to get some deep vision in that may help DP get some of their advantages.
I need to see what Crystal does with this first Vi ultimate. He's already so far behind. He's got 22 CS 9 minutes in and just hit level 6. If he doesn't make a positive impact off this next Vi ultimate, I don't think he'll have a positive impact at any point in this game.
Both Aurelia and Twisted Fate without ultimate at the moment. Dark Passage could go and look for a kill here. You have Naru ready, has his ulti. Crystal as well.
They're definitely trying for this blue buff right here. It's on top of a ward. Nas is level 6 as well. There's red buffs on both junglers. It's kind of a testy move here, but there are a couple flashes down on the solo laner, so it's a really difficult collapse by the rest of AHQ.
We already have the roam coming up for Green Tea. They really feel like something is going to happen here. Dark Passage is taking a little too long to grab this one. Full rotation from the bottom lane already coming up. West Door going to try to close on this one too. Looks like AHQ moves around quite a bit. They're still going to get the blue on the side of Dark Passage.
So they played it safe, but they did actually manage to pick up the blue buff here, and that was basically just AHQ saying we have no flash on our solo laners. We don't want to risk this fight here because one ulti from Crystal and Naru will follow, and then you have one dead Twisted Fate.
Yeah, look at this from Dark Passage. 3 out in the early game. Not something we would have ever seen in the beginning games here from them at Worlds. Absolutely making moves and getting those advantages in for themselves. Those pinks also going to help stave off any kills that A going to continue to get by pressuring through. 10.5 minutes in, it's 1-0.
It definitely feels like this game is Q's schedule, more so than anything else. West Door hasn't been pressured without his flash. Now Green Tea is level 6, where if they land a Zenith Blade onto Touch or Holy Phoenix, they may be able to straight up kill someone.
He probably needs to just ult first and then follow up and try and lock down Touch for long enough before he can Hurricane on Monsoon, because as long as Touch is ready, Green Tea should never be able to land his E and actually engage straight onto them, so he should be forced to use ult from range. Up in top lane though, small skirmish going on.
Back and forth, both level 8. The heals going to come in to help Fabulous stay sustained on that one. Crystal missing a pink ward towards the top lane. He's going to start heading down towards mid, but still no assault and battery from him just yet. Uh-oh. Touch in a bad spot, but
Ari was there to block.
Yeah, they don't have the vision.
So it's pretty funny with this top lane matchup we have, because Aurelia will actually hit a point where she becomes stronger just in a straight up burst one-on-one. Like once she gets her Trinity Force, and there's a Trinity Force on the side of Nidalee as well, Aurelia should actually be able to win it. Simply also because Nidalee no longer gets his like level 6 power spike because she has her ulti from the start, which she obviously didn't used to have. However, second item after Trinity Force and suddenly the Nidalee pick should be stronger once again, especially if you get a defensive item and Aurelia don't have enough damage or burst to actually take you down.
Yeah, to me though, the fact that Fabulous didn't press the range advantage earlier on in the game is a pretty big win for Prides. The mid game there will be strong, plus that's the Leona. Pow!
Bada bing, bada boom, Touch goes down in the bottom lane. 3 getting a piece of that one, and the Solar Flare was spot on. Looks like we're going to be getting a turret or at least a dragon out of this one for AHQ.
That was such a risky play by Touch, just running down. He had no wards at all in the bush, which actually meant he wasn't ready to react once Green Tea engaged onto him. And we talked about how it shouldn't happen when you have the Genopic. You should be able to force Leona to actually use the ulti as the main engage. This time around, because there's no ward, he just walks straight into it.
We also see the potency of the Graves pick in that situation, right?
Oh, crazy.
Of all the other 80 carries, he's going to burst harder than all of them. They did it during the duration of the stun, and they stopped Janna from being able to disengage.
Keeping slight gold lead in their favor on the side of AHQ. And starting to get kills around the map now. At least everybody has participated in one of these 2 kills, which is going to help with a few of those item creations, at least the middle part of the recipes. Slow lane in this top side right here, like you're saying, Fabulous not really pressuring on one of his main champions and allowing himself to really be taken out here. Bride's coming up strong on this one. Another Blade Surge to keep himself closed in. Great use of his follow-up.
And this was the power spike for Aurelia we talked about here. Again, level 6 from Nidalee. She doesn't really get anything extra. And they're both building towards the Trinity Force. Fabulous, you might end up dying here.
Indeed. Not going to be able to get a heal for himself. He walks in for one last paper cut, and he goes down.
All in potential for Prides. Too much.
And all of it's made possible because Dark Passage has no pressure on the map. They're being able to slowly and methodically set up these easy kills. No wards in the bottom lane sets up a kill. Easy pressure in the top lane and no pressure in mid lane sets a kill off in the top lane.
Dark Passage can get out of this. We did see when AHQ started to take a hold last time, they were making some desperate moves, but those desperate moves ended up putting them farther behind.
And we really see Westor put all his attention on this Nidalee pick here to make sure Prides can be stronger for a longer time of the game in his one-on-one. So he even gives up the dragon for it, but it should be fine for him simply because they want to shut down this Nidalee pick so hard. Oh, Touch, you might be in trouble again.
Oh, Holy Phoenix, he gets the Relentless Pursuit off.
Missed it.
Collateral damage just on the outside. The cone missing, and it looks like they do not come up with a kill that time.
Gotta land your ultimate. That's the biggest thing. I don't think it would have been enough to kill, but it may have burned a summoner spell.
See mid lane here, Westor.
Great dodge by Westor.
Good damage.
wild cards coming out. That is a lane win for now. There's still a blue buff on Naru and some potions, so he's going to be healing up just a little bit. Pride looking to get deep on this one. Finds Crystal level 10 to level 8. He is not long for this world. One more transcendent shot.
Nice.
Right to the ankles.
Well played by Pride here, moving down. He actually was looking also for the dive onto Naru. He might come anyway.
Whether it's a hook or the sun, Green Tea's spot on with his lockdowns, but they cannot follow up a nice monsoon by touch there.
It's not over yet, though.
Oh! Nas providing himself with a kick. Touch trying to flash out of that one. And it looks
a lot of help.
Wow, they are just going to close down on this mid turret right now. Naru's going to be going down. AHQ picking up Dark Passage, trying to make those plays.
And AHQ is just doing whatever they want on the map at the moment. It started from Pride's killing the top tower, walked down to this mid lane here, was actually sitting ready to dive on Naru, and then Crystal just runs into him. There was no wards at all. He managed to get the first kill. Rest of the team follows up here, and they just get so many kills.
We're 15.5 minutes into the game. I don't think Crystal's used Assault Battery. He has never been in position to use it, is one of the biggest things. He's only been running away, and there just haven't been any windows here for him to sneak in. Not bot lane, not mid lane. He needs to be able to use it. He's just getting caught out.
Here.
There it is.
Ooh, this could be bad. That was a nice assault and battery, but where's the follow-up? They don't have any slow to continue this fight. A Howling Gale to maybe come out.
No.
Teleport from Prides, and he's going to start locking it down with the fight. He starts off. He comes in with a double buff, so he's probably going to be going hard under this. The turret's going to follow after. One more Blade Surge, and Prides is having the time of his life.
That is all of the top lane ganks from West Shores TF coming to fruition. 5-0-1, but he had the Trinity Force before that teleport and just destroys Dark Passage.
The walk-up stun as well.
Yeah, so first ult action from Crystal onto Green Tea, and then he just managed to log on to him, escape as well from both Holy Phoenix and Touch, and it's just a matter of time before teleport comes in. We have Nas down here as well on the Lee Sin, and just cleaning it up.
It was so nice here from Prides. He actually was able to last hit with his Blade Surge on the first target to get it and have the reset onto Touch.
Oh, it was one. This is unfair.
Oh,
it's 4 people.
Fabulous. Oh, Green Tea's like, I want a piece. Give me a piece here. A teleport up to the top lane. Pride's still going now onto Crystal. He's going to get another one for himself, and this is just getting a little crazy.
Yeah, we've all been in this situation where the enemy team has an Aurelia who just snowballs out of control, and she can kill everyone in this one-on-one here, and Fabulous just constantly being shut down by multiple members from AHQ.
Better nerf Aurelia.
Better shut her down a little bit, or at least stop people from helping her out, because this is just out of control.
Prides has been enormous for AHQ. He picked up Nidalee over Fabulous last game, and he still wrecked a game with it. Now giving Fabulous his main champion. Uh-oh. Pride's now to the bottom lane. He goes for Holy Phoenix here. Not being able to use the Relentless Pursuit to get out of this. Oh, collateral damage. One more shot. Nobody's going to be in range. Oh, he can't smoke him out. They're going to get out of this one alive. Fabulous in the top lane. Oh, my gosh. They cannot keep him alive for more than 2 minutes. 18 on the clock, 12 kills on the board, and now a 7,000 gold lead.
The ganks are just coming in every conceivable moment right now. The lanes have broken down. Everything is just completely crumbled and fallen apart for Dark Passage.
You pretty much only have one option now, and it's actually to pull a Starhorn Royal Club. Wait in a bush, hope someone from AHQ is going to face check you, get a kill, and just try and delay the game a little bit. Yeah. Gone Devil, I'm trying one-on-one Crystal down here.
Fancy feet. Saying that was a warning shot. Gets out alive on that. No kills right now. The shutout coming in for AHQ, doing a very nice job at keeping everybody omnipresent on the map. They're just showing up out of the woodwork when they want to. Sightstone's already really just closing out on Dark Passage because they're not able to get rid of this vision. AHQ sees them everywhere.
And it was pretty clear we had a plan from Dark Passage coming into the game. Crystal wanted to put all his focus on this bottom lane to make sure Holy Phoenix could get ahead. Problem was he did it on Vi before level 6, which means he had no pressure in the lane at all. And in the mid lane, while they did force the teleport, the flash from Westor just one-on-one with Naru, he didn't place the ward in time to actually spot Westor going towards the top side. He placed it after the gank had happened. And then from there on and out, it was just impossible for Dark Passage to do anything because Pride suddenly just started snowballing completely out of control.
And for AHQ, I think this is a big momentum game as well. right? They win this game, they try and take the positive feelings into their game against EDG.
It would be very big. They come out of this one 2-3. The game against EDG would make it 3-3. Give EDG 3-2. So they need to do what they can here to keep that momentum up.
And we might see the same solo lane setup for them against EDG if they can, because if they can snowball Pride, we've just seen it right here. He can take over the game.
Pride's getting himself into a 4v1, but everybody else is able to come in and play. Beautiful job to take down Touch. The disengage is no longer there. They get what they want. Looks like they're going to grab this bottom turret and continue to press on. Dragon's alive if they do even want to back off.
Well, I think they're probably just going to go back to Dragon instead. They're actually building very glass cannon on the majority of their team members, so there's a little bit of risk that they would be able to get counted on, but it's 13-0 and a 9,000 gold lead. Make it 10 after this Dragon.
Again, we're just going to have to see Dark Passage try and set up a potential trap. I mean, you have the RA pick here. If people face shake you and you land a charm, you do have a lot of damage. Now needs to be careful in here, though.
Oh, wow. Jeez. Green Tea not afraid to make plays. Dodges out turret shots on that one. He was just out of range on the charm as it pulled him in. Just crossing 20 minutes now. Different part of the game here. 13-0. Pride 6-0-2 in the top lane. Down in CS, but it doesn't matter. He's been just tearing people's faces off as Fat Fabulous tries to farm. He's getting everything he wants. So you see if they can two-man this up here. Crystal, even afraid to clear that ward.
They were hoping to 1v5 him. Or 5v1 him, rather.
You're only giving him more that tenacity.
Giving him more people to kill.
So it was actually smart enough because everyone else from AHQ had gone back to base. So Dark Passage just sent all 5 members to the top lane, hoping Pride would overextend.
That basically would have been the Royal Club special from the game we just saw.
It would.
They would have been able to kill the top lane, and they would have immediately had to turn tides to Baron. But
the worst part about that play was we have seen Royal Club do it before, and yet weren't ready for it until we saw the Fist sitting in the bush and was like, oh, they want to kill Dyrus right here.
Oh, that play again.
Oh, right, yeah.
Now AHQ, definitely a possibility to focus on closing this one out, working on getting into the base as fast as possible. Teams are definitely going to see a weakness here if they cannot close this out, and they're going to use it against them.
They have to actually just split up here, use Pride down this bottom lane because he's so strong. No matter who Dark Passage sent down here, he's going to die. So he can just push it up by himself. He does have teleport ready as well. That Fabulous on Italy here might actually look to be a bit more of a team fighter because he can one-on-one, so getting some magic pin on his boots just to try and do some damage with his spear.
This is weird.
Hey, a nice pair of shoes.
It's pretty much his only choice. Honestly, if he's going one-on-one at this point, he's too far behind to do anything, so you might as well stick with your team. And if you can do some damage with your poke, maybe it can pay off.
It's a big maybe.
Took the words right out of my mouth. We'll see what they can continue to provide as pressure here. Westor has not made too many of the Destiny plays coming up. Dark Passage is keeping themselves on the safe side of things as they stay in a death ball, which isn't really killing too much.
They're just trying to stay together and prevent the carnage that is AHQ.
Uh-oh.
However, the split push is working for AHQ. They need to make this one go, and that's...
Oh! The kind of rule of thumb here was you're not supposed to leave anybody else on your team. Crystal was looking for a few more wards as Touch backed off, and it cost him his life.
Baron time.
Still 4 members of Dark Passage. I mean, they have to go for this fight. This is the chance to come back. If they can ace AHQ here, they might still have a chance.
A little bit of vision. We've seen the Howling Gale take the Baron. Will it happen for Touch? Looks like, oh, they just turned off of it on this one. Naru's going to be a focus. Green Tea just missing the Zenith, but the Ignite is able to burn him out on the last tick. A few more shots. Pride picks up 7-0-3 on the game. Looks like they're going to head back for Baron.
It's all about the turn and kill right there for AHQ. They have enough CC and enough initiation that they're completely neutralizing Touch's Monsoon.
Here we go. Crystal's going to try to get into range here. Pride's with just about the amount of HP Fat Fabulous has. Still able to fight him down from full. And it looks like Crystal can get into range here. Let's see what AHQ does to trick them into trying to fight this Baron.
They keep staying at this Baron here, so Dark Passage actually managed to force them away, force them to go back to base. Delayed him just a little bit. The thing is, AHQ has two options right now. You can keep forcing this Baron here. At some point, you will get the picks you need. You will get the team fight, and you should be able to take the Baron. Question is just how long is it going to take you? Otherwise, just go back to what you did before. Westdoor sitting in the mid lane. You have Garnet Devil and Green Tea sitting in the bottom lane, and you have Pride sitting in the top lane. And you just push up every single lane because you are so strong in one-on-one 2v2. Wow. And it's easy for Westdoor to just pick one of the lanes and say, okay, I'm going to go kill the top lane, kill it, get the tower, push it into the base.
So much map pressure for AHQ. Again, can they put that pressure down right now? They're kind of looking for kills. It's all about closing out the game. Teams are going to be able to do that quite fast as we make it out of the group stages. 16-0, looking very good. They got to feel confident, but they're not over pushing, which is going to get themselves in trouble. Fab Fabulous doing what he can to try and grab vision because they are not able to keep their wards up on even their own side of the jungle. Crystal, level 15 to 11 we're looking at right there. Not having the best game.
HQ should pick up the pace a little bit, honestly. They're up 16 kills to 0. Obviously, they don't want to make a mistake. They're going to try and rinse and repeat exactly what they have done previously.
Pride's had to use teleport before, though, which will actually hurt them a little bit in terms of the split pushing, because he's not able to be down his bottom lane right now. Let's see if they actually want to start this Baron. They do.
I think they've scared Crystal off enough.
Garnet Devil, and he's trying to be a one-man bouncer on this side of the wall. They can always use the ultimate of Westdoor if they don't have the vision, but that's not even really gonna happen. There's wards.
However,
everywhere.
without Garnet Devil, they're doing almost no Baron damage. This is not very well
play there. Definitely
HQ.
A weakness seen in the strategic call there, but they finally pull somebody over. They're just playing the waiting game, I guess. They need to get into the base soon.
But we've seen this before from Touch. I mean, he's running alone here. He's playing way too careless, and he actually ended up costing him his life again. He could have stayed with his AD carry with the rest of his team on the top side, because they already forced AHQ away from the Baron, and then he just managed to get a free kill. Luckily, though, for Dark Passage, you don't actually get anything from it. And actually open top as well, because the entire team of AHQ is now moving away from the Baron, so all the wards they placed before will now get removed, and they actually have to start over once again. You never really want to just have everyone running away from this area. You've just been setting up all the wards.
Yeah, if anything, I just call this AHQ close a little sloppy. They don't need to do anything right now. They're up 17 kills to 0 and 12,000 gold. The game will kind of come to them if they don't make giant mistakes. So they're just doing the same play over and over again and getting small wins, making the lead bigger and bigger, and eventually that will lead to victory. But in a closer game, moves like this would be really risky.
I'm sure ADG is definitely taking note to how they are playing this much of an advantage. Playing a little overconfident. So like we said, not getting themselves in trouble, just getting everything they want. Now, seems like they're kind of congregating in the mid lane. We're waiting for Garnet Devil and Westdoor to make their way through. We'll see what AHQ has for another bit of Baron pressure and drawing Dark Passage into their picks.
And I'm not sure if AHQ was actually afraid of actually straight up team fighting just before here. Or not, well, straight up team fighting, but they had a lot of squishy members. So if you do overextend in a fight, it might actually end up costing you. Now you have some tanky items on Pride, you have some tanky items on Nas here, which means they can actually dive onto the backline of Dark Passage now and stay alive. And I know they're very far here.
Pride's going towards Guardian Angel. Westdoor will be able to one-shot people pretty soon if he can finish his death cap. Obviously, Garnet Devil completed some big-time itemization, basically going for a full Armor Pengraves build. They're slowly working this one together and maybe setting up a 1-3-1 with Twisted Fate and Aurelia.
Nice scrying orb. AHQ throws down the solar flare from over the wall, causing Naru to go into his spirit rush, but he's forced back to the team. That's the third in the flash over the wall. Great positioning to kind of cause chaos. The rest of Dark Passage cannot really catch up to the fight to do any damage to Nas or continue the damage, and they just lose Naru.
Yeah, but he did actually manage to get Nas so low that if they start up a Baron, it could have been a very risky play. So AHQ back to just pushing up the tower here, and Nas had to go back to base.
The feared flash red card there from Westdoor. Not able to pick up the kill. Couldn't land the wild cards afterwards.
You guys are big. Once they do reach the turrets, that Lichbane finished up. The Triforce is there. They're going to start eating these alive. Look how fast those go down. The turret's not long for this world once AHQ reaches it without any DP members.
And this is basically what they could have done like 10 minutes ago because they were so far ahead. I mean, just push up on this tower here. You are so damn strong. Green Tea can be the guy to dive as well. They just got 2 towers for free.
Now we're really seeing this lead grow and grow and grow. Dark Passage is kind of out of options. They've been out of options for a while.
Creating options out of thin air for sure. Touch has been trying to get the wards necessary, which is kind of making him go down. They cannot find a way back into this one just yet. And that's props to AHQ. Once again, Crystal going very deep on that one. The desperate play is coming out. Looks like the inhibitor will fall here in the mid lane, and it looks like AHQ will be able to go around the horn with pretty nice wave pushing in each of the outside lanes.
But again, I mean, we're seeing so many of the right ideas from Dark Passage, but then they just really know if they can't really execute it in this game because they've fallen so far behind, simple as it is. And then well, talking about right ideas, the early game was misplayed by Dark Passage. The way they were using Crystal on this and the fact they couldn't control Westdoor, but otherwise, I mean, they've been able to hold off and actually go for a kill.
So close. Oh, he knows. He's just kind of hanging out. That sigh every time they see Westdoor throw the eye up. He's going to be getting a kill. 4-0-6. The scores looking great across the side of AHQ as they come in at this game 20-0.
I mean, let's talk about the rest of this group here because EDG has the game at the end of the day against Samsung White. And honestly, the games we've seen with AHQ have put them a pretty substantial tier below the rest of the teams in this group. However, the fact remains that EDG is probably not going to be able to beat Samsung White in the last game of the day. And if AHQ could pull out some type of miracle against EDG, they would definitely force that tiebreak. It's just a matter of practicing crisp plays so that if they get a lead against EDG, they can actually close out this game. Because as of now, they've been sitting on a just monster advantage for the last 15 minutes, and they've slowly increased it. That's not how you beat the #1 team from China in EDG.
We'll see what they can do, making a bit more pressure. Oh, Fat Fabulous could be getting hit up right now. He gets himself out with a flash.
And we also have to say, I mean, the EDG way of playing is fairly slow early game, but then you are extremely strong in the late game, team fights.
Exactly.
And AHQ, even if they should get a lead against EDG, if they're not able to close out the game, EDG will come back and become super strong.
Ooh, there goes Green Tea going down. There's a bit of a hit. Touch with a nice ultimate so they can't follow up. Oops. Crystal is just kind of locked in place and needs the collateral damage. They're going to go on to the next inhibitor turret here, and this looks like it could be grim. Holy Phoenix goes down rather, not coming back up from the ashes. 22-1, DP picks up one of those kills for himself. And it looks like it is a force of AHQ out of the base. They've got what they wanted. They'll be back for more.
You can really see the burst damage from AHQ. Compositionally, when they go in, it works very, very well.
Still looking for this Baron. So every time they decide not to go Baron, they actually get some kills, get some towers, get into the base of Dark Passage. Now they're back. Baron is coming from base.
Baron is their ADD to focus and getting more of the objectives in the base. Right now,
should be able to get this one.
Gonna go back to this one, and it should be safe enough. You are right, Deficio. Oh, very close. Seen that before. Nas coming up with the Baron. AHQ buying themselves a bit more strength. Should bulldoze down in the base of
I had some flashy ass when Blood happened today at Worlds, but the timing was there.
Dragon's alive, so a quick pickup of AHQ. They come back out. Wards going up by that really won't be able to be defended once AHQ gets themselves in range. But they're doing what they can this last part of the game. Trying to stave power and really getting a great learning experience out of being this far behind, how to just stop a team from continuously pushing you back in your own base.
Yeah, I mean, again, they have been able to hold the HQ off for now. They lost 2 inhibitors, and I mean, we have seen a few plays from Naru where he's been trying to just like pick off people. We had the pink ward bait down this bottom lane where he almost actually got a kill onto Ghana Devil, but it wasn't meant to be. And I like this from Dark Passage. This is what we need. Sit in the bush and just wait. It worked for Fnatic for a few years.
Together for the Solar Flare and the Graves AoE. This is... No, actually, it does look like they're going to be able to catch Garnet Devil.
Oh,
he is one a little too close.
Oh, run away. No way. Faster. He can't get away. He's dead. He goes down.
No, he actually was like, okay, okay. Is there anyone waiting here?
Oh, Pride's diving in. Wester on the outside. The wildcards practically pass through the entire team. And the HP bars of Dark Passage just getting obliterated. Touch is going to be running outside the base. He says, follow me. You do not want our Nexus. But they will. AHQ gets the surrender bow from Dark Passage. And they Nexus-size their right to victory.
Just look at the scoreboard there. 27 kills to 2. Definitely the better team in this matchup.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it was all about Westor and Prides in the start. Both gangs from Westor went to the top lane. They got kills onto Fabulous up there, got Prides rolling, got the tower. Didn't even care about the dragon, gave it to Dark Passage just to snowball Prides. And obviously it paid off because suddenly he could just teleport down to bottom lane, pick up some more kills, and take over the game, to be honest, together with Westor.
Prides is a guy you need to shut down because he plays with a lot of it. He comes out very strong for the team, and we saw Westor making that a point in the early part of the game. Strong play from all of the AHQ members in this one.
Still really scary, the fact you can have like 20 kills to 0, and you still use, what were we, 34 minutes into the game to actually finish it here. I mean, because at first they were baiting the Baron for like 5-6 minutes. Dark Passage managed to always, you know, interrupt them, and
yeah. The nice thing is they still were able to pull off that nice victory in front of the home crowd.
For sure.
There hasn't been too much to cheer about. TPA obviously having their struggles in the group stage. AHQ struggling as well. This is the last hope, really, from the GPO region. They lose one more game, they're out. But I totally agree. The story of this game is how long it took after their initial surge.
And they can't do it against EDG. If they do manage to pull off a great early game, you have to be able to close it. Otherwise, you're going to lose the game. And then we're going to have the final of Group A between EDG and Samsung White.
We were saying that the whole time. EDG's watching this game, taking pointers, knowing that it's a very indecisive Baron as AHQ reaches it. So EDG may be able to take control even at that objective of the game. And
I wonder if EDG, by looking at this game, are going to consider banning like the Twisted Fate from Westor. We've seen it a few times already. It seems to be like Zed, Fizz, and Twisted Fate, and you choose 2 of them every single time.
Why do you bother banning 2 if you're just going to let the third one
Exactly.
through?
So he will always get 1 of them. I do wonder if they're just going to ban all the mid laners against him, put him on like a Talon, and then just control him.
All right, well, gentlemen, and everyone watching, remember to send all those jaw-dropping, rock'em sock'em highlights our way with the hashtag World's Big Plays. But for now, we're going to send it over to the guys at the analyst desk for a breakdown of AHQ's victory.
Thank you very much, Riv. And guys, and there's not a whole lot to break down. Fact of the matter is, Dark Passage were completely picked apart by the pick comp of AHQ. Despite the fact they did go even in CS and lane, it was just all about AHQ. There was little hope of DP once HQ got ahead.
Yeah, the only thing interesting for me as a bot lane player is just the Janna-Leona matchup, and it's a very skill matchup with the burden of outplay lying on the Janna, and we could definitely see that Touch wasn't quick on a draw enough. A lot of Zenith Blades were connecting where they should have been tornadoed, and then yeah, once you start losing that lane, it gets really hard to come back because all you have is like these short, intense trades with the Janna shield. But if Leona becomes a monster too big, yeah, it's gonna spiral out of control.
Yeah, I do want to point out the little small things that he was doing to make it a little bit easier as the Janna. He's throwing Zenith Blades from brush, so you only see the particle, not the animation. So you actually
still
gain a quarter. Of course it is. Of course it is. I'm saying he's making it easier by dropping a quarter second off the reaction time. And then, obviously, again, a well-played lane.
Mata could have done it.
Of course he could have. Of course he could have.
Mata would have warded that brush.
I want to talk about Graves a little bit because I don't think this is going to be the last time we see Graves in this tournament. Well, a lot of other regions haven't seen as much Graves play. SK Telecom K in Korea was playing Graves quite heavily leading into Worlds, and so it's been kind of a pick on the rise in Korea. So will we see it again? Possibly. It's great for setting up some kill lanes and getting some pressure on the bottom side of the map.
Well, for HQ, it's definitely going to give them confidence going into the Edward Gaming matchup, but they definitely need to figure out how to close if they want any chance of making a tiebreaker scenario for quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's the thing. You compare their win to Samsung White's win, and Samsung White felt like they weren't really trying that hard and still won in 25 minutes. This took them 10 minutes longer, and you just like saw them like kind of fumble around at Baron, and that's something that's got to be shored up.
I completely agree. Right, let's dive into the Twitter sphere to hear what you guys have been saying at home. Remind you earlier in the broadcast, we asked, what has been your favorite moment from week 1 of the World Championship and why? I'm going to read some of the answers now. Our first comes from @Lubamika. Favorite moment was definitely the pentakill from Imp. The god of Vayne will punish everyone who stands in his way. That's a hell of a statement.
Yeah, coming into this tournament, we actually just had a lot of people talk about all the 80 carries that we have. We have Name, we have Uzi, we have Imp. And so far, Imp has probably been looking the best, with Uzi being a close second, even though supposedly he walked up and called Uzi the best, but I think that he's just marking his target. So, you're the best, I'm going to kill you, then I'm the best. I'm still waiting to see how Deft is going to show up. But
it's highlighter reference, there can only be one.
Yeah, Imp is famous for saying very interesting things to people.
Yes.
And he says he only hates people who are better than him. And
so he likes Uzi?
Yeah, I guess.
We'll see how this plays out. Let's roll this on. Next one comes from @NickDavy1. TSM vs TPA Game 1. The ace across the map, along with the Dragon Secure, gave TSM the momentum to take the win. Freak.
Yeah, I keep voting against apple pie, and because of it, I have to eat some my humble pie because I'm clearly not predicting very well. I'm sorry, North American fans. I won't let you down again.
Yeah, well played indeed. Next one from @GoverDoindum. Yeah. My favorite moment from this week was the Katarina lock-in. Haven't seen her for a long time, and Pawn played it great. We haven't seen it in Korea that often either.
No, but it is a pocket pick for Pawn. It does come out on Samsung White from time to time. Was it a serious pick? I do not think so.
Hey, I think he got like 15 kills. That's pretty serious to me.
16, 1, and 12. He got the double-double, man. That's the best stat line in League of Legends.
All right, the last one comes to us from @DoubleMint. It's been the unsung heroes, the crowd pumping everyone up. They don't get enough recognition, and I completely agree with that.
I mean, we can't hear him too well, but when they come in through to the headset here, they're definitely making their noise, and you even hear them chanting TSM chants left and right, so you'd be surprised to hear that, but the Taiwanese crowd really knows how to get these guys going.
Yeah, a lot of volume.
I've actually been in Taiwan once, and just all the fans were really nice. We even had a fan meet there. They're very excited to see the players.
Yeah, excited to enjoy the games. All right, thank you all for the responses, but we are very greedy and we want more. Keep sharing your thoughts by tweeting @LOL Esports. Use the hashtag Worlds. We got to slip away for 3.5, but when we return, it's back to the games of Starhorn Royal Club versus the Taipei Assassins. And on the way out, shoutcaster Chang Mao made the move to Shanghai to take part in China's LPL scene and sat down with us to share his thoughts on some of the regional differences.
Hello， 各位观众朋友，大家好，我是 TGA 的主播程毛，我现在在上海工作。在2013年整年来说的话，台湾的整体的电竞产业的发展并没有前进嘛，我觉得是很大的一个原因促使我离开了原本服务的公司。我觉得上海是一个充满活力的地方，就它聚集了来自各个地方的人，所以这么多的人为了各自的目标在生活，就给整个城市带来一种朝气蓬勃的感觉，我是还算蛮喜欢的。语言跟文化的差异是这样的，我举个例子来说，台湾跟大陆的笑话大概10个笑话里有8个不一样。就好比说我刚来的时候，然后跟那个米勒还有娃娃合作了一场比赛，然后他们讲了那个6块钱麻辣烫的笑话，然后我就不懂，我当下就不懂，他们讲了以后，然后我就哈哈哈就干笑，因为我不能让观众发现我不懂，我就哈哈哈干笑，然后赶快手机拿出来查什么是6块钱麻辣烫。我觉得 LPL 我还蛮喜欢 LPL 的几个点，竞争强度蛮高的，还不错。就在这样的竞争强度关系下面来讲的话，相对的会比较容易让队伍进步。跟韩国比赛比的话，我觉得是平均的实力是强，但是我觉得也不是上帝，就是他们也会有非常多的失误，就是你去看他们比赛，有时候也是会让你笑倒在电脑前。它除了牵涉到选手个人之外，同时也牵涉到一个背后团队的东西。韩国有的时候一个队3个教练，然后后面可能3个分析师。 然后还有20个练习生，就是他们有无限的资源，他们的资源是别人的几10倍在开发一个东西。我觉得世界各地除了韩国以外的选手都有一个普遍的缺陷，就是他们的英雄池通常没有那么好，然后以至于形成比赛上面的短板。S4的话呢，我觉得今年 LPL 的已经是一个状态相当不错，就今年竞争强度高，然后今年磨练出来的队伍状态应该都还行。想要夺冠的话，还是要天时地利人和。 不是说完全没有机会，跟韩国队的对打，除了情报收集之外，我觉得心态调整上面也是很重要的。希望 能够有一个比较好的心态去迎战韩国队，然后有没有机会取得胜利。对于解说来说的话，解说最高殿堂当然是解说世界赛，在世界赛的舞台上面，然后跟着观众、跟着队伍那个心情是解说每一年最想要能够达到的东西。很庆幸自己选择来到上海工作，然后也感谢所有人们。
Welcome back to the 2014 League of Legends World Championship. We are on to the Starhorn Royal Club versus Taipei Assassins matchup. And this is incredibly important for Royal Club because in order to challenge for that #1 seed potential tiebreaker, if it happens, they have to win this game. I want to look at Kola. He's a player that in my mind was fantastic earlier in the group stage, but has left me wanting on Rise.
I think the game that we had, instead of him being a little bit lackluster in Rise, I felt like he just did not understand the matchup against Rumble, and Dyrus took advantage of it and completely smashed him. And I just want to see him on the Rally again, though. He was really comfortable on that, and his TPs were on par. Even though he was on Rise, the TPs on Rise weren't that good.
From what I've seen rather so far, English is sometimes very hard for me. From what I've seen so far, he seems to do really well 1v1, and actually is fine just not being ganked for and just trying to survive that lane. However, TSM really exploited that and just they realized they could dive him and they took him down, and at that point Dyrus got stronger, and that you have to credit Amazing for that, because that was a really good read.
Well, if we look at what Starhorn Royal Club was doing in the LPL, it was like small skirmishes. Do they fight as often 5v5? Not so much. And at that point, you're looking at Aurelia and Jax are really kind of Cola's two main go-to champions. And they played Jax after the nerfs. I'm still waiting for this Jax to come out, because it will, I think, at some point.
Well, we'll have to see how that pans out. Taipei Assassins on the other side of the rift. They had a strong showing against Royal Club the first time they played, pushed them really hard until were unable to close, but they kind of went downhill from there. They ran Blue Build Ezreal yesterday in their loss to SK Gaming, and I don't know, they kind of just fall into pieces as this groups has gone on.
Yeah, Taipei Assassins, I had high hopes coming in. I thought they were going to be at least third place in the groups, but I thought they could finish as high as first. I just hadn't seen enough of the team yet. And we saw their first game against Royal Club, and I was like, okay, good showing. You guys look really strong. But then it just kept falling apart for them here. Their only win was against SK with a sub, and that's a pretty harsh thing to think about. Wins as well. We had high hopes coming into the desk as well for him. And we've only seen him do really that well on Lee Sin. And so it just feels like there's all these hopes for TPA, and then so much of it doesn't quite come through.
Yeah, unfortunately, letting the side down, as it were. They do have the possibility to play Heartbreaker, though, because if they pick up a win against Starhorn Royal Club, and if TSM beat SK later, it means that first place seed is no longer contested. Do we still think Starhorn Royal Club will be able to bounce back from their earlier loss? Are they still the favorites, Monte Cristo, in this matchup?
Yeah, I think you got to take Starhorn Royal Club here. There shouldn't be much of a contest.
All right, well, I do think we're about ready to throw this over to the caster desk, and we'll be seeing whether or not Starhorn Royal Club can actually secure that win, see if they can push all the way back to TSM, for the tiebreaker later in the day, if TSM, of course, finish off that game. Let's talk a tiny bit longer about this matchup in particular. We have, of course, all highlighted BB significantly throughout the tournament. His partnership with Jay, do you think it's gotten better or worse, or do you think they're still struggling, Crepo?
Yeah, I think bot lane alongside with the top lane is going to be a problem for TPA. I think both those lanes will be mismatched heavily. And the only way to counteract that will be good ganks coming out of wins. But if he's not only Sin, when he was on Kha'Zix, for example, he was just too passive. Nothing was really happening. I don't think he has played Rengar so far, unless I'm forgetting. Maybe that can be the opening. Just
Wins had one Rengar game.
Pretty bad.
Okay, that's why I forgot the game. Exactly. So Rengar's out.
Insec, Rengar.
He was basically an NA jungler on Rengar.
Ooh, yeah.
Hey, I didn't do it this time.
I'm right here.
Yeah, you can attest.
Right, closing thoughts, Crepo.
Yeah, I just don't know what his answer is going to be if he's not only Sin. That gives him enough early pressure and gang pressure to turn the tide in this matchup, because otherwise they're not going to win.
Well, we'll see if it gets banned out. Anyway, the teams are now ready for Champion Select, so let's throw it over to Riv, to Fisho, and Chat.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. You all look fantastic. So right now, let's check out what these teams are bringing for this game. On the blue side, representing China's LPL, it's Starhorn Royal Club. That means in the top lane, it's going to be Cola, Insec in the jungle, Corn in mid, Uzi at AD carry with support, Zero.
And of course, red side is the Taipei Assassins from the GPL. Achi in the top lane, Wins in the jungle, Morning is in the mid lane, BB on AD carry, and Jay on support.
All right, so I'm going to throw it out there. The analyst desk was real heavy on it. Is Lee Sin that big for Wins? Is it going to make a break?
It's the biggest for him. I mean, if he doesn't get Lee Sin, I'm not sure how he's going to keep up with Insec in terms of pressure. But we did see Insec in the last game against TSM not do too well on Kha'Zix when he didn't have the Rengar Lee Sin for the ganking potential.
Insec really feels like a two-trick pony right now. Rengar Lee Sin, if he's not doing that, they don't have much chance of winning games. And honestly, the last time TPA and Royal Club played, it was very close. I really think there's a lot of upset potential in this game.
TPA was actually the only team to lane swap against Royal Club, and it paid off because they managed to dodge around the tricky one-on-one top lane and, of course, the 2v2 lane, which will be heavily in favor of Uzi and Zero. So I actually want to see them lane swap again.
Definitely stops Insec from getting Uzi going that much more if he can't be down there to gank for the duo lane. We'll see what they come up with in picks and bans. We've gone over it a little bit. Let's see if it comes out the way we were thinking.
So with the Rengar ban here from TPA, if they don't ban Lee Sin, it could be the first pick coming in from Insec over here simply to avoid Wins actually playing it. And it might be a bait from TPA to say, okay, you first pick the Lee Sin, we maybe get something like a Rise. We can maybe get a Zillion pick. We can also ban the Zillion, so we don't pick it. Tristana could be an option for BB. Has been one of his big champions in the GPL as well.
I feel like Royal Club is really looking to get Aurelia for Cola. Like, the fact that they're blue side, basically, Alistair and Maokai are almost always red side bans, but they just don't play it in the top lane, so their ban space is really messy here.
I mean, I've seen them play Maokai once. That was against EDG in the regionals final, where they actually first picked it. If they go Rise here, Lee Sin would fall into the hands of TPA.
And that's usually not good. That's usually not good in the slightest.
Quite a bit being left up here, and it is going to be locked in. Do they take away? What else do they get? Wins is actually going to be looking at Kha'Zix right now, the Trist. What an interesting champion.
What the?
So you don't take your best jungler so far in the tournament. Instead, you give it to Insec, who's actually been performing pretty well on Lee Sin. Not to his Rengar level, but still. And the Rise pickup for Cola in the top lane. I mean, we've seen him 2 games in a row now underperforming lane. Still, clearly, Royal Club, they trust in his ability to use this Rise to carry. And also, they don't want to play against it.
Apparently, Win's not feeling that it needs the Lee. Insect grabs it. The Nami as well. So Janna's left up for the Triss combination coming into this one. Really?
I'm at a loss from GPA not taking Lee Sin right here. They can get Janna easily.
Yeah.
Right.
I kind of expect it.
It would be a great pick against Lee Sin
Then it's probably not going to happen.
Exactly. What is
I mean, the Janna pick here for TPA, if they do lock it in, would be great against Lee Sin because you can interrupt him. You have both your Monsoon, you have your Hurricane. So if he tries to go in and actually, funny enough, insect you and kick you into his own team, you can interrupt it easily as Janna here.
So, one thing though, is the Nami is a good pick against the Janna. They were watching the games earlier today.
Of course. Okay.
World Clippers TSM. I can see the Thresh here, but Janna makes more sense.
You have Janna Tristana. It's been probably the strongest 2v2 lane we have seen.
All right,
and
back on track.
So far. Back on track. We got the Janna pick here against Lee Sin. So maybe TPA's plan was actually to bait out their Lee Sin from Insec and then have the Janna as the kind of the counter pick to it. At the same time, you have Tristana as well, who should be able to handle herself. And as long as she doesn't get kicked instantly by Insec, you have to jump. You have your ulti as well to shoot him away from you. Therefore, you have a very strong bottom lane now, which they are going to need against Uzi and Zero.
I can't see Uzi not picking up the Lucian here. We've heard Doublelift saying a little bit. That's going to go back and forth, maybe in the favor of Tristana on it, but we'll see what Uzi puts up on the table. Back and forth between his Vayne. He's played some Caitlyn. Played quite a bit. Probably going to lock in that Lucian.
It's like he's taking a flower, and every time he's pulling off a petal for the Lucian to the Vayne pick. As soon as he runs out of petals, he's going to have to pick one of them.
Quickly, this top lane. We actually saw the matchup yesterday, Freddy against Cola, where Cola was playing the Rise and Freddy was playing Dr. Mundo, and he managed to beat him in lane one-on-one, but it was, a big part was the fact that Cola used his teleport twice. First going to the bottom lane and then to the mid lane, and he didn't actually get anything from the teleport, so he just lost a lot of farm. He fell pretty far behind against Freddy actually in the one-on-one, so let's see if Archie can do the same up in this top lane. Lucian Nami. I'm not gonna go against Doublelift, who was saying Tristana was a great pick against the Lucian in lane here, but Lucian Nami is a damn scary lane.
I mean, if you go against Doublelift, then you're going with Crepo. There's definitely some differences in these lanes. I'm right now going to take Uzi over BB.
I will as well.
Champions be damned, because he has been so dominating in lane. Lane swapping, I think, is a really high probability in this one. BB himself has said he's not that great in lane, and they love the lane swap.
Yeah, you have a great setup for it. I mean, you have the Mundo as well. You can run together with Wins and not just teleport up when you have the one-on-one to get some farm. You don't need to have this Mundo against Ryze matchup where you just give Ryze a lot of free farm. So lane swapping from TPA would definitely be the best idea here. You can try to counter the fast push coming in from Royal Club, which we normally see in the lane swap, simply by taking your top laner and your support, send them down to bottom lane, because once they fast push into the tower, he can just sit there and pick up all the farm and they can't really dive you.
We see Morning picking up a little bit more throughout this tournament, because some of the Syndra that we were kind of, wow, he's picking that up. Now the Fizz, no games in that in the regular season. He's really going to try to put his foot down here.
Bit of a risky pick, though.
Yeah.
We have seen a few Fizz backfire already, especially from Korn.
It can
looking
happen.
Earlier today.
Yeah, this one, it's again, they're bringing a couple pretty all-in champions with disengage on their own team. they're really going to have to try and take this kind of like at 20 minutes, but Mundo and Fizz both need longer than that. It's a weird set of champion scalings.
All right, remember, if you feel a team pulling ahead in this match, update your vote by tweeting at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag SHR for TPA win.
Yeah, both Orianna impacting the mid game, then Tristana and Fizz at this point here, making it very scary for TPA. But then again, they are maybe looking at the last game they played against Royal Club, where they went extremely late game, and therefore looking just to go full late game champions.
We are into our third game of the day here in the group stages, the first set of them here in Taiwan. We'll see what the Royal Club can put up against TPA within this matchup. Definitely a game that counts for these teams. Royal Club not having too good of a game against Team Solo Mid earlier. Let's see if they can take hold here, get a little bit of momentum back in their favor.
And it's got to be a pretty difficult loss for Royal Club there.
Yeah.
Taking multiple Barons in the game and still losing. However, these games actually have gone pretty long in the past. Royal Club plays long games. TPA had actually played the longest games of anyone in the World Championships thus far, so it will probably go late game.
I mean, look back at GPL, they had some fast games because they were dominating some of the teams, but in the final against AHQ, we had like 50 minutes and 60-minute long games because both teams were basically just fighting each other left and right, and nobody really actually managed to close it. And it's been the story for TPA. They had the lead against Royal Club game 1, didn't manage to close out the game. Royal Club came back. Now they've gone with the extremely late game focused comp here with Tristana. You have the Fizz and you have the Mundo on the side of TPA. But Royal Club's team fighting comp is pretty scary.
And TPA again going for the lane swap. They, like you said, they even did it when they were on the blue side, giving up that dragon control. They're ready to go to the late game with this.
Problem is, Royal Club is guessing it.
Yeah, they are.
And going top lane as well with Uzi and Zero.
Very nicely played. And without even the deep wards, they're trying to call this one out. It's actually going to be somewhat of an invade, too.
Yeah, no ward scouting for this lane swap, so it could very easily be forced by Royal Club. They even have an opportunity to invade here. However, there's wards on their own red, so I think we're just going to see buff trades.
So the only information TPA had at that point was simply saying, okay, you're not starting red buff, so you're either starting our red buff or you're starting your own blue buff here. But with the dual lanes up in this top lane, let's see if Wins want to walk into the red buff of Royal Club. Their own wards just disappeared, so he doesn't actually know at the moment if Insect started his own blue buff or not.
He's going though. He surmised it, and they're also going to have confirmation any second.
Oh, this could be big. BB, what did you take? Level 1. He may have to flash out of this one, or he's just going to walk out. He's just going to walk out. Very interesting, though. BB brings exhaust as well.
It's a
Trist.
boatload of harass they just took in that lane, though. Will set them so far behind, especially since they don't even get the heal to stick around at lower amounts of health. Back to base right away.
Simply again because they had no wards in their own jungle, so they didn't know where Insect was. In the end, he comes in.
He's going to get dove.
What?
Yeah, 2 people.
No, the exhaust for exhaust, but I don't know if it's gonna work. First blood for Zero, and it looks like they get out, I wouldn't say unscathed, but real happy.
And this is basically just Royal Club guessing the lane swap, sending Uzi and Zero top lane, find TPA, and then they take the red buff at the same time, and Insect just walks up behind them. Let's see what Wins can do in mid lane.
Oh, jumps on, gets the slow.
Uh-oh. Be all right.
We're in the flash, though.
Very low on mana. He's going to be forced back on this one. Right, still has the summoners.
So I like the fact he's actually paying attention to the mid lane here, because we saw the matchup earlier. Bjergsen against Korn. Bjergsen on Orianna, as soon as he got all the health potions, like as soon as he got Korn to use all the health potions on Fizz, he was forced to go back. He lost a lot of CS, and Bjergsen took full control of the lane. The fact that Wins comes in here now forces Korn back to base, buys time now for Morning, where he doesn't have to use any sustain to actually stay in lane, get some more farm, and get towards his level 6.
It's a critical juncture in the game, and Morning's going to need to get pretty strong, considering Uzi may have a pretty free lane up in the top lane to get really, really far. Morning, it's his time to shine on this.
And it doesn't look like they're going to stop with the damage. Double Doran's coming out here, so Uzi can keep the pressure on and just keep... He's going to walk right up to BB and say, how's it going? BB's this, he's only going to have to farm at the turret.
You have the level advantage, you have the sustain from Nami, you have an extra Doran's Blade. I mean, just go straight to sustain himself. And TPA at this point, they might have to swap down to bottom lane with their dual lane because they can stand here 2v2.
I'm honestly very surprised they even came back to this lane.
Double bubble from the brush, and it could spell trouble. Another kill coming in for Uzi on the last shot. BB sticking around. Zero taking a shot. He is going to walk it in. Double kill coming in for Uzi. That's going to be transferred back over. A nice little shutdown coming in for wins.
Oh, even so, that is a whole bunch of damage, but where did the second kill come from?
Uzi.
The tower, I'm pretty sure, actually killed Zero just before here, but they saw Wind come up to top lane, and they're like, okay, we can't escape, and let's just go for the dive, at least from Uzi's point of view.
Hey, that actually works out. As far as the counter get surprised me, actually, I missed the kill, but we're going to get one more look here. They get the double bubble, obviously. Nice shot right off the bat. And then here, he's tanking Church Shot.
First, it's too late.
Cannonman, since BB had tagged him, BB ends up getting a kill off of that one, and that really keeps him in the lane.
Keeps him in the lane, and he goes for that gold generation off of his buy as well. Trying to keep that gold coming in. Trying to get a little bit more damage onto Uzi so we can get his harass on. You see, take a J to half health with the Lightbringer and then 2 passives. Zero still trying to hit shots, and Insect now getting in the Hero wins.
That is pretty greedy from BB up in this top lane here. Going for his gold, put 10 item towards the static shift and not actually
getting
can't
even trade in the first place.
Exactly, not even getting a Dorn's Blade or anything, just very greedy play.
If he's going to be building an Avarice Blade, swap lanes. Go against Ryze in a 1v2 or a 2v1.
So again, they're having a pretty good time, or Archie down this bottom lane is having a pretty good time one-on-one, which would be the only reason for TPA to not lane swap. But your Tristana, who needs to get to late game, who is really weak in the mid game compared to a Lucian, is having big trouble.
Yeah, definitely going to have to question double lift on this on the desk when we go back to the analysts. Matchup isn't working for Trist this time. We'll see what BB had in mind with that exhaust play. Maybe it'll come in big later when he's bigger and trying to make plays. Shields on the turret is pretty much all Jay has to deliver right now as BB tries to soak up CS 38 to 23 in that lane. And like we said, Uzi is on his favorite. He's on Lucian. He's already 2-1-1 with the pickaxe in lane.
It's only going to get worse. Every time you get pushed down to tower, it's so hard to get any farm.
It seems to be the story of every Starhorn Royal Club game is, wow, Uzi and Zero are demolishing their opponents. But what are the other lanes doing? I think is one thing we need to focus on. Korn is actually not doing that well against Morning. Cola is just trading farm with Achi. Considering it's a Mundo versus Ryze matchup and Mundo has not been kept down at all pre-6, the other lanes are going quite well for TPA. This is fairly similar to the TSM game we saw at the very start of the day.
And it was kind of the question actually coming into the whole tournament. How good are the solo laners from Royal Club? Because Korn has definitely been stepping up his game and been getting better and better. But Cola down his bottom lane, I mean, when he's facing people like Going from OMG, he's always been in trouble and been actually losing the lane matchups. And this time around, it's just all focused around this bottom lane from Royal Club being probably the best in China in the laning phase. And then, of course, Insect making the big plays from the jungle. And then the solo laners just kind of had to survive lane, focus on farming, and just join in for the team fights.
Speaking of surviving,
Wins not level 6 yet. Tries to get in from the outside, gets a little bit of a jump, but no upgrade on anything for him. And they don't come up with enough damage. Everything was used on that one by Morning.
Look here again, top lane. BB was forced back to base. He's now going to return to the top lane, which means Royal Club can just run straight down to Dragon with Uzi, with Zero, because BB is stuck in this top lane trying to catch up now and just sit and farm. I mean, he can't even freeze the lane because he has his E actually, so he's going to kill the minions. So he's going to push the wave. Royal Club can take Dragon and just send Cola up to top lane to pick up all the farm later on.
It's already been a pretty big advantage created just by that duo. And it's going to get greater if they can get this Dragon. BB's just trying to farm as best he can. Finally getting a few CS. He was so destroyed. Far more destroyed, actually, than Turtle had done.
Uzi himself backing to buy his own Avarice Blade to keep money coming in on that side, piecing that in. Doesn't want anything to go to the wayside. Looks like Royal Club is putting their foot down now. It's going to be objective time, or at least clearing the wards.
Again, here, just go straight to Dragon. You know their enemy AD carries in top lane. He can't join in, so you're going to be 5 members. Cola right now is going to teleport to the top lane, pick up all the lovely farm, and Royal Club at the moment just fully controlling this bottom lane.
It's just textbook right here from Royal Club. How to use one lane that is ridiculously strong and create advantages throughout the map.
Yeah, and it all started with the fact Insect could walk into the jungle level 1, take the red buff. TPA had no wards on it, and had no wards on the blue buff either, so they didn't know if he started actually on the blue buff or on the red buff. And then he just walked up behind, forced a flash from Jay, BB got pretty low, back to base, and from there on and out, they were just too far behind.
And you know, lanes, they are quite,
trying to make a play here.
Quite even, but this could teeter it. Those other lanes are quite even, barring that Dragon Gold that just came into Super, or I said it, there it is, Starhorn Royal Club. But they can still keep it going.
The bottom lane is pretty hot right now, so I don't blame you. Uzi is now again in the 2v2. BB just can't catch a break. He's not avoiding the Uzi 0 lane like he needs to. He needs another 10 minutes of farming before he can think about looking at this guy.
Yeah, getting Static Shift first item is not going to do a lot for him damage-wise. I mean, it means he can clear the waves pretty fast, but normally what we see is that people go back on the first back, and they get a pickaxe or BF sword, and then they build Static Shift, so you have some attack damage to back up all your attack speed. Now he's just going to have a lot of wave clear. Insect down his bottom lane, so even when his bottom lane is winning, he still wants to come in and help.
Uzi pulling in the fight perfectly for Insect there. And it's going to be the jump out, however, from BB. They realize that's coming in. They did have a ward in that brush on their side, but it's not going to keep them safe for long.
Turret after turret, though. Uzi is manhandling BB in this lane, and they just can't keep their building safe. The gold lead is just going to get greater and greater until they swap this off. They need to have Mundo following Uzi around because he at least can take a few hits.
Imp did come around to Uzi and let him know was the #1. That top player in the AD carry position, and right now he's showing why. Insect's going to come down and give a little bit more help here. Doesn't look like they could get much out of it, but the pressure is still keeping TPA on their heels.
Can they actually get a kill here? Morning does have ulti. I want to go for him, but he has flash. He has a pink ward he can jump to as well.
Let's see just how ahead Royal Club is, even out of position. TPA catches them. They can't really make a play on it. They need to get back to lane, get these pushed. Wins trying to clean up the mid lane right now. He's getting a paycheck out of this one instead of the lane tax, and Morning's going to say, I want those.
So I did like the idea from TPA here, because you can't just sit and just let this bottom lane happen, because you're going to lose your tower now. You're going to fall even further behind in gold. So what Morning tried to do was just as soon as he saw someone overextending, he moved instantly. If he can try and get a kill on this Fizz here, we know how strong Fizz is in the late game. But he needs to get the kills, because otherwise his team is going to take too long to get in there.
He's got to land those sharks as well.
Fizz is having a hard time today. Any Fizz.
It really is.
And there's a tower going down in this bottom lane. Insect just been staying bottom lane just to secure the tower as fast as possible. You can go mid lane now. Fizz has no safe wave clear. The only way he can clear the wave is by jumping in on his E. And then you're gonna die instantly after here. So they can just rotate Uzi and Zero to this mid lane and start pushing it in on the tower.
Win stays, even after Chum the Water misses. You can kind of see that Fizz play from Morning is not something he's comfortable with right now. This blue is going to be taken out by Royal Club. That one actually, I believe, went over to Uzi, so he can continue this fight on. Didn't get Ardent Blaze on that, but he is able to push them out. He says, thank you very much.
A little baby leap over the wall by Wins. He's just had such a limited impact here on Kha'Zix. I'm still going back to Champ Select and wondering why he would not pick Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Especially when they're against Insect. It's just a total missed opportunity. Obviously, the Trist as well has been demolished, and this is turret #3 that Uzi and Zero are going to be taking.
Great pressure from Royal Club across the board. Playful and Trickster in and out, just for Morning to give a bit of harass, but not even deterring Royal Club. They stay for a bit more farm.
And because Royal Club is just taking all these towers down, I mean, they're sitting on a lot of gold already. I mean, once they go back, Rod of Age is going to be completed for Rise, of course. The Fiend's going to be completed for Korn. He might just wait till he can actually afford a large Rod as well. And of course, Uzi should be able to either complete his Infinity Edge if he wants to, unless he wants to get like maybe the Ghost Blade first and just keep being extremely aggressive.
Yeah, Uzi actually has a tendency of waiting far too long to go back to base when he has an advantage because he's tremendously greedy as an AD carry. However, I'm honestly a little upset with TPA. I think they could have done so much better this game in almost every facet. Even if they're going to end up going with wins, at least swap BB around a little bit better than Uzi.
Of course,
at least scout. And the thing that annoys me the most, it's not like they don't know how to do these things. I've watched their games. They've done them in the past. They're just not doing them now in a game where wouldn't it be spectacular for them to win this in front of the home crowd and play huge spoiler to Royal?
Something not really on the table for the moment. We're seeing Zero now join to the bottom lane, backed up by BB and J. They're trying to take white and get everything they can on limited resources. 130 to 79 in that CS. Uzi able to pretty much push forward in this lane almost by himself. Zero's obviously there, but Uzi's ready to bait in an initiation and win that fight. Shots from BB coming in 8 and 7 to a 9 and 7 right now. Seeing the gold across the board, 62.02 to that 42-ish hundred of BB's.
And again, we talked about this static shift for BB here before.
Right.
He needed it for the wave clear, especially because you have the Fizz and you have the Mundo, which is not really going to provide a lot of wave clear, so now it's all about wins and BB providing it. But it just makes him so weak in straight up fights and make it even easier for Uzi to keep pressuring him. And now we're really hitting the point where Tristana has this extremely weak mid game, which you can punish. And Royal Club, they have no reason to slow down. Let's see what happens in mid lane.
There's a bit of a hit. Morning not really winning this fight though. The Ignite goes down on both sides. He pulls the ball to him. Perfect move by Korn to deliver it back out with the Q. Nicely done there. The teleport coming in.
Oh,
this is going to be Cola. Does he have the home guards? No, he's just coming out of where it can. Instantly getting that from Nami to continue the slow on his auto attack. Looks like they're going to continue onto this turret now as well. Beautiful play by Royal Club to press an advantage.
Just so much pressure across the board. Orion has already killed Fizz. They got enough harass down. There's that Lee Sin.
Getting the jump in, not able to apply the insect. Enough to get the kick back, but they're going to get the turret, and they are happy with that.
Yeah, but his name alone forced the jump immediately from BB.
So
like,
true.
I'm getting out of here right away because I don't want to die.
I think TPA kind of mind gamed themselves in this one. Last time in the picks and bans, last time they played, they banned. Oh dear, Wins could be going down. The bubble just misses there. Cole is going to pursue. I don't think Morning should help onto this one, and he is forced to flash out. Aggressive play.
Honestly, TPA they were greedy in the jam select. They're saying, okay, let's pick this like full late game focus. We have the Kha'Zix as well, which is going to outscale like at least in team fights. So we're just gonna pick this late game and just hope we can survive, or believe we can survive the laning phase, the early game. But if you don't do anything to even try and save your Tristana, who needs to get to the late game, sacrifice your Mundo. I mean, send him against Uzi, let him get a few hits in the face. Then you're never gonna hit your late game point, unless Royal Club decides to dance around Baron now for the next 10-15 minutes, 20 minutes we could say as well. I don't think it's going to happen.
I feel like Morning felt he was going to be playing Orianna this game. Last time these two teams played, they banned Fizz against Korn, but left it up this time. Korn didn't have a very good Fizz game earlier, so he didn't want that back.
Old reliable Orianna.
Yep.
And always, all things lead to Orianna, it seems like, at Worlds. Ever since Season 2.
Yeah. Trying to put up numbers on the side of TPA right now. They are down in CS in multiple lanes. Achi really the only one, and Wins, who's been keeping himself in the jungle, is keeping that up. He's got to be putting pressure on the map though. See Royal Club in every lane now, keeping the pressure on.
They're basically just waiting now for the second item being completed on every single carry, and that's why they've just been kind of slowing down just for the last few minutes, because they want to have the death cap completed on Korn, you want to have your static shift completed on Uzi. So we haven't seen them go like full aggressive for the last few minutes. They can still do it if they want to.
They've also taken so much so fast. I mean, 4 turrets, 18 minutes in. There's no Dragon currently on the board. And honestly, TPA has just been conceding rather than contesting. So there's not much for Royal to take at the moment.
We do see every single member from TPA buying some wards because they know we have to ward up our jungle. If we want to have any chance of catching anyone from Royal Club out of position, we have to have full wards in the jungle. Maybe Morning can pick up a kill. They also need to be in the lane ready to defend. And we talk about the lack of wave clear unless it's BB or Wins being there. Even Wins alone won't do enough. BB was running from bottom lane. Easy switch from Royal Club into mid lane to take it.
Bully, bully, bully. That is what Royal Club is up to right now. Insect, very nicely done. Didn't safeguard with Chum the Waters on, but he actually may be able to keep himself alive. Good focus, though, from Achi and Morning, but it's only focused for so long because of the power right now coming out of Royal Club. Drops both Achi and Morning right quick.
2-for-1 is not all that bad for TPA, but it does expose this mid turret a little bit. Rise wasn't even there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, no, he wasn't even there. He doesn't have teleport. He's gonna run down, join in here. Royal Club wants to just try and push in. Only have 1 minion left, which won't survive.
Well, they still got Rise or Uzi to take a few hits. They really want this turret. Jonas Shield, though, is going to slow him down. Poor Royal.
There is teleport for Archie here, so TPA might want to try and chase this one. They have the Kha'Zix for the slow. They are trying. But there's no ward actually behind. There was a ward here. Royal Club just passed it. And
there's definitely warding,
wasn't
but
ready
at the moment, with no Mundo ultimate, I feel like he would have just been teleporting in.
It's more just
to his demise.
It's more the fact you kind of have to try. I mean, you're 10,000 gold behind at 20 minutes. If you can get the chase, maybe a kill, go for it.
So BB wasn't here either. It was just a bit of a mess in a fight here. Morning landed enough damage, but honestly, Uzi is just in the thick of things, not even really taking damage.
It was what we just talked about, how TPA ward up your own jungle, have Morning sit there and hope he can take out a target. But the guy only has a Lich Bane. You're not exactly gonna burst down anyone.
Maybe a turret.
Maybe a turret.
You get to those turrets. Infinity Edge for Uzi.
Trying to
Static Shiv
this
almost
might backfire
built up.
for Morning.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, Uzi gives him a little laugh too. He's playing with a lot of confidence. Actually, speaking of wards, as they try and chase Morning down a little bit, TPA is an example of a team who actually wards a lot, but it's an example of how wards aren't the only thing needed to win games, right? Because as far as the group goes, they have the longest games, which is one of the reasons they've actually placed more wards than any other team. As far as wards per minute coming into the day, they're actually second amongst teams at Worlds. But the way they ward, they have some defensive wards, they overward defensive spots, they don't necessarily move their wards properly, and they're not really using their wards to take advantages, which is one of the big reasons. You can ward up, but if you're just going to let the other team walk through your wards and do whatever you want to them, they're worthless.
Exactly, and the last point is exactly why they didn't manage to beat Royal Club first time around, because they had a lot of wards down, just never managed to place it properly, never got any advantage from the wards, and ended up going full day game. And Royal Club, they're not going to do the same here. Already put up a lot of aggressive wards here, pushing up.
And it's that
Uzi's
second
not
item.
there.
It's the second main item you talked about. Death Cap on a Corn, Static Shiv onto Uzi. Easy push.
A lot of front-end damage coming out of
They have
Royal
to fight
Club
now. TPA needs to just fight because Uzi's not there yet.
They're in a good spot. They have
BB's
Cola
not
walking
either.
down.
BB was back in base. Achi is back in base.
It would have been great. Cola was walking down. Not many wards right around them to be used on that teleport, but he's now going to be here. Another jump bubble caught by Zero. They were trying to bait in for Morning, who's hiding in the brush, but Cola takes practically no damage from Jump the Waters, and now they are running amok inside of TPA's base. This one could be over sooner than we thought.
I wonder if TPA is going to fight them ever at this point. BB gets shockwaved in. They don't have the minions to push in, and TPA doesn't have the strength to push in against Royal either.
They're going to chase, though.
A little too early to be in the base for the power they have. It is a lot of power, but is it enough to finish off with waves pouring at them and the whole chaos that's going to be coming from the entire team of TPA? Right now, it does force them to back off. They'll be happy to take down Dragon. Good breadcrumb wards to be seeing TPA on the entry.
They might actually look to fight here. They're moving down every single member. BB still farming the lane, however, so he's not there just yet. No ulti for Korn. Let's see if TPA can do anything at all.
Oh, they want Uzi to go hard.
Low on mana.
Even Uzi safe. TPA trying to make a move here. This might be what they need. Maybe getting out Zero. He does not have the tidal wave right now to be used, but TPA now second guessing even their own moves here.
There is also a bot lane tower because TPA doesn't have a single tower yet. Which could just fall back to the tower. Now they're just pushing up here. Ultis are ready very, very soon. Feeling confident once again to push up and go straight for this tower.
23 minutes in, a supercharged up Rise as well. Rod of Age is probably still ticking or even full with the Saracen Brace completed here.
And after we've seen a few games where the team in the lead early on just go Baron and dance around for 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes.
It's refreshing to see
I'm glad to see Royal Club saying, we don't need the Baron at all. Let's just keep pushing up. We get so much damage on the tower every single time. And if you want to fight us, then you die.
What a ridiculous amount of damage.
Always starting the fight without full HP.
This is going to be the fight. It's
Left
gotta
and
be.
right. Slowly going down to the inhibitor turret. The Howling Gale is the only thing they're really trying to put out as defense. As Achi standing his ground, giving him the business. A pretty nice jump the waters, but again, onto Cola, one of the tankiest people that they have. Morning just getting kicked around, and he's forced to defensively leave the fight. Insect misses on the Sonic Wave, and they are still holding true in front of TPA. TPA's base.
Maybe a slight get Corn's real low.
First Zero goes down. That's Corn going down in the beginning there. Zero actually still alive, but he's yet for this, or long for this world. There into the fight is going to be Insect. He does not have the kick up right now. He used that just onto Morning. And very low. Royal Club enters the base. Jay's got some hits coming towards him, but Insect backs off because they're getting the space they want inside of TPA's base.
They are just so far ahead. They have so much pressure. They have so many minions. There's actually double super minion wave that would be pushing in here.
Uzi doesn't even have lifesteal.
It would be rather
What's
greedy to
going
finish
on?
up. Uzi never has lifesteal.
Oh, that's true. Fights like he does, but doesn't.
Obviously, Royal Club's in total control of this game. There's a few tendencies we picked up amongst Uzi and Zero. First off, Uzi pretty much never builds lifesteal until last item, unless he's playing Vayne. Of course, he'll build Blade of the Rune King. And Zero finishes his support item full complete almost every single game.
Here we go.
Very early. Corn actually being caught out here. Just flashing over, and TPA does manage to pick up a kill.
Yeah,
Problem is, they're just still so far behind.
Yeah, this was the power of Ryze and Lucian here in close quarters. Obviously, BB gets blown up as soon as he gets close. And the Hinsec tries he may. Was not able to finish off kills. He's going damage.
Oh! I felt that. It hurt a little bit.
Sometimes it hurts to watch something.
It does.
Just go, ow.
There was a sting there. 26 minutes on the clock. 26 seconds till BB gets back onto the rift.
So one thing Uzi gains by not building lifesteal is more all-in potential and just more straight-up damage. As long as he's opting into the right fights, he doesn't care as much about sustaining in between them. Always just trying to maximize his damage.
One-on-one, Morning Insect.
Oh, whoa. EP coming in from Cola as well. Morning not looking too healthy right now. Jay takes that one. Insect waiting for enough energy to take the resonating strike, and he does. He should be able to drop that one quick. Cola's actually going to be able to come up. Kill secured as they move on to the top and final inhibitor turret.
Already have the super minions. Running into the base of TPA should just be a matter of time at this
They're
point.
indefensible right here. Insect is just having fun. Uzi's going wherever he wants. Even if they're just clearing the minions, it's going to be trouble. This is inhibitor number 3 and probably the game.
Uzi making sure nobody can come off the fountain right now. He is just a wall in this game as Lucian. And it looks like they're going to be able to grab the inhibitor turret, making sure they're not getting too antsy here. Not really looking at too much damage, but we've seen the mistakes made. They lose a few and they can't fully push, so they're playing it safe.
And honestly, we just saw in the game prior a very one-sided game with AHQ. This is how you close a one-sided game. Royal Club has forced TPA into either giving up all their objectives or taking fights that would just make the game end faster. And in doing so, they're creating a very quick and decisive win. 9 turrets, tons of buildings, huge gold lead. Uzi just went back to base with 4,000 gold, as we saw. They're playing quite well.
And it all started just like from level 1. Again, the red buff for Insect, walk up top lane, 2v2, Royal Club looking so strong. They win it, Insect comes in with the first gank. And every single move TPA made from there on and out was just the wrong one. Like, it made it so easy for Royal Club to just keep pressuring the advantage.
Level 1 in a game really twisted by a odd champion select coming in for TPA. See what they can continue to do with this composition. Royal Club looking to put the final touches on a possibly sub 30-minute game.
Get Baron, go mid for the third inhibitor, use the super minions, and win the game.
Easily picked up on that. 3 of 3 dragons, 1 of 1 barons. The next dragon's just going to be hanging out by himself because I don't think it's going to be necessary. TPA sets up for one final fight as Royal Club, the train, starts coming down the tracks once again.
We just need to see red part and blue part and TPA and just try and take the fight here.
That's the Mundo going down first in the blink of an eye. Not what should be happening. It's going to be the Nexus turrets. It will be sub 30 minutes. Uzi able to take the full combo coming in from Morning, and he stays alive. Onto the Nexus turrets. Onto the Nexus. 13-5. Royal Club will take down Taipei Assassins.
Royal Club doing a good job to come back from their defeat earlier to TSM. This game left no doubt about who was the better team. Royal Club 5-1 in the group.
Just wow. That is what that game is. And you're right, 5-1, now their record, as they have played out their matches here in the group stages.
So it's basically all about TSM now. If they do manage to beat SK Gaming, we're going to have the tiebreaker for first place. And as the analyst desk was talking about, either you get first place and you dodge around Samson White, or you end it at the quarterfinals. But You should never say never. There
Never
is
say
still
never.
room. There's still room.
You have to play the games for a reason.
Exactly. I mean, while Samsung White would be the favorites, you can still beat them. I mean, they're not unbeatable.
We'll get to see what EDG can do next game. They play AHQ. We'll see what kind of power Samsung White's going to be going up against. And I'm going to say EDG is going to need to get that game powerful because they will need all the momentum in the world to shut down White.
They're basically going to have to show as well that they don't have to fall behind or have a slow early game in every single game, because against a team like Samsung White, as we saw, game 1 of the entire tournament, Samsung White got a big lead early on against EDG.
Yeah.
That can happen again unless they step up the laning phase, but they're always this very, very slow team, so it's very hard for them to suddenly fix it.
You're absolutely right there. I mean, this one, while there were definite misplays and errors by TPA, as far as the play from Royal Club, it was near flawless, right? Like, there was the overdive, you could say, by Uzi, but he still picked up a double kill and used that advantage to just press BB harder and harder and harder. And the way they fast push turrets, it's definitely something they do better than any team we've seen here, is going to be something that other teams have to prepare for.
Yeah, it's cool to see how they use Insec as a guy who just, instead of ganking, he just runs straight into the lane, push it up because you already have the pressure, take down the tower, go to the next tower, do the same. If he lands the Q onto a member under the tower, he's going to go instantly and kick you back.
And TPA tried to get out of that duo lane. They tried to go top, they tried to swap, and it was Uzi that found them standing at their turret. He literally walked up to that top turret and said, ping, ping, guess what? We got our duo lane.
So they tried level 1, and then once they had the 2v2 and were losing the lane, they did absolutely nothing to try and actually get out of it. There was no gangs from wins. They were too far behind. Didn't try and swap down to bottom lane either.
Well, another win going over to Royal Club. Right now we're going to throw it over to Quickshot and the guys at the desk to share their thoughts on the match.
Thank you very much, guys. Very clinical finish, I think. Starhorn Royal Club, I think, bouncing back from their Game 1 defeat relatively well. Insec once again showing up. Strong presence, especially in that duo lane. And talking about the duo lane, you know, BB just really struggling with some very bad decisions early on.
I think the biggest thing that snowballed that lane has to be obviously the level 2 Lee Sin gank from Insec. Now, what happened was a lane swap scenario that with the bot lanes ended up top, but the junglers ended up splitting sides of the map. And TPA failed to realize that Insec would be all over that top side and didn't give any respect for the possibility of a level 2 gank. Lee Sin comes out, gets them both extremely low, and that from then on, there's no coming back from that. And just not respecting that happening cost them the game.
Yeah, just how they exploited it was actually showing how a Lucian matchup is actually normally going to beat Tristana, just dashing in and going for these short and aggressive trades. But it was facilitated by the fact that it was a level 2 gank. I had so many people reach out to me saying like, hey, look at, you know, Lucian's finally winning a matchup. But no, it was Lucian and Insec actually winning that matchup.
Yeah, he blew the flashes too.
Yep.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible. And I'm kind of just repeating what the caster is saying, but I still can't believe that given the option, Win says, no, guys, I'm going to play Kha'Zix after all, even though he's repeatedly not had good performances on this champion. And it just seems like TPA aren't keying into how this tournament is playing out for them.
Yeah, I agree. So Starhorn Royal Club, they at least hold on to that first place seed for now, assuming TSM beat SK in this next game, which sets us up for a rematch at the end of the day. If TSM drops the ball and loses to SK, it's a 1-2. Taipei Assassins, their run has ended, and it's a disappointing group stage for the team, where we'd expected some, more results from them. I just want to quickly go back to the game because I know, Kreppa, you felt quite strongly about Zero from Starhorn Royal Club and his Frostfang at 10 minutes in particular.
Okay, first let's point out, actually Zero played really well. He had some amazing bubbles this game. Tidal A's were good, but I'm looking at what Royal needs to improve to get better to actually have a shot and make going farther than the quarterfinals, and they need to exploit it or take more advantage out of their lead. He goes to base and he comes back with an upgraded Frostfang instead of buying Moby Boots. He could have had the option of going Moby Boots and Sidestone coming out of base against a support that didn't even have Sidestone yet. On top of that, the enemy jungler wasn't running Sidestone either. He could have solely controlled the vision control of that game on his own if he bought Moby Boots Sidestone. Instead, he went for the Frostfang. At the same time, he upgraded Frostfang to Frost Queens, skipping the Mikhails, but then built the Mikhails anyways. And if you value Mikhails, why don't you just build it sooner? I just don't understand it.
Not only that, but there was pretty much no risk in that situation too, because when he went back, this was when
about 10 minutes.
Yeah, about 10 minutes. BB at that point had just the components for a Shiv. He had the blade, and Uzi was fed, very, very fed, and so Uzi could have the lane pressed up in bottom, giving the freedom for Zero to walk into the... We're not even talking about the jungler items either. Kha'Zix is not going to be a Sightstone with Moby Boots at that point in time, given the conditions of the game, with that vision. I totally agree with you.
And then if you look at what Frostfang gives you, 5 more damage on every trade.
I mean,
come on, guys.
I could see the argument for it. They probably just think, well, let's team fight better here. I'll help you out, Uzi. I got a slow for you, buddy.
Just stop.
No, I mean, and honestly, since the Frostfang changes where it gave 2 less GP10, it's just not worth it on champions who cannot reliably get stacks in. I've been checking the gold earned by this item repeatedly throughout the tournament, and it's never a strong number. It's never even paying for the upgrade cost. Like, sure, you can say, well, I want the 5 ability power it gives, whatever, but it's literally a waste of gold to do this when it could be buying useful items.
Let's step back really quickly. Type A Assassins, they are now out of the group stages. As we said, Starhorn Royal Club and TSM fighting for seeding. Royal Club looked much better in this matchup. Obviously, it is a disparity and mismatch. TPA not playing as well as TSM did. What does Royal Club take away from a loss in the earlier day, fairly strong win now, at the potential of a tiebreaker later? Mindset, strategy, have they bounced back? Is it just it was a weaker opponent so they looked better?
Snowballing your bot lane wins you the game.
Yeah. I think the fact that we're seeing, again, a Lee Sin jungle make good moves early on. Crumbs, at the beginning of the day, you talked about the fact that this is our sort of group stage 1 MVP jungler. I agree. I still don't like Kha'Zix very much. And personally, when I watch these games, he doesn't seem to do very much, whereas Lee Sin and all the other early game junglers seem to set the games up to let the game just be won.
I think another important thing that Royal can take away from these games is the mid lane pick, because against TSM they picked Fizz and that did not go well. This time around we saw them take the Orianna against Fizz, so they took the mirror match, and if they go for a more control-oriented mid lane against TSM, if the rematch is to happen, I think they'll look better.
Let's go final thoughts from Monty.
Yeah, I'm still concerned about Starhorn because we saw another Nidalee ban coming into that game, and TPA is not a Nidalee team. So I have some questions about whether or not this team does its homework. And if we roll back to the TSM games as well, the Nidalee ban and then the Elise ban, not probably necessary, but I don't think we're going to see Dyrus on Rumble for the rest of this tournament. I think that is an incredibly bad move. But if Starhorn can give their draft a little more love, I think they should be in good shape.
We'll find out. SK take on TSM later in the day, and we'll see if that Rumble makes it through. Right, AHQ and Edward Gaming are booting up for our 4th game of the day, and we'll be bringing you that action after this quick break. Do not go anywhere.
Good focus, though, from Hachi and Morning, but it's only focused for so long because of the power.
Hello.
Zero goes down. That's Korn going down in the beginning there. Zero actually still alive, but he's yet for long for this world.
Saying go, 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 go. Okay.
That's the Mundo going down first in the blink of an eye. Not what should be happening. It's going to be the Nexus turrets. It will be sub 30 minutes.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Taipei group stage. We are on to our fourth match of the day. The GPL's AHQ will be taking on Edward Gaming from China's LPL. Now this is an important game because AHQ need to win if they want to look at a potential quarterfinal spot tiebreaker with EDG. Let's talk about AHQ first and foremost. I was disappointed in their inability to close the game out against Dark Passage earlier in the day, despite the absolutely incredible lead that they had built up. Free care to comment.
I absolutely agree, and I think that is one of the weakest or worst weaknesses to have, because Edward Gaming are actually a team that at about 20 minutes they really turn on and will generally completely outplay their opponents. It's how they're actually winning their own Chinese regionals here. So the fact that AHQ is going to have this brick wall ahead of them suddenly 25 minutes in is a very grim thing to think about.
Yeah, if we take a step back and look at the picks and bans, around 50% of bans are targeted towards Westo. He's the player that we talked about extensively at the beginning of group stages. He has shown up in some games to a degree, but not really at the level that maybe we're anticipating. The reason I highlight him, he's going up against you from EDG, who has a particularly strong showing, who has been doing particularly well. So let's compare and contrast some of the mid laners. Monty, do you care to chime in on these two?
I mean, I think that Westor has just performed his best on the Assassins so far, and we do see a very high KDA for you, despite when we came in, we weren't really highlighting this player in this group. You know, we didn't know how he was going to do. And Yu's champion pool just seems to be a lot bigger right now. He seems to be more reliable on a larger number of styles of champions, whether it's, mages or assassins or what have you.
Now, Edward Gaming, of course, they've got their guaranteed quarterfinal spot. They're playing for seeding. If they win this game, they have to beat Samsung White. If they beat Samsung White, they get a tie for first place. If they lose to Samsung White and they win this game, then they take second. Edward Gaming, coming into this game, is their focus on AHQ or is all of their focus Samsung White? Crepo?
I think all of their focus has to be on White. Just the sheer amount of skill difference between these teams is just going to make sure, regardless of what happens in the early game, that they're going to come out on top in the end.
I actually disagree. I think they're going to have to put their focus just specifically on this game. They're not aiming to get the first seed. They just want to make it out of the groups. And they would. Why would they not?
They'll make it out without their focus.
I think you can.
You gotta give some respect to AHQ. They're going to bring their best. This is their last chance.
Yeah, that's the thing is, I mean, think back to Samsung Ozone last year, where they failed to make it out of groups because they didn't respect their group opponents. You simply cannot do that. So, and also, just to jump on top of that, again, Edward Gaming has come out saying in interviews before this tournament started that they were focusing on getting top 2 in the group, not necessarily first, thinking about their Group B opponents as well, where they can maybe repeat a victory over Starhorn Royal Club, and they take the safe route to a top 4 and go from there.
Exactly.
To be fair, last year at Ozone was more Dade just not being comfortable on a lot of the champions, as well as the focus. Plus, they'll prepare, obviously, for the match. It's not like they're going in blind, but I can't believe they put enough extra work into this match where it matters when they have the potential of finishing first, because that gets you just a way better quarterfinal.
I think you focus on AHQ here. Yeah. Not only has the team expressed these sentiments themselves, but really, if we think about how these groups are going to shake out, Group B has been mentioned here. Realistically, if you're EDG or Samsung White, you don't really care, because Group B is so soft that any quarterfinal match that you have, you're going to be confident in winning and making semis.
And you're saying that despite what we've seen from Edward Gaming, do you feel that some of the weaknesses we've displayed, neither of the Group B teams can even, challenge them in a best of 5?
No, I don't really think so. We'll see how it goes, but
that I do disagree with, because coming into a potential EDG Starhorn match, there's actually, I went back and looked at the stats. So the only time these guys have matched was in the regular season and the actual Chinese regional qualifier. Now, the Chinese regional final was 2-1 EDG, fairly close series. In the regular season, Starhorn's actually 3-1 up against Edward Gaming. So recent history shows it's actually a very close match, despite us very obviously stack ranking EDG above them.
Right, and if we do look at the recent playoff runs, as Freak and I were talking about this earlier, yeah, I do agree. I take it back. I do agree with Freak here. Because it was OMG, which is a kind of a more solo lane dominated team that was doing well against Starhorn, and it should be a very interesting match, that early game power versus that late game power.
We're about to find out whether or not that is the quarterfinal matchup a little later today. Anyways, take us into the game. We're going to send it over to a new trio at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. And hello, everyone. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and sharing the caster desk with me for our final 3 games is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler, and the one and only Joe. Just call me Joe Miller.
Thanks for that. That really helps all those Reddit threads out there, which have been going for years now, and honestly, they never get boring. Let's get into the action, though, guys, with a quick look at the starting lineups. On the blue side from the GPL, it is, of course, AHQ Esports Club, with Prides in the top lane, Naz in the jungle, Westor in mid, Garnet Devil the AD carry, and Green Tea on support.
And on the red side is Edward Gaming from the LPL. Up top is Koro in the jungle, Clear Love, mid U, AD carry Name, and support FZZF.
So the game about to get underway. Big one for both teams. AHQ could still potentially cause a big upset here. If they could take down EDG, they still have a chance at qualifying.
Right. This is one of those Group A matches, though. You know, we've got a big underdog versus one of the top teams right now. So HQ definitely have their work cut out for them. They had a good start to the day, though. They performed well in the early game. That's what they're going to have to do here. As everybody set it up, they're also going to have to be able to close something out.
Yeah, it's a very difficult one, you know, to put all the eggs in AHQ's basket here, because they're up against Edward Gaming, who have been a very, very strong team overall. The ban's actually coming in really quickly for this one, so we'll go through them here as Alistair and Zillion banned out by AHQ. Fizz, the first one taken away here against Westor, but he's been really going for that Twisted Fate, which is now banned.
And even though they've swapped sides here, these are the exact same bans that they had in the first matchup, which did not go HQ's way.
Well, we'll see how it does go. There is the Maokai ban. That does mean Nidalee is
switches.
available if Prides wants to go for it. It's a champion he has played. Or will it be a Z for Westor? It is going to get locked in, so let's see if Westor can pull any magic moves off this time around against you.
And this will, you know, feed into one of AHQ's powerhouses. Westor happy to be on that Zed. It is a champion he can get solo kills with. It's a champion that if he does get a good lead, he can go split push with. So the makings of something here for AHQ.
Also his most played champion actually throughout the GPL season and playoffs, played it 7 times. On the other side, we are going to be seeing here Lucian and being picked up for Edward Gaming. And Edward Gaming, it was you that played Zed in the last encounter that these two teams had. Finished with 8-1-7, a brilliant performance from him.
Yeah, that fateful Talon pick into the Zed matchup did not work out for Westor last time.
Well, Naz locked in, the Lee Sin and the Thresh, of course. Janna still on the table, as is Nami. We'll see. FCZF pulled off some magic with Janna last time around, and some truly remarkable skills, and Monsoon's blowing people backwards. Don't think we're going to see a Teemo. I think that's pretty much clear. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a Janna alongside, but Lulu is being considered. Koro potentially, but I don't think so.
I mean, it is always a decent pick against Zed, just for the ultimate. Any target now can get double shielded, so they have a couple of extra defensive utility spells.
Yeah, only a single, 2 games played throughout LPL Summer and the playoffs for Koro on that Lulu, but as you mentioned here, protection against Westor Zed seems to be the name of the game, and Janna going over to FCZF. We've seen some amazing Thresh plays from FCZF throughout this, but of course that was already taken by, funnily enough, Green Tea, who himself has been great with these champions with the hooks.
Yeah, let's talk about this bottom lane, because Green Tea finally gets his Thresh. This is one of the main champions for him. He's really, really strong on it, but he's going to be facing Name on Lucian, and this bottom lane from EDG is really, really scary. We've already seen the Lucian Janna used by multiple people to really great effect early on even.
Ooh, Kale. We saw Kale played in the top lane by Samsung White earlier in the tournament, yesterday I believe it was. And we are going to see it in the top lane up against the Lulu, so bit of a throwback really to like 4.12, I think that was.
Well, it's a good answer, you know, anytime there's Kha'Zix on the other team, you can get that shield as long as you're close enough to cast it.
We did see Garnet Devil already play a couple of jinxes, both losses unfortunately for him. However, it was his big champion during the regular season with 12 games played and every single one of them won. Kale also coming in for the top lane here for Prides, another 100% record out of the main season for Prides on Kale. So going with comfort picks, we did see there Jace, the final pickup here for you.
And this is something I'm really excited for. This was one of the regional differences that I was looking forward to coming to Worlds, because we saw it a lot in Asia, but not not at all, pretty much, in North America. Only Prawley got it banned against him a couple times, never even got to play it. Jace in the mid lane is very strong for poke compositions like this, but it takes a long time to pick up. So a lot of the teams coming over, I didn't think they would even be able to pick it up very quickly in boot camps. This is something that Yu has played. He has definitely practiced on it, and I'm excited to see, because Kha'Zix also works well in poke comps if he evolves his spike rack first. And they've got Lulu, Janna, plenty of disengage.
Yeah, Yu, of course, played it in the final match, which actually got them the #1 seed against the Starhorn Royal Club. So he's had victories on this one. We'll see how it works out for them. It is a big, big game for both of these teams, of course. EDG looking to try to qualify, but as our AHQ, they still could play spoiler and go 3-3 overall. Big task for them, though, absolutely. Edward Gaming, the #1 seed in China. They're going to be up against a fairly volatile crowd this time around, I think. This is the last chance, the last throw of the dice for a Taipei team.
And that's the hard thing here, is the fact that AHQ, after that win earlier on, they themselves no doubt pumped up. Yes, it was a much easier opponent, as the results have already shown, but crowd behind them, confidence high, this is their best chance.
Yeah, it's a great way to start it off and come into a game like this where you have a lot of pressure on you.
Well, the teams are loading onto the Rift, so head over to Twitter and let us know who you think will win this game. Tweet us #AHQWin or #EDGWin to @LOL Esports, and of course we'll see how you're calling this match shortly as we get underway. So, everyone is ready. Bit of a switcheroo with champions from the first time they played. We'll see how it plays out. AHQ starting out on the blue side. Green T got himself that Thresh. Worked so well for him earlier on in the tournament. Up against Edward Gaming, the #1 seed from the Chinese LPL as the red team.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that again, because my eyes are definitely going to be on Nas with this Lee Sin and Green Tea with the Thresh. They are going to have to start getting some of those kills early on versus EDG team, because the lineup they have is going to start taking towers quickly, and it's not going to stop taking towers. When this EDG team groups up ever, it is going to be really, really difficult to stop them from sieging at all.
So, early battle then here. What are we going to see go down? FCZF and Green Tea, big players on both of their sides. They've already proven so far this tournament that they can certainly do well and really boost their team's performances. Early wards coming down there, standard ones on the bottom side by the Tribush and in the Death Brush there from EDG. They are currently spread out pretty much entirely across the map, and EDG have got 4 wards down that are going to reveal everything if AHQ decide to come out of their jungle and try anything funky.
Looking towards Naz, it doesn't look like he wants to go for the invade. He is hanging around, but I don't think it's going to be a late invade from anyone. It will be standard lane matchup, and it will be Green Tea and Garnet Devil. We'll see how they do against this Name FCZF combo that has worked, but it's been slow to get going in the lanes, and that may, just may, play into AHQ favor. You got to feel in this matchup they have to steal a lead early on.
Well, yeah, for HQ, I think that's definitely true. So we'll see if they can make that happen, as we said, with the Lee Sin. But man, this time around, talking about that bottom lane and how, you know, people have been saying they've started slowly, it's going to be completely different this time around. Because you have to look at the champion matchups. He's on Lucian this time around. This is one of the champions that Name really favored during the LPL season. And when he's got FCZF with the Janna, as we've seen, they don't hesitate to go in for those double tap harasses when he gets a shield on him.
So the early outcome of this lane, we'll see how much pressure here is on AHQ, because this is really all or nothing. You can almost forget what's happened in these last 3 days here when we come into our final day, because he's all pretty much relying on this game, and even then they're relying on Samsung White to do the business after in that matchup against Edward later on in the day. Is Green Tea going to step forward there?
Level 2!
The hook coming through, but it doesn't quite land.
Wow, level 2 rush right there, and EDG do not respect it. That cost Name his flash. I don't know, maybe Head not really in the game this time around. That was really easy to count that.
And you know, AHQ had kind of set that out from the very get-go, because Grounded Devil missed about 3 CS because he was so focused on, we need to harass early, we need to go for this one. And they should have just, you know, told that was coming. Instead, Name flashed down. we'll see how it progresses.
Yeah, you could see where Name's focus was. He was all about positioning around the minions to hit his Q onto Garnet Devil in the lane, and he just kind of lost count of the minions for experience, it looks like.
Really like this as well. Naz, knowing now that Name's flash is down, coming through the lane once again on Lee Sin to try and get in there. I believe he has been spotted there. I think he crossed over into the second brush and will actually be just leaving that lane and recalling out. So looking for that gank with Name's flash down, but unable to open up any opportunities here for AHQ in this must-win match.
It did open an opportunity up in the top lane. Clearlove has snuck around unseen so far in that top lane. But the problem is, Prize was forced back already by having a single trade with Koro, so he's back on towards his tower. It will have to be a very big dive for them. Back down this bottom lane, Green Team looking to try and land the flay. The hook does not go through, hits the minion. Name safe once again.
Very important side bush ward control here from EDG. So even if Green Team tries to throw it out from inside that bush, she will be seen.
Pride's actually getting a lot of pressure onto the slow, doesn't quite land there, and he will be able to walk off from this one. Those minions going down pretty quickly, and both Koro and Clearlove then getting themselves away. Pride's not being forced to use his flash either, so that'll be a nice little bonus for him coming out of that one. But early pressure definitely in that lane is going over to Koro. We'll see if Naz comes up there to relieve some of that.
Yeah, Pride's quite happy to just slowly back off at that time around. Naz is close by, and Clearlove has backed off, so we'll see whether Naz manages to sneak around there. It's called good ward coverage. There's one in the tri-bush, so they will see him coming, and he's going to step away once again. Yu versus Westor in this mid lane. It's actually Yu that is getting himself a fairly large advantage. He's putting a bit of poke on Westor.
That harass, though, it just cost the early teleport here from Pride. So the move from Clearlove delivered a lot more value to his team than the move from Naz down bottom.
We'll see if Koro actually decides to TP back in here. He's just recalled off, but seems like he's walking back up the lane. We'll see if he continues that with that wave coming in. Look at the minimap as well. Both junglers are now headed down towards this bottom side. Naz is going to be spotted. They may try and bait this one out and go for that fight.
Oh, they are. You can see they're purposely sticking around. Although Naz is not falling for it. He's stepping away. He's like, something's up here. The hook goes through an FCZF. The choppers go down as well. It hasn't quite been pulled into tower range, though, so they were safe once again. Clearlove still sticking around. They may go for the tower dive.
The patience
not
from
been spotted there either.
Yeah, he's going to wait until they come out to meet the next minion wave. Will Green Tea face check here? Yep.
He's going to face check that one. There's the damage coming in. It's a flash. I don't think it's enough. Howling Gale left. Oh, and then he's in absolute to the tower, though. They get a kill back. That one goes over to Green Tea. Last ticks of the night combined with the tower damage as well. And they go 1-for-1 down bottom.
Great presence of mind to hit the flay, but the first blood money did go over to EDG, and that is going to be a big boon for Clearlove. Getting Cosmos ahead early is very important for them.
It does mean that they can't immediately turn and go towards that dragon, though, so it delays things a brief moment. Garnet Devil, Name sticking around, going to trade with him, and it's a good trade indeed. All going his way, not a single hit landing on Name. Garnet Devil actually turned around and hit the minion.
So, almost 7 minutes into this game. It's a 400 gold lead for EDG. There's the vote from you guys at home as well. Very close as Pride's putting down some pressure again onto Koro, but 57-43, just a little swing there, I think, after that first blood came over towards Edward.
Look at this early roaming in here from EDG. It's the jungler and support combo. They get caught.
They're going on Clearlove. He will go down. That's a clean kill for AHQ, and that lights up the crowd.
They had zero backing from you. Where was the pressure from Jace? Full health, full mana Jace at mid lane, and it's the support and jungler inside invading by themselves. Jungle invading is 100% a team activity, and there was only half a team there.
Bad news possibly here for EDG. We've seen it so many times from them, though, that they've been slow starters, and as the game goes on, they'll start to become a lot stronger, and that's exactly why we're pointing at AHQ and saying you have to win the early game.
This is actually just what happened against Dark Passage. EDG, when people were giving them flack for struggling in the early game versus Dark Passage, it was when they invaded and they got caught invading early. Once again, looks like they haven't learned their lesson. This does not bode well for later in the day either.
Void Smokes evolved by Clearlove in the jungle there. Garnet Devil and Green Tea pressuring back down on this bottom lane. They are behind in terms of farm, but not too far. Name keeping that pressure down. Westor doesn't get caught by the shock blast. And look at this, invading once again. Clear Love coming around, is spotted, of course. That wall getting cleared out. It does mean that red buff is going to be contested.
This time around, a much better invade because they've coordinated it. Jace is shoved up, bottom lane is shoved up. They actually have the team this time, and they've timed the red buff. Very well done. They quickly fixed their mistake.
Really nice pick up there from Clear Love just moments after going down in that exact area of the jungle. And we did see actually Garnet Devil and Green Tea back away to do their golems, but heavily outnumbered inside of their own jungle means that they can't contest and try and hold on to that red buff. This bottom lane, as you said before, Demon, Name has himself a 10 CS lead at this point. Both of them actually with those BF swords in that lane. So we'll see how that one develops. Westor's actually just tried to go towards top, but goes straight over the top of a pink wall.
Yeah, so actually let's talk about this matchup in the mid lane because it has changed quite a bit. The little change to Zed that really started his resurgence, where the shadow is placed where he casts from rather than right next to the guy, actually hurts him a little bit in the Jace matchup, because the good thing about Zed versus Jace used to be that when you ult him, your shadow's gonna be right behind him, so if he knocks you back, you can just pop right back your shadow and continue on and kill him. But now, Jace can actually knock you away, and you have to use your W shadow or something else to gain that distance.
Fast claps from EDG starting to form there. AHQ do back out. They realize that Naz was down in the bottom. You can see Clear Love is still sticking nearby. They may well find him. Naz lands that kick onto Clear Love. And they protect the pink ward. That's what it's all about. Fight for that pink. Keep it alive, and they're not backing down on this one. They want to keep it active. And Naz does manage to hold them off. Prides is looking to make a move. We'll see whether he heads down. It's simply going to clear the pink himself. So that denies a fair bit of vision from Koro. That was the only ward he had placed up there, and he immediately reacts himself with a ward of his own.
Yeah, clearing out the pink wards is going to be key here for AHQ because they want to take advantage of the potential for Westor's roaming here. You, as we have already seen, doesn't move around the map quite as much as a lot of other mid laners. If they can get Westor some of those roaming kills, then that's exactly the lead that they need. However, Yu does move down to the dragon. They make a team call, vision controlled, and they're going to grab it.
Yeah, Zed coming into this one. He's too late, though. That dragon going down far too quickly for him. They put a ward in the back of the pit, and that at least gives them the timer on that one. But it gives EDG now 1,000 gold leaders. Once again, Pride's on this, really trying to harass Koro. There's a wild growth coming out. Was it a little bit? I think so, possibly. There's no one really around. And Zed, I think he's seen an opportunity maybe to go for Koro.
He's definitely vulnerable now. You can tell they made the call. He's like, hey, this Lulu just popped his ulti. Westor was thinking about heading through that lane, does decide to cancel and stick with this wave, because one thing that Yu does do is constantly keep up the pressure in mid, shoving waves as quickly as he can. And he's got that tier, so really that's what he just wants to keep doing, spamming abilities to shove in this lane.
And you got to wonder when you do see him play like that, when you see someone using that ultimate so early on, nerves must be a big, big deal on them to make them make potential sloppy mistakes. Of course, they did mention earlier on that they've both cleared out all ward coverage. There's no coverage in the top there, so he could have thought that Naz was coming out on the side there, maybe making a play. But speaking of plays, it's EDG once again moving in this time around and take control of that red jungle.
They really take that support jungle roam seriously here. Both guys, again, together, holding hands on the invade. Yu comes down for support this time, so they know they are secure, and those were safe deep wards they got. Also, that pink ward, I love that tiny bush there in the back of the red jungle where they placed that one deeply. That should last a very long time in this game. It's very rare to actually check that bush in your own jungle.
Little spot of Naz there by Koro as he went down towards the AHQ blue buff, and Naz then going up, clearing a pink. Green Tea will spot another one of his own. Deep ward there underneath the red buff, taken away nicely. Let's have a look down some CS totals. Top lane is actually bang even pretty much. Mid lane slightly different on that front though, with Jay still having a lead, and that continues in the bottom lane as well, with Name having a solid lead. But here comes Naz towards top.
His ult is back up though.
manages to catch on towards him. Koro's taking very low from this one. Prides will come in. Naz finishes him off. And now there's a tower opportunity for AHQ. EDG looking to try and create a play of this one. They're looking where they can clout, but there's nothing to be gained.
Well, that Wraith Camp has been Clearlove's Wraith Camp this game. He's gotten it several times. However, because EDG were so good at getting the Dragon previously, the answer's not there. Usually when the jungler commits up there right now, they would answer. But yeah, no objective besides that big Wraith for them to take, and a huge win there for AHQ. Good move up top from Nas.
Big blast already earlier from on towards Westor, and actually he decided then that he can't really stick around. Prides in the meantime does take the first turret of this game down, so AHQ bringing the goal back. He swung a fair few times during these early stages, and currently it's AHQ that have a very slight lead. It's probably around 75 at this point in the way that that one is swinging over. Dragon will be up in a fairly short amount of time. We'll see what plays are made then with that one in mind. Garnet Devil spent a lot of time on his own down in this bottom lane, as has Name. Those two just trying to farm up as much as possible. You see the disparity. Yes, the ingredients of that Infinity Edge are there for Garnet Devil, but Name's already got his in that lane.
That's true. Name has completed his Infinity Edge, which is a pretty big boost for him, especially with Lucian. But I do have to also commend HQ on their defensive warding here. They've got a very nice pink ward line all the way across the map. And up in the top lane, where Prides is taking down that turret, they have extra vision.
Well, EDG, slow start once again, equal on gold. 15 minutes into this matchup versus AHQ. AHQ, of course, can still qualify through the groups. It would be a 3-3, and it does also require not only a victory on EDG, but Samsung White to also take a victory off EDG. So
and then the tiebreaker.
And then the tiebreaker. Yeah, there's a lot to play for, that's for sure. A lot of potentials, but at the moment, not looking too bad.
For HQ, yeah, they are doing very well here in the beginning. Westor trying to bait in a little bit here. If you decide to go melee form, then Nas would jump on him. But really the call should be focus on the point where they have power. The bottom lane is not that for HQ. It's the top side of the map. They've got the turret down. They have the vision. Once again, Nas returns.
Oh, Koro here does have his flash available, and he's going to be forced to use it there, but was kicked towards the wall. Nas going to get the slow. There is the wild growth, though. It knocks Nas up, and Koro will stay safe, but a lot of pressure trying to get Prides going on this top side of the map. Down the bottom, you have to feel it's just a matter of time until that turret goes down. Name's been pushing it a lot, and actually we're going to be seeing Kha'Zix coming down there as well. This is going to be the first turret for EDG.
Yeah, both junglers making the right calls here. They work off the side of the map where they have the stronger lane. Goodlove heads down bottom to support Name and FCZF in their push. They've got full control of the jungle as far as warding is going. So EDG basically control bottom side of the map, while HQ have top side of the map. That is bad for HQ because Dragon's coming up in 20 seconds, and they don't want to sort of give away the second one because the game is still very much even right here. If you give it away for free as they give away the first one, then now we all know what EDG do from this point on.
Westor's taking a lot of punishment in that mid lane right now. Yu is landing every one of those shock blasts. Now's this time around taking his Wraith Camp, not letting Clearlove take it. Clearlove is just off the side. The Dragon has spawned. We'll see who makes the play. HQ get vision of it this time around. Maybe the first one they want to contest.
And we may see some of this poke in action from EDG. They've got the Jace coming down. Kha'Zix does have his evolved spike rack. But Green Tea and Nas just looking for his cheeky steal.
Yeah.
Now, that's always cool when you see it happen, though. The Lee Sin pop in and take the lantern out, not having to blow any summoners. They didn't even go for it, though. And now look at this rotation mid. Dragon into a turret. This is pretty much EDG collecting whatever gold they desire.
Yeah, nobody home in that mid lane for AHQ. The other two guys looking at the back of Dragon. We've seen Westor actually recalling, and that is a little bit of a disaster, actually, for AHQ. Losing Dragon, losing that mid turret. Prides once again is going to try and force Koro back out of lane, but as per usual, pretty much with the quick cooldowns on that wild growth, they are able to, is just able to stay safe. Nami and FCZF now have switched to top side after taking that bottom turret.
Yeah, pretty calm game here for EDG now. They checked everything off of their checklist. Dragon was first up, swinged over, get that mid turret. Now we've got almost all outer turrets, get everybody top here, and shove that one in. The outer ring goes down. That's going to open up the entire map.
Oh, they're trying to defend this top one, though. I'm not sure they have enough. They will keep Name at bay right now. But
Ooh, Zed is in trouble here too.
Westor's going to get focused on. You can see Jace coming around the backside in the form of Yu. Koro comes down. He's going to catch the Mega Blast. He will try and turn around.
What? Oh, the teleport.
The teleport comes from Prides, and they just wisely back away. It's a tricky 2v2. Will they go for it?
Oh, there's a hook here as well. He lands onto Nami, boxes down. Nami uses an instant flash. He's going to put the damage back towards Misty. Holy Gale comes in, but here comes Naz. He misses the Q. He followed through. Khalilov was coming in as well. And funnily enough, so much burnt, but it goes back to how it was before that happened.
Yeah, Green Tea there, but that is him top turret. He took so much damage, and it might even cost them pressure. You constantly shoving that mid lane in.
Across the map, and EDG turning the screws right now. Blue buff was actually secured by Naz. He didn't get stolen away by EDG, so that's not going to be in the hands of Westor. Westor split push on, but the moment he started it, it collapsed on him, and it pulled out the teleport from Pride. So EDG start case, the lane phase doesn't quite go their way, but as soon as they group up, know how to play teams across the map.
And this is getting scary because we talk about the amount of poke this team can throw out. EDG, they've already got a ring of turrets down, so it's pretty easy for them to. And Yu has ridiculous power right now. His tier is almost fully stacked. It only needs about 150 more, and he's already got penetration, both flat and percentage armor penetration. He can just spam Shock Blast after Shock Blast.
Bit of credit here to Westor managing to claw that CS deficit from earlier back. But what will that actually bring me? He went Moby Boots here, just trying to make sure that he can scoot around that map quick enough to actually get involved and get those other lanes going. Also to move into a split push position. We saw him down the bottom trying that a little bit earlier on. If you look down some of the items that have been complete elsewhere on the map, Nash's Tooth for Pride is done. EDG actually going to be grouping up. I like the fact that Westor jumps away. I like the fact that there's a lot of wards down from AHQ on this top side of the map, so trying to at least keep some control over their jungle, which you just quite frankly have to do once that outer ring of turrets goes down.
Their defensive warding has been nice, but this EDG team isn't about taking over your jungle. This EDG team is about taking all of your structures, and they've already got the outer ring down, as we said. Now they're grouping up mid here. Let's see, it looks like they want to retain control of the red side jungle. Still close to that mid game. They want to prep even for the third dragon.
One thing is for sure, they really want to armor shred. There you go. Shock Blast landing on 3 members. Triple Brutalizer being picked up. EDG across the board. Soul Stealer also, of course, by FCZF once again. And Koro got himself the Sheen as well, so we'll see if that's going to be a Lich Bane. It looks like it may well be in that top lane. So they are all about taking these turrets down. They will take them very, very quickly. AHQ, they're going to defend it for now, but this is going to be a slow, grinding battle. I feel that EDG will win.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, it would have to be some very, very good Lee Sin mechanics and protected by a Kale ultimate to really create something here. It's going to be so hard to get in there, though. We've seen time and time again how annoying Janna is for any team that's trying to initiate on you. And they just siege right back up. No tower hits, though.
No.
Not risking getting in range.
Keeping them away there, those chompers offering a bit of protection. It'll make it a lot easier for Naz to get in there if you accidentally step on one of those. EDG have 4 pink wards, by the way, on the bottom river. They have complete control of that. It's less than a minute for the dragon to come up. EDG, of course, have taken both of them so far. We'll see if they can hold on to the next one. AHQ actually switched the vision towards the bottom side of the map. So as you said before,
Oh.
expensive ward, but what's it gonna do?
That's why they backed off. Not only did they have wards seeing Nas come around for the flank, and they didn't want to risk it, but Jace just purchased his Manamune, instantly turns into Muramana. As we said, the tier was already stacked up. That's been his main focus. He's been just laning and spamming his spells. Now, here is the ridiculous Jace power spike. Instant Muramana. That's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, the Ghost Blade also picked up by Name, who actually just used it to clear the wave, I think, down the bottom there. They're going to come around. Dragon spawns in 8 seconds' time, and Edward Gaming are in perfect position. It will possibly give up the top tower, though. We can see the split push from Westdoor. That's going to get headed off by Koro. We'll see whether he can hold him at bay.
Yeah, exactly. Westdoor going for that split push. As we said, Zed, that was going to be one of the hopes for AHQ. He gets it into the turret, but Koro has teleport. Westdoor does not have teleport, and he doesn't have kill pressure under the turret, so it's kind of a stalemate here. If Koro just sits there and wave clears at the turret, then the rest of the squad here for EDG can keep up the pressure.
So things settle down after that Dragon. I mean, look at the minimap, lots of wards again down on that bottom side from both teams. So EDG got their fair share of deeper wards on this bottom side, and surely now going to be about starting the siege on these inner turrets. Actually, a lot of wards going down on the Baron area as well now from AHQ. Let's see if they can hold on to that. It's Westdoor that's trying to harass somewhat. Naz is there as well. But it seems for now that EDG quite happy to sit around that area, clear out what vision was placed by AHQ, and leave them somewhat guessing in these next moments. And surely the time now for EDG to start moving towards these towers and getting that siege down.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing for HQ is that EDG don't have a tremendous amount of pick potential. They don't have, you know, hard CC to lock somebody down. And AHQ, as long as they play safe and they just try and wave clear here, they can soak up some extra gold, try and wait it out for a little bit.
They're doing a very good job at just keeping those waves out. You can see, obviously, Renown's Hurricane being picked up by Prides shortly, so they're just going to keep sure they can keep pushing them out there. Westdoor doing the exact same in the top lane. I just question whether it's a case of when one of these get caught out, though. I'm not too sure how it's going to work out. We can see again, Koro is going to back off. That's going to leave Prides all the time in the world to just shove that wave back up towards them, and it's buying a HQ time, but is that what they need? Is that going to work out? EDG are just getting more and more ammunition as they build up their items.
Yep, we've seen time and time again what EDG will do towards the late game. So they're very calm and confident right now.
Yeah, and that's a big sign of a team to be so almost conservative in their late game part, in their early game power, and say, you know, we know that this is not the strongest point of the game to us. We already saw Dark Passage having a good start. AHQ have had a good start against them, but up until now, it's only been Samsung White that have been able to match them later on.
And a big part of why they are calm right now is because Zed here, Westdoor, HQ, it's very difficult for Zed to do anything against this EDG team. Towards the mid and late game, when we get to these team fights, Zed assassinate anybody. They've got Lulu and Janna, so much disengaged. Morph is a really, really big asset to have against him as well. On top of that, you also brought exhaust, so they have 2 exhausts here.
Keeping the ward coverage cleared, denying any vision from AHQ. AHQ desperately hold of their own jungle. Prides may well go head-to-head with Koro. Down the bottom instead. No, it's just going to be another wave bit. We'll see how they progress, but you can see Garnet Devil just switches to those rockets, clears the wave in 2 shots with that static Jiv now on him.
We get to see the revival of the Runon's Hurricane kill.
Yeah.
So a possible 1-3-1 from AHQ. If they do that, though, the 3 in the middle would be hard-pressed.
Yeah, gonna get poked down for a start, and I don't think EDG would have too many problems with the fact that it's got a lot of protection in there. Just kill them off and keep pushing through. You see those shock blasts doing good amounts of damage.
Vision control around that Baron is a little bit missing right there. That 1 ward just out of range. Didn't quite see him sneak in. I think there was a ping, but late.
That's going to be Baron, easily secured by EDG. That's why they swept the vision. That's why they kept it away. And now Westdoor's in all sorts of trouble. He's out of position here. Can FCZ catch on towards him? Tries to speed himself up. The Howling Gale needs to stop him. It's not going to be enough. Flash was burnt by Westdoor, but he gets away safe.
All right, control the map long enough, and that's what you gain. EDG extremely calm, as we said. Just goes back to clear this out. They are really, really going to fill up the bank here. Everybody goes back to buy. And then we will finally see the second stage of the siege, I guess.
Yeah, this is not looking good for AHQ. We see there the third last whisper of the team picked up for EDG. Name, after clearing that top wave, will pick his up. There's one on you, there's one on Clear Love as well, and damage gonna be pretty hard to defend against. Funnily enough, there's not even that much armor over on the other side either.
Yeah, and even if there is, there's plenty of penetration.
But there won't be afterwards, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So pretty much all those guys getting really close to true damage here. And you can, the reason why, by the way, HQ didn't go and face check that, they're facing all of this ridiculous long range poke, all these skill shots that are very, very scary if you go through any of those corridors leading over to Baron. No vision means there's no way HQ is going to go check that, so they had to give it up, and now they are surrounded inside their base. Let's see if EDG actually decide to just crack the inhibitor line or if they clean up outer turrets first. Usually they're fairly safe about it, but Baron buff going to give them confidence. They're just going to use the shields to get small pieces out of this turret.
Well, minion wave comes in. We'll see if they get any hits. Gonna delay. Doesn't catch on. Name tries to get the cooling down. That's a lot of damage on Guardian Devil there. He's going to be forced back, and that's going to buy EDG a gigantic window to get in. Just chunk down this turret. AHQ helpless right now.
Poke, 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 poke. Everybody's got some, and everybody's dishing it out.
And being defended there, as you see, as soon as the turret hit goes flying towards someone, there's a shield from Janna, there's a shield from Lulu to come in there and prevent all that damage being done. Look at Nami, goes in, dashes back out, doesn't really lose much health from it. There is Green Tea stepping forward, they've gone for clear up, this may be the chance. Wild Growth comes in, the intervention was used by Price on himself, Monsoon by FCZF just to top everyone up. Will EDG turn and try and push this one back? It's a good try, and that's really the only hope you feel for AHQ to land a hook and just get in there.
Yeah, and we saw how hard it's going to be for them to actually capitalize on it. Lulu ultimate, Janna ultimate, Polymorph. They did get one flash, though, off of you. Two flashes off of Coral 2.
Lots burnt out. Green Tea hopped in the air by the Howling Gale. Gets away this time, but only for a moment. And the rest of EDG continue to press on. Right. Double combo from you and Name almost drops him where he stands. Clearlove takes a couple of hits. Howling Gale comes through again. Just a few more hits required. But I tell you what, AHQ, they're defending well. Can they hold out this Baron buff?
Well, they almost did. Baron buff ticking down here. They've got another probably 30 seconds or so left on it, maybe 20.
Poke is just so devastating right now. We've managed to keep that tower alive, but the way it's going, you just feel that is a matter of time there. Is Name once again stepping forward, double shielded up, and doesn't lose health.
Yep, they could just keep on doing it. Slowly poke it down. A couple of double taps more onto that turret.
At the moment, Naz, he tries to go for the flank, but instead he's been caught out. Gets around the side and just about safeguards the duty. That is nicely worked. That's bought them time. Can they hold on this turret, though? You can see EDG reinforce their efforts. They want to get in there. Again, Death Sentence just flashes by. Green Tea doesn't land it. EDG step forward. They're finally going to go for it. They get the tower down, and they back away. Mega Inferno Rocket does not find his target, doesn't have enough damage, and EDG back away, but HQ, every single member catching the Howling Gale.
Too much disengage here from EDG, and EDG barely mission accomplished just at the last second there. Baron runs out, they run off with the Mega Inferno Rocket right behind them. See if HQ can answer, because they stood up to that siege for a very, very long time. They want to try and answer here. Outer turret under fire.
Oh, they need to be still careful here. There's a lot of damage to come back, but they do get their third turret of the game.
Oh, Green Tea with the troll. Just out of range, and Pride is left
standing. Poor guy. I know he's.
Yeah,
I know the feeling, being left silent by your colleagues and teammates. Nothing new.
Don't
Either
worry,
way,
Joe. I'm here with you this time.
Exactly. I'm not sure we'll be able to silence you. That's for sure. EDG able to take themselves a dragon here. 32.5 minutes in. Had all 4 dragons. The single Baron goes their way. There's another Baron coming up in less than 2 minutes' time, and the patient way that EDG have been playing this later game would, I think, indicate that they're going to be once again waiting to make that Baron move.
Yeah. So here's the thing. When I was researching today on our last match of the day, which will be EDG versus White, I went all the way back to the beginning of the World's group stages, and I dug up an interview from one of the Chinese websites that actually got translated on Reddit. I don't know really why it didn't get uploaded more, but there were some interesting questions that they posed to both Clear Love and Name. And they talked about, how disappointed they were with their play in that game, but also that they believe in their style. And they're not going to change their style of this team fight-oriented, very precise late-game squad that they're going to run. And this just shows. This is sort of their first game of the day. They're staying calm. Uh-oh, Koro here, though. He might not stay calm. Westor going for it.
Well, he's gonna go in. Now the question is, I don't think he's got the damage to finish him off.
Oh!
He definitely does. That opens up a big window. But EDG, they may well react by trying to push down the middle. They have to respect AHQ here, though. They're fast pushing down the bottom lane.
All right, they got the kill and they got the momentum here. They've got numbers.
Jace has been stopped there as well. I think the minions prevented him from recalling. AHQ here, putting down damage on towards that inhibitor turret. In the end, forced to back away, and now Clearlove is flanking around the side. There is a big culling coming out of Name. We'll get another man low. Will they keep chasing this one? The
Somebody's got the bend. You're going to get an inhibitor.
Jace is going through. Green Tea is taken down Name. Super Mega Death Rocket comes through.
They've got to hold off here. EDG, they're still pushing. You can see Yu, he's going to take down the inhibitor. AHQ have to get something off this one. You can see Koro back in 2 seconds. There he is, he's spawned. They still need the minion wave to push in, though. And these Howling Gales are causing all sorts of problems for them.
Westor's been forced back for, they got a kick.
They got the kick, and Koro being focused by Guardian Devil. Monsu comes in. Guardian Devil's going to go down, though, here. No, last-second intervention keeps him alive. Jace has been forced out of the base. Clearlove with Wild Growth Bond chasing through as well. Can he get another one off here onto Naz? They're going to keep going. And look at Jace. He's going to come down river.
Oh, he's going to head him off.
The focus wasn't there right now. EDG, Green Tea, Sacrificial Lamb, splits off to the side, though. But they're going to keep chasing. They're going to have the shockwave. Catches on towards them. Can they hit the hammer down? Instead, you see Guardian Devil trying to turn this one around. The Howling Gales from FCZF not going to be enough. And what an exchange. Gentlemen, the rocket! Oh, FDZF steps it out like a true support, blocks it for Koro.
Woo! Does take the hit there, and Westor does not decide to go in to chase 1 versus 4 for any assassination attempt. So that will be an end to the excitement. Nice little run from AHQ, honestly. We're looking for them to get the picks on the side lane. They got 1, and it did earn them 1 turret as well.
Bit of a crazy one there for a few moments. AHQ 5-2 up in kills. And 5-2 really are not a high-scoring kill game. But look at this, that Baron, of course, coming back up. It's EDG that have had the control of that so far. But AHQ showing that they're not scared of making a few moves here. EDG, though, are going to have the vision of that one. We see Pride's going down bottom, but Teleport is up for him.
We also have an Ardent Sensor here at Worlds. FCZF is going to grab that one so that, I guess, every time they get the shields and try and poke down one of the turrets, going to increase that attack speed a little bit for bigger chunks out of the turret. And when he blows down Monsoon, he will increase everybody on the team's attack speed, so that may help with Baron here. He's got some shields up.
Whoa, that's fast. That's a very fast Baron. AHQ way too slow to the party there. And they did teleport down, but it's just not even close enough. And AHQ, they're back to being sieged. And EDG, they're not going to back away. There's no tower to slow them down. They can keep pushing.
Yeah, Koro right now does have teleport, so he can go clear this really easily and then join the team if they decide to keep up this siege down here. Also, with the Mercurial Scimitar pickup by Yu, it really takes away all of the threat of Westor going to 1 versus 1 him. Not only can he knock him back now, but he can also cleanse off that death mark. And even though Westor does have a GA, you would be a very, very scary opponent to go 1 versus 1 with right now.
Can they hold on? EDG with that last Baron definitely took their time. Super patient play, which eventually rewarded them with an inhibitor turret. And of course the inhibitor afterwards, but that wasn't really from that play. That was simple positioning as AHQ were rushing up that bottom lane. And you would push straight down the middle. We'll see now how that impacts this one moving forward. It's not a massive gold lead. Yes, there's certainly a significant one, but not something I think that AHQ can't come back from at this stage. You see their inventory there full with a lot of pink walls. Want to make sure that they keep vision up wherever possible. They still have quite a lot on this top side of their own jungle, couple down on the bottom side as well. But EDG have forced this wave in on the top side of the map. Pride has actually come quite far out here to try and get rid of that one. He's doing some good damage back there to Clearlove.
Yeah, he certainly forced him under pressure. Put a little bit down in towards him, but that tower, look how fast it falls.
That's over 1,000 health and shields right there on Name with Bloodthirster plus Lulu and Janna.
Stiff coverage from them. AHQ holding off once again. Death Sentence not landing in this top lane turret. It's going to be backed off right now. They're thinking, why do we go for this exposed inhibitor in the mid lane? It would make a hell of a lot more sense. They've realized it themselves as they rotate around. The target's possibilities for Westor are getting slimmer and slimmer with that. Zhonya's and of course Mercurial, as you mentioned, so there's no longer the possibility to go for the pop on Koro like he got before, and I'm not sure they can hold this one. I think they need to give up this inhib and just think better of it, but they are trying desperately to force them away.
More shock blast coming in. Howling Gale has to be walked away from. Poke, you see it there, landing onto Garnet Devil at the back. Green Tea taking a bit of a blast as well, and there is that inhibitor going down once again in favor of EDG. The bottom is pushing in their favor as well, so only a matter of time until they head on towards that bottom side to clear it out. They're actually going to push the top wave through as well.
Clever play. I mean, every lane pushed really. There's no way around this one for AHQ. They're just going to get forced down all 3 lanes in just a matter of moments, and EDG is playing this one by the numbers.
I mean, they've got both exhausts up, they have all spells up, almost all flashes up. So it will be really hard for HQ to engage this, even if they get somebody around to flank. If Nas even can get a kick off, very, very difficult. It's gonna have to be good hook and good kick comboed onto one target here.
Yeah, and Westor's options have become a little limited because of the fact that the Zhonya's is now in there for Koro, because of that scimitar to get rid of the death mark for you as well. I mean, it's obvious that the AD carries the juicy target there for Name.
That culling on the turret, man. Oh,
it's Naz. He just ate the whole chunk of it. That's going to force him back to Fountain. That turret now down to half hit points. While this is all happening, Koro's just continuing to feed the super minions on towards the Nexus turret, which is what's pulling Pride's attention. He's not there to clear the waves with that Hurricane. Still yet to complete that 3rd item. Split across towards the Zhonya's. Yet to complete that one right now. So AHQ, they are hanging on for dear life. The Baron has worn off of EDG, but it doesn't matter. They've got everything in their pocket, really, to just keep the season.
The amount of health they can get from shields. Koro's got his Lich Bane really early on. He rushed it item, I believe. So him plus Name just going up with any small window, taking large.
They're still holding on though. Gotta give it over on this one. Garnet Devil though, taking a big hit from the culling. Name steps forward. Oh, it's been up though, into the box. Deathmark's going down. They're gonna get the kill. This could be it for HQ.
They're gonna go on towards FCZF. Westor gets himself a second. You the next focus. He gets dropped down. AHQ are just ripping through EDG here. Clearlove tries to turn around. The gun shield is not enough. He's gonna jump. He wants to go for the minions instead. Look at the Nexus turrets. Koro's taking down one. You can see Pride's come around the side. They're trying to lock him off. He needs to keep the minions at bay. And EDG playing smart despite being caught out. They turn their attention back to the turrets.
They finally pull the trigger and they get the primary target. Beautiful job dumping all of the damage into Name as soon as they got him locked down.
And this could still be a little bit dangerous here. Koro inside of the brush. Go for it, Brian. No, he's not going to look for it. But they're going to take an inner turret here. Are they going to be able to go further? They've got Jinx who destroys those turrets. Problem is now Westor is joining in as well. There are 2 men up for EDG. There is FCZF. Name is coming up and you won't be far behind him. So those 3 kills coming in, and that is the glimmer of hope that AHQ have been looking for. They see that they can do it. But can they do it again? What they need to do.
and again.
I think one more big one, if they can get 4 men down, and if or even 3 if it's the right 3, they could still push back hard.
The problem is that they still have this inhibitor down, so mid lane's going to be shoving to give EDG more pressure, and Baron is coming back up in 30 seconds. So all that EDG have to do is, once again, clear out this river, sweep Baron, and then force AHQ to come down these corridors where they can funnel their poke into. If HQ come through the jungle, it's going to be very hard for them to get around the damage from EDG, and they are just going to bait this Baron once again. Let's see how well they check these bushes. They've got a lantern.
Oh, Green Tea, well, he takes the whole
really early Lulu
damage. That is not enough from EDG, and that's going to force them away from the Baron Pit area. We can see AHQ, they're trying to shove up the mid lane. Not sure this is the right choice. They should have possibly taken the opportunity to get in and sweep those wards out, but instead they're going to try and push, and they're forcing EDG's hand here. The siege comp doesn't work so well when being pushed.
And they've done well there. They've managed to force him away from Baron. They had to loop around that top side. Now it's going to go over the top of the Baron Pit, but there's already the recall.
Look at this.
Thresh in the mid lane. If they spot this, this could be real bad news. Don't think they did spot that one, so they still might be a little bit scared of that one. In fact, Yui's going down for the blue buff. Brides needs to be careful there on that bottom lane.
Yeah, but Coral just got away in that bush again. Oops, he stepped out for a second. HQ were able to take that small opening, though, to get another ward back inside of Baron. Never mind, Clearlove just cleared it out.
So, tricky play here, and EDG once again wavering in their play, despite having a gigantic advantage, slowly clawing their way out. And Name, you know, we were drawing question marks towards him. 0-2-1 this far in. He gets
he got it again! This is real bad news once again, but where's the back of the monsoon comes out? Westor! Here comes Westor! His GA will get bumped, and Name is down and out! Yui's down! 3 men are dead here! They can take Baron, or they can say, screw the Baron, let's go for the win!
They're gonna go right up that mid lane, Joe. They want to answer the inhibitor. Let's see if they can do it. 5 members shoving in on the turret.
What the hell is happening here, ladies and gentlemen? AHQ are turning this game on its head. They're pushing straight through. There's not enough. The shields are there. They take down 1 inhibitor turret, but the question is, can they keep pushing? There's 40 seconds of the death timers here. This crowd is lighting up and ready.
They're going to force the tiebreaker
to take a victory.
Oh my God, Price is going low here, but he himself has got a Guardian Angel. Nexus story number 1 goes down. Deathmark on Koro. He will use the wild growth. They got to take down these Nexus stories. Still 20 seconds to the rest. FCZF takes a burst. Koro is still in there.
Oh no!
On the Nexus. They got it. They managed to do it.
Oh my God!
Edward David, can you believe it? Insane scenes here in Taipei. Wow!
When a poke comp falls, it falls hard.
Holy cow!
Another amazing green tea hook onto Name. They get the primary target. Westor charges in to finish him off, and his GA allows them to clean up the entire game off of it.
The number 1 seed from China falls to the number 2 seed of the Garena Premier League. We questioned their abilities earlier on, and now they face the possibility. And it's still a tough one, but it is entirely now possible.
And hey, everyone was writing them off as an early game only team.
They have to beat Samsung White, or they go through to another tiebreaker versus AHQ.
Exactly. And the win here from HQ, they did it in the late game. Everyone was writing them off as that early game team. But when it counted, they pulled the trigger, and they came up with the clutch plays. It's all about the shot at the buzzer. They were forced with their backs against the walls. Inhibitors down. Second inhibitor turret almost about to go down, and they came up with the huge plays.
I'm still mind-boggled. I'm still shaking from that. Absolutely insane stuff here, and to lose like that for EDG, who they were playing things calm. They, sat so long sieging down these turrets. AHQ held them off with that middle lane who'd gone. They pushed back in the bottom lane. They made plays in this one. And you have to feel that this is also going to knock EDG down. They've got to play Samsung White of all teams to prevent that tiebreaker.
This is definitely going to shake EDG. We saw signs in the early game of them just maybe some thoughtless plays, their heads maybe not entirely in this game. The analyst desk talked about it. Maybe they were overlooking this game, looking ahead too far. And now that the pressure is on for Samsung White, they really are going to have to come up and perform very big at the end of the day today, or else the tiebreaker with HQ, they could very well win another game.
What a match, ladies and gentlemen. What a match. And you know what, Monte Cristo? You said this group was clearly stronger than Group B. I'm not so sure about that one. I've got to be honest, because everyone in Group B is going to be looking at this matchup for the second seed, thinking if we can get number one, we could easily take a quarters now, surely off one of these teams.
I don't think anybody wants to fight Samsung White, but now
that's for
they
sure.
might want to take EDG.
They might want to take AHQ as well. I mean, still got that last chance.
They
Honestly,
are 3-3 in the group right now, and EDG are 3-2. So it is in EDG's hands right now to actually just keep in the tournament, let alone anything else.
And it's in Samsung White's hands too. I'm not sure really what your point was.
3-2, yeah, that's
3-2. No, you're right.
I
You're
am right.
You
I'm
got
just
it.
questioning my maths.
It's
I should never do maths on air.
No, or at all, I think is the general consensus on that one. But, I mean, no one, let's be honest, no one really thought that AHQ were going to take down EDG.
One thing we got to give credit to, Garnet Devil on Thresh once again, landing those hooks on Name. Time after time. And turning things around again.
And then Green Tea on Thresh too.
Green Tea. Well, Garnet Devil was there.
He was definitely there.
Yeah, and the same kind of token, Name. We were talking about him, and there was a lot of talk about this one. This is a controversial topic because Name has not been just good for the last couple of weeks or something. He's had a dominant time in China, been incredible, but he is simply not produced on the world stage just yet.
You know what? I also want to hear what the analyst desk is going to say about the itemization here of FCZF. Ardent Sensor and Medjais from Jana once here. Crepo is on this. Mikhail's just binge right now, and he's just crucifying anyone who doesn't go for it. So, well, no, we don't see Ardent Sensor a lot.
It was a fantastic game, ladies and gentlemen. We know who the home crowd favorite was. It's AHQ, and they are with Shocks.
Thank you very much, guys. Well, they are the home crowd favorites, all right. I'm joined here by Green Tea, who played an amazing Thresh. First, Green Tea, tell me about that crazy game because you guys were up in kills, but EDG was putting so much pressure on you guys.
可以跟我们简单说一下刚刚发生什么事吗？就刚那场比赛。就是我们前期有拿到头，但是我们地图经济龙都拿不起来，一直被他们逼塔，然后被他们逼塔，然后就是被他们逼到塔下之后，就还好有勾到，然后逆转这样。
Okay, so like throughout the game, we actually had a lead on the kills, but EDG has really put pressure on our turrets, and they gained advantage on that. But because I did some good hooks, and we won the game.
Tell me a little bit more about that. To me, at least, you're the MVP in this game. Talk me through what went through your mind with the crowd support here, knowing I have to hit those hooks. I have to hit those hooks on Lucian.
可以跟我们说一下，就是在这么多现场观众的支持跟这么多观众朋友的状况下，你到底是怎么 成功的就是勾到路线，这个就正常表现啊。It's just my normal play.
Well, this means you guys are still in it. If EDG doesn't win versus Samsung White, you guys get to play them again. So tell me about the momentum right now. Can you guys do this again? How will you do it?
OK， 所以你也知道，其实如果 EDG 输给Samsung White 的话，其实你们会再跟 EDG 加赛一场，就代表你们还能有机会进世界大赛。
对。
那可以跟我们说一下你现在心理状态，跟你即将有可能面对Samsung White，你会怎么面对他们？
我说我们会面对Samsung White。
对，面对 EDG。
神送加油！
So we will cheer for Samsung White to play win, and we can play the next game against EDG.
All right, well, one final thing, Green Tea, anything you want to say to the fans out there who have screamed you through victory here?
帮我们跟粉丝说几句话吗？啊？帮我们跟观众说几句话。
谢谢大家的欢呼声。
Thank you for your cheers.
Well, thank you for an amazing game, and good luck if you get to play that game. Now, let's head over to the desk to get a second opinion on that match.
Thank you very much, Sharks. Congratulations to Green Tea. I personally owe an apology to AHQ because I'd written them off yesterday. And I said multiple times, I called it out on Twitter, no one expected it. Before we get into the gameplay decisions that ultimately won AHQ the game, I want to go back to picks and bans. I feel that Edward Gaming ran a team composition we don't traditionally see from them. Specifically the Jace mid, not super common in China. Lulu top, while it's not unheard of, it's not the main thing. So let's pull that graphic up onto the screen and Monty talk us through it.
This is really interesting too. You had only played one game on Jace in the LPL previously, and if we talk about these two compositions, when you run this kind of siege comp, and it is a very, very strong siege composition, you're banking on having a mid-game power spike. And actually, EDG hit on that quite nicely, where you want to get kind of one item on your main carries, then start grouping. You can go into two items as well once Lulu's going to get that Lich Bane after the Athenes. Unfortunately, what happened here is that while they did get the outer ring of turrets around, I think they over-prioritized the Baron, which slowed down their push. And we're going to get into itemization a little bit too, but we were talking about it here. Koro, on that Lulu, looked like he was going for the old recipe of Lich Bane, which was Sheen Blasting Wand, and so he ended up with his extra Blasting Wand. But when you delay the Lich Bane like that, that's a lot of potential tower damage that you're wasting, because she needs to be able to proc that on the turret to continue to roll through the towers. Now, late game, what we saw, the Zed can be used as a primary form of engage because everybody's so squishy. And not only that, but the hooks. And I know we're all really eager to talk about FZZF's, frankly, terrible itemization that game.
Yeah, Crepo, I know you've been loving
I just actually want to add one more thing to the team composition. Maybe a longer range AD carry would have been better. Yes,
yeah.
The Cullen works to get people off the tower, but you already have Jace with Lulu poke on top of that, Janna shields for the Jace poke. Maybe just a Caitlyn or something. If you're going for this raw 20-minute grouping siege comp, get a long range AD carry, because those towers need to fall. If they don't, this will happen.
And when we've seen other teams kind of run these early siege compositions as well, if you go with Lucian, what Naj and White Shield will do is get first item Bloodthirster. Because of that short range, it allows him to walk up to the turrets and take a little bit of harass while he procs his passive.
And Caitlyn gets caught a little less easy.
So let's talk about the items. I know Kobe was saying let's discuss the itemization, FCZF in particular.
Yep. Crepo, I'll give you the break. I know you've shouted enough about how these items hurt your heart a little bit. So the first thing to talk about is the Magi Soul Stealer pickup. 1,235 gold. You're playing a siege comp where you're not even looking to get kills in the first place. He had 1 to 0 stacks for like 90% of the game. Not a good pick. Also spent 1,835 gold going from tier 1. Not Frostfang, but Spell Thief's Edge into Frost Queen's Claim. Didn't do much with that either. The slow is not exactly important. However, Talisman of Ascension could have been great. So there's 3,000 gold spent on not a Mikhail's Crucible. In fact, we have a replay of why Mikhail's Crucible would be so darn good, because the hooks were great. So basically, Name on the short-range Lucian that you guys were all talking about is going to get hooked by Green Tea. it was either find a flank or find an engage. They found an engage. So let's roll the clip out. The hook on the Name starts everything. And of course, there's nothing that he could ever possibly do. He predicts the dash backwards, jumps on in, and then, oh look, Flay in the box. Oh look, Zed's on top of you. And there's not enough to do to save his life anymore. Jinx Rocket is just there to help. In fact, Green Tea had 1 kill and like 6 assists all game. Was just there to get the first kill going through. And at this point, there's just no persistent damage output left. So of course, the comp's going to work out.
Yeah, and if you look at AHQ's composition, the only thing they can do is either flank with Lee Sin or land one of these hooks, or have Zed split push become so strong that they can't deal with it. But props to Green Tea though, like he was the one way back into this game, and he landed 2 really important hooks, and that basically won his team again.
Before I throw this crumbs, just very quickly, of course, we did see EDG in map control for 35 minutes of the game. It was only after those team fights that AHQ got themselves back into it. Crumbs, care to add more on the discussion?
I was actually going to talk about the crowd. I thought that Green Tea sure was the MVP, but the crowd really, after that fight, they're going wild. And you saw the interview right at the end. They're just like AHQ all the way. And I really think that after that, you could tell how EDG was playing more demoralized while AHQ was playing much more confidently. And I think that the home field advantage is definitely something that can bring them to quarterfinals.
I do not want to take anything away from AHQ. They played well. They held off the siege from Edward Gaming. You cannot deny that for any amount. However, Edward Gaming ran a team composition that is always risky. Poke comps have failed many times in the LCS. Do you think if Edward Gaming lose to Samsung White, and we see this tiebreaker later in the day, if Edward Gaming had run a slightly different style of composition, the same scenario would have played out? I mean, I know it's a difficult question to ask. It's just we haven't seen a full-on Siege/Poke comp yet this Worlds.
I don't know. It's really interesting because we talk about EDG as a late-game team, but it seemed like after they got the outer ring down, they didn't have the best prioritization of objectives. And even in the ultra-late game as well, when they were tooling around Baron right there, you just set up for more siege. You can only do that one thing. You don't have that risk. And the itemization that we keep talking about around that too, the sensor is not what you need in that situation. The Crucible, okay, because here's why. We have 2 QSSs on your carries, on mid and AD carry. Those are used to get rid of Deathmark, which means, because that's one of the forms of engage, which means you need a Crucible to get rid of hooks, because you don't want to QSS the hook and then have Zed go on you. But AHQ did set up those engages very nicely.
That they did. All right, guys, we do need to move this one along. So we're coming up on Game 5 of today's Worlds Group Stage. So let's actually take a look at where these teams stand after our first 4 matches. With that incredible win, AHQ are now 3-3 in Group A, meaning if Edward Gaming lose to Samsung White in the last game of the day, we will have that tiebreaker. Over on the other side of the coin, you do have Team Solo Mid 4-1 coming up against SK Gaming in the next match. So in order for Team Solo Mid to force the tiebreaker for first place, they have to beat SK Gaming. So that's the way these 2 groups break it down. We're going to start rolling this one on in just a moment or two because, of course, we do have to go to an ad break in just a second as the teams are getting themselves ready to play. It will be SK Gaming from Europe, seed number 3, taking on Team Solo Mid from North America, and of course, seed number 1. We're going to take some shots from the venue, I believe. Freddy and Sven Skjern, can they carry the rest of SK Gaming in the penultimate game of the day? And of course, Odd1 along with Reggie talking to the team.
They take that one, there's the damage coming in, it's a flash, I don't think it's enough. Howling Gale, and then he's in absolute to the tower though. They're calling Name instead of it's been knocked out, into the box, Deathmark's going down, they're going to get the kill. This could be it for HQ. This is real bad news once again, but where's the back of the Monsoon comes out? Here comes Westar, his GA will get pumped, and Name is down and out. Nexus story number 1 goes down, Deathmark on Takoro, he will use the wild growth. They're going to take down these Nexus stories. Still 20 seconds to the rest of FCZF takes a burst. Koro is still in there. Oh no! On the Nexus.
Welcome back to day 4 of the 2014 World Championship. We're shifting into gear for another battle of the LCS between SK Gaming and Team Solo Mid. Number 3 European team taking on the number 1 North American team. And in a day where underdogs have somewhat reigned supreme, SK may be getting some hope and some faith.
I mean, here's the funny thing, too. If you're playing the underdog story here, SK can suddenly dash all the hopes of the underdog story if they knock out TSM right here. Solo Mid have to win this game if they want the tiebreaker match. That will be played again at the end of the day. But SK, despite the fact that they were mathematically eliminated from the tournament, they showed up well against TPA, and they might show up well here.
Talking about SK, they've had the opportunity to watch Team Solo Mid earlier in the day against Royal Club. We're anticipating a Rumble ban. Is there anything else that SK can learn from that matchup in preparation for this game?
Well, I just want to point out that SK's will be playing on the blue side, I believe, so that actually frees up a lot of their bans. Purple side's kind of tight for bans, but blue side, they'll definitely have room for that Rumble ban. And they've watched the games before, so they've known what bans have worked against TSM and which bans have not.
And obviously, SK is a large underdog in this scenario, but I think that blue side is going to be very important. When Freddy has had such a hard time getting champions that he's good on, I mean, who do you ban here? Because you've got to ban out Nidalee, you've got to ban out Aatrox, you have to ban out Alistar.
Both teams just like Zillion, it seems, so
or Kale.
It's like forcing each other to ban Zillion as
Right,
well.
but I mean, you're going to get a good, solid either Maokai or Alistar. And something that Freddy is good on is going to show up as a first pick for SK.
Crumbs?
No, I completely agree on that. You know, TSM will 100% ban Nidalee. They want to get rid of the Alistar, and then you have...
They have to ban Aatrox as well.
You're going to have to get rid of Aatrox. They're going to get Maokai.
Well, let's just turn our attention to Team Solo Mid very quickly. Wild Turtle is the guy that we kept looking at as the potential weak link in TSM. He's got 3 games played as Tristana, and he is killing it. 21-1-16. Yes, comps have been built around him. You cannot deny that fact. But day 4 of groups, and he's not the weak link maybe we were anticipating.
He had a very wobbly laning phase, but after that, his team fights were really good. He had good positioning, good follow-up, and he was orb walking, kiting people backwards. SK has shown that they did not have the greatest laning phase, so that won't be as big of an issue for Turtle, so he can definitely show up in this series.
Freak.
Yeah, I actually want to point out, there's people who are tracking all of the LCS players playing Korean solo queue. And Wild Turtle has, first of all, he made Master in 44 games. Granted, the accounts are seeded into Diamond 3, but he's the only Master player with under 100 games played. He's also got the 2nd highest win rate behind Lustboy. So these guys are actually playing darned well while they are here. And clearly TSM are stepping up.
Crumbs and Monty, we need to get to predictions, so save those thoughts for now. I am going to run down the desk, ask you guys who you think is going to win. North America or Europe, SK or TSM. I want to start with Crumbs. Who's your victor?
Seeing how TSM performed and seeing the first match, SK versus TSM, I'm going with TSM this time around.
All right, TSM. Next up, I want to know from Crepo, who's going to pick your victory here?
I've already talked too much. I'm going to keep it short. TSM's going to win this game, I believe.
All right, next in line, Monty.
I wish I could make my predictions after picks and bans. I do think that the Maokai is going over, but even so, unless they ban Lulu, which Dyrus has shown he's very good at bullying Maokai with, I still think TSM's definitely got a big edge here. I'm picking him.
Finally?
I also say TSM.
All right, TSM down the line. We know they're going to win the public vote, but just by how much? 88% of you guys are in agreement that Team Solo Mid is going to win this game. Let's see if they can actually do it by throwing it to the caster desk to take us into game.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot, and it is time to get to the starting lineups for these two teams. Starting out on the blue side, it is SK Gaming. That means Freddy122 is carrying hard in that top lane, Svenskeren in the jungle, Jez is in the mid lane, Candy Panda as the AD carry, and then Rated on support.
And of course, on the red side, it's Team Solo Mid with Dyrus in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane, and the duo lane of Wild Turtle and Lustboy.
Ooh, all right. So this is a rematch. So if we look back at the first game that these two teams played, yes, SK did not have Svenskeren, so that is going to help them out. But man, they had some issues that had nothing to do with Svenskeren. The picks and bans were horrendous for SK the first time around. They gave TSM a Yasuo God comp. Basically, the picks for everybody they were happy with in their position. Alistar top for Dyrus, amazing on Lee Sin, one of his favorite champions, if not his most favorite champion. And then Nami for Lustboy. All of these things. And then Trist for Wild Turtle. Like, they pretty much got everything that they wanted last time around. So there are easy improvements for SK to make just in the picks bans that don't even have to do with Svenskeren. Of course, the other thing was the mid camp from Amazing definitely destroyed Jez's, and Svenskeren can help out with that.
And the crucial thing is, well, of course, TSM will be looking to ban the Nidalee, etc. for the top lane. SK have to start looking to do the same to the supports, because simply put, and rated, he can't play Janna. He does not play Nami. These are the supports in the meta right now, and they're not in his pool, so he has to look towards something else, and that frees up everything for Lost Boy.
It's got to be all 3 bans towards Freddy again. The way that he's been playing this tournament is just, he's head and shoulders above everyone else on his team. And when it comes to the ban phase, it seems to me fairly easy that they're going to go that way. We do see Tristana banned here, though, by SK Gaming. So Turtle's not going to get that this time around.
There's one good adaptation from SK Gaming already, so that's something. They have banned Zed. That hasn't done much to slow down Bjergsen at all, but it is definitely one of his extremely strong champions, so can't fault them for that. As you said, these are probably Freddy bans here coming from solo mid.
Yeah, no surprise if Aatrox is the final ban there. There's a rise. That means Rumble is allowed through unless Freddy's in first lock-in for S. Or will it? Will they actually let the Aatrox through and think, you know what, we can face it so we can get the Lee Sin?
Yeah, the Aatrox is really, it's something of an enigma for the entire world except for Europe. Like
Except
Europe,
for Freddy,
really.
Okay, Darian was the only one. Darian was the only other guy, and he's not there anymore. There is the Aatrox ban, and Freddy's like, for Christ's sake, not again.
Well, it leaves the first choice here for SK, and they did not waste any time. So, seems like things have gone to plan for them. It's a first pick Kha'Zix for Svenskeren. Obviously missed the first 3 games of the World Championship. He's going to have to be a big player for them.
Why would you go ahead and take away Kha'Zix if Amazing loves Lee Sin and you're giving away all these power picks? There's Maokai's available. Freddy has played Maokai. He hasn't performed, you know, as well as he has on other champions with it, but still, the Kha'Zix is not a first pick high priority to me versus TSM.
Well, it's an interesting one, and we're going to see what Freddy has to play. Will it be the one standard Dr. Mundo in that top lane for him once again? He's played it a number of times. Morgana is a possibility. That is Enrated's champion, the one that they've got the victory on, as is the Kha'Zix. And, you know, with Svenskeren doing a lot of the calling in game along with Freddy, I wonder if he's just had the first voice when it comes to that first pick.
And the interesting thing as well is that you said earlier on, if Maokai goes through an SK first pick, Dyrus will probably just take a Lulu and bully him out in the lane completely. On the other side, with Maokai for Dyrus, Freddy doesn't play Lulu, or certainly hasn't played it at all throughout the season and the playoffs.
There we go. That's another counter. There it is. So they were baiting their first round. That's the Kha'Zix pick. A complete bait into the Maokai pick. But Maokai still has a good late game, even if, you know, Swain does pretty well early.
We'll see how it works out. I've not seen Freddy on Swain. Of course, we did see it in Europe a couple of times up against the Maokais, but it does mean Kog'Maw this time around is being picked up. Instead, Lucian is out there. Tristana was banned away. He's come to favor Kog'Maw this time around instead of not Lucian.
Wild Turtle is one of those North American AD carries that does play Kog'Maw. Him along with Sneaky. They've picked it basically when Trist is not available. So it's definitely something that he can perform on, and it's okay because they do have Janna as well. It's a strong team fight here from TSM. They've got Maokai for peeling and Janna for the knockback.
Negative win ratio for him there, though. Played 7, won 3, lost 4. We see SK Gaming hovering over Gnar, which, honestly, if you're going to bring something like that out, maybe you're going to do it for the final game of the World Championships where you're mathematically out. But
what did you just say, Gnar?
Gnar?
Okay, never mind. I thought you said Gnar. Maybe I was just hoping for that support Narvik that Mata was talking about.
It is what he said. The English-American translation is completely lost. I'll just be the translator in amongst you guys. But what is for certain is Vayne is locked in by Candy Panda. He has only played it once in the summer, but it did used to be one of his strong champions. We'll see how it works out in this one. Of course, we've seen some incredible Vayne mechanics throughout this tournament already, from the likes of Imp getting that pentakill and Ziggs in the middle by Jez's. That's something that's eluded us. And like you say, finally, it's a champion that he's had great success on. Again, just like Wild Turtle's Kog'Maw, he is only 3 and 4 on it, so he's not had a positive win ratio, but as a champion, he can play sitting back. But the problem is, it leaves Syndra open for Bjergsen.
To be fair, Jez's, even on his favorite champions, Orianna and Ahri, he has not had good performances on. So
that's true.
Dipping deep into something else, can't fault them for that. The Syndra from Bjergsen is terrifying. That's often the ban that goes along with Zed when people face TSM. Whew, they're very bold by SK this time around. You can tell they're taking chances here, trying to bait the Maokai pick in order to pick Swain into it, leaving up that Syndra. All very dangerous things, and TSM have a very, very strong team fighting composition here. They even have the ability to get picks with Syndra. If they get control of the map and control that vision, it's going to be very, very dangerous for SK moving around.
Well, that was one of the changes that they made to this banning phase. They banned Syndra in their last encounter here, so we'll see if Bjergsen makes them basically cry for that decision, because you have to feel that if Bjergsen hits his form on a champion like Syndra, let's not forget, if you go all the way back to the beginning of Bjergsen when he finally hit the ripe old age of 17 and was allowed to play in the LCS, came out with Syndra, which we'd not seen up until that point in the European LCS, got his pentakill early on. He's terrifying if he's having a good game.
It's the first one in the LCS, I believe, as well, so it was a big turnaround from the man that made his mark in Europe and now absolutely is making his mark for the North American scene. How are TSM going to approach this one? Because this is all about, do you avoid Samsung White?
For TSM, yeah, they definitely, this is a must-win game for them.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, avoiding Samsung White is a huge, huge bonus if they can secure the first spot here. So I think that they're really, all they're going to have to worry about is Dyrus in this game. Because obviously, SK's whole weird champion select was all targeted at Dyrus. They've got Swain for the early game and then Vayne for the late game. They want to hunt him down with that true damage. It's been used by multiple people, taking that Vayne in the late game versus Maokai if he ever tries to split, because Dyrus is the one with teleport, so Candy Panda can hunt him down. They've got a lot of stuff that they bet on this, but Dyrus had a great game earlier today, and we've seen how he gets once he starts off the day really, really strong.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to get involved on this one, of course, don't forget to tweet at LOL Esports using the hashtag SKWin or the hashtag. Everybody is now awake in North America, ready and waiting for this one, along, of course, with Europe, who will be joining their evening gets underway. So back in the team and making the calls. The final match, Sam, of course, if they do go 5-1, they will play a tiebreaker. That will happen after the Samsung White EDG game completes. And potentially, there could be 2 tiebreakers. We'll see how that works out.
Tiebreakers galore. Looking forward to a long day today.
Funny fact about this one as well, it's Europe versus North America, but there are actually 3 Danish players. There are actually more Danish players than North Americans.
Where's the official when you need him?
Exactly, we should have brought him in for a special cameo appearance for this. I mean, the mid lane is probably the obvious one to look at there. Jesus versus Bjergsen. Bjergsen being so dominant for his team. Jesus, I feel, is one of the weaker mid laners that we have here at the World Championship, and he's got to step up if they're going to win.
Yeah, because Bjergsen has had the upper hand easily in this matchup before. So I expect there to be 4 European players in this mid lane very early on. Svenskeren going to try and help out Jez's, and then Amazing. As we said, the last time that they beat SK, it was a couple of early ganks from him. That's all that Bjergsen needed, and he pretty much ran away with it.
So lane swaps, that's the big deal. We'll see how Wild Turtle and Lustboy deal with Freddy down in this bottom lane.
All right.
United has showed himself, so they know what's up.
He's corralled the minions and focused their damage so that they will start pushing ahead. Interesting here, though, they've got a lane's little late swap here from Candy Panda. They weren't quite sure how the lanes would shake out, I guess, because they didn't have any deep wards. But he does make his way up there. And Rada got some solo experience in the meanwhile, and Dyrus got himself a few CS. Does ensure that the lane will definitely be pushing against SK, though.
And Rated backing off and heading down to the bottom lane. They want to leave Candy Panda to one-on-one Dyrus, and they want to give Freddy support.
Exactly. Interesting. So this Swain here wasn't even for that lane counter, I guess. They're trying to have Candy Panda straight from the start versus Dyrus. And with that range advantage, he should have an easy time. They got the lane pushing against them, as we said. See if Amazing makes an early move down here.
Not messing around either. Over to the ward, and look at this. Onto the golems. He's going to come in from the backside. Wants them golems to back away, not take too much of his health off before they actually get this one going. Meanwhile, Svenskeren is going to the top lane. Candy Panda, tell you what, Candy Panda might actually die. There is someone to heal use. Svenskeren coming in will get the slow, but there's no kill. Oh, he's flashed over, and Dyrus is going to go down, but the first blood actually came in down in the bottom lane as we saw Freddy go down.
And now Enrated's in trouble. He's going to get locked up out upside Dark Shield. It's not going to keep him out, but the tower comes down, and it's a double kill for Enrated in the bottom lane as Amazing on Lust Boy fall. Freddy teleports back in. This is all going horribly wrong for TSM already.
TSM got their hands stuck in the pickle jar here. They wanted way too much down bottom. They didn't need that second kill, and it cost them 2 in return just to take down the support. They didn't even deny a minion wave down there because the teleport was ready for Freddy.
Oh, big damage there onto Jesus as well. Both of those kills, funnily enough, going over to Enrated. So certainly having the best start for him. We've seen him already face-checking a brush at level 1 and giving up that first blood. This one certainly worked out a little better for him. It's going to give him some early wards. Let's look at that dive again.
All right, so this is the first kill that we missed, and this is the kill that they executed cleanly onto Freddy. Good dive by TSM. They tank the turret. Lust Boy takes a couple of shots, not so bad. But then they go for the full health Black Shield ready Morgana. Black Shield at level 2 from N-rated, and man does it cost them. 2 kills for that, plus a teleport in from Freddy cleanup experience. Pretty sloppy down there from TSM. They are still ahead, but we also have to worry about what happened top lane. I said, they're gonna have to worry about Dyrus up here. Already SK have shown focusing up top, the early gank to get him behind, and the fail flash is going to get in Dyrus's head. His mentality is crucial. Try and keep him balanced.
And you talk about that experience that Freddy cleaned up. He's going to be the first to hit level 6 here. He's way ahead at the moment. Nobody else. Derek Bjergsen just hitting level 5 in that mid lane, so he could very well start taking that lane all on his own once he gets that ultimate roll in. Bjergsen in this mid lane has built up a tiny CS advantage over Jesus, but Jesus himself is playing careful because the jungle focus has not been on him like it was in game 1. Everything was all about getting kills on Jesus, getting Bjergsen rolling. I think Bjergsen feels he can deal with Jesus on his own. Svenskeren trying to pay a visit once again to the top lane. This time is warded out, and Dyrus should be safe for now.
Yeah, Dyrus having none of it this time around. Last time he knows he gets killed once, they're gonna come back for me. So he sets up double wards to protect himself.
Jesus sat back here. We did see Lust Boy and Amazing just pairing up there in the SK jungle to get some vision down. Looks like they're gonna go even deeper once again. However, both Freddy and Enrated, after backing off, won't find themselves in any trouble. Candy Panda, meanwhile, having the free farm in this top lane, outside of obviously the damage that was done to him by Dyrus just a little bit earlier on, and he leads the CS currently. But look at this, Amazing on Lust Boy. They're waiting here once again, but that wave's going to go through.
Enrated may well go in towards them. No. And again, you know, it was risky dive beforehand. It may be an even worse one this time around. The Dark Binding lands. There's going to be the never move, and now Lust Boy just going to have to force them away. And SK are safe once again. This time around, Svenskeren's attention has been drawn. He's making his way down south.
Freddy, I wonder how close he actually is to this level 6 here. This is a decent minion wave that's coming in. He's not going to hit it from this one, I don't think, but we'll be pretty close. And, well, if there's a minion wave underneath his tower, you definitely don't want to be thinking about diving him, because he's going to be pulling everything back with a black shield in there as well. Slowly but surely, Svenskeren is also starting to work his way down bottom.
But it is sort of dangerous for Svenskeren to be on this side of the map. Because TSM is spending so much time on this red jungle of SK, he's got to think that there are wards in here. You have to infer that because they've spent so much time down here, they've been dropping wards. Both of them did just now expire, though. So he's actually clear, and he just hit level 6. Good place for Kha'Zix. He can actually pull off a fairly strong gank now.
I think we need to pay attention to is the fact that Jesus can throw that Mega Inferno bomb out from range. We haven't seen a Ziggs throughout this tournament yet. May well have just slipped some of their minds that he doesn't need to be all the way down there. We'll keep our eyes on this one. I want to talk about the fact that Vayne is off on his own. He's ahead in CS over Wild Turtle. Quite considerably at the moment, actually. And that's surely a problem. While Cockmore can keep up pretty well with a Vayne late game, if Candy Panda can get going, they really need to start shutting him down.
Yeah, they really have to worry about that split pushing Vayne because it's going to be a problem for them. They don't really have good answers for it. TSM is much more focused on the team fight, so they'll probably be focusing on those dragons and the teleports from Dyrus, trying to trade objectives. But really, the window on dive and bottom has definitely closed for TSM. Freddy has hit that level 6, and as you said, with the Morgana shield, very, very dangerous to overextend down here again. It already cost Turtle a lot of CS. That's where a lot of that discrepancy is coming from, is the botched dive from TSM down bottom. They don't want to mess it up more for Turtle. But he gets hit with Binding.
Yeah, Binding and never move could be a problem. That's a good knock-up onto Enrated. Not sure that the damage is really there to get a finisher, but now with the ultimate of Wild Turtle, that'll give him a bit more presence in that lane. Pink ward being stood on by Amazing. Svenska is waiting and actually will jump on top of him. Insta-kicked away. Amazing's at half HP. There's the Inferno Bomb coming through, but not enough.
Everything avoided there. Bombs left, right, center. And Amazing finally burnt the flash out. Didn't save the pink ward though. That was the whole goal. He still managed to get his hands on that one.
I think the goal was actually to assassinate Amazing. They're trying to use the pink ward as bait.
Yes.
And,
no kidding.
and they did at least get his flash out of it. So not all is lost for SK. But as you said, TSM answered back. They actually get that pink ward. Once again, though, focus top here. They returning to dive Dyrus. Candy Pin has got him under the turret, ready for a condemn.
Well, where is the condemn? There is the ultimate already going. Knocks him against the turret. Style points for that one. They'll get the kill. Svenska jumps away. Nicely done. Instant TSM answer, though, with the Dragon.
Dyrus the Martyr, once again, they're sacrificing him up top. It could be okay, because he's still scrounging up some farm in the top lane. He's about still even with his counterpart, Freddy, from the bottom side. But again, it's the top lane turret traded for the Dragon, plus all of this focus onto Candy Panda. SK are putting a lot of money into this Vayne, and it's going to come online very quickly here. See how much of this Blade of the Ruin King he can get.
Freddy pulling that ultimate down, keeping pressure on them. I don't think there's a move that's going to work out. There's the Soul Shackles. Amazing joins the party. Doesn't land the Sonic Wave. And Freddy and Enrazy disengage. Everybody piles in. Dyrus teleports down and gets himself a kill. That is exactly what he needed. Bjergsen coming around the side.
Yeah, Freddy needs to really hook the tower and hope that Svenska can get in. There's a big stun. Q from the Amazing lands, and it's Dyrus that will get that one. Wild Turtles recalling here. We have Kha'Zix coming down, but honestly, Svenska not sure he wants to be here.
That cost them 2 lanes of pressure. SK shove up mid and they shove up top. More money fueled into Candy Panda. TSM, at least they did execute the tower dive well this time. When we said the door closed on tower dives, that was 3-man tower dives. 5-man still an option.
Absolutely. Bjergsen returns back to the mid lane. Can he land anything at Jesus? I think he's happy to just keep him at bay there. May throw a stun his way. Doesn't land it. So, Candy Panda, he's gone back, got himself that Bilgewater Cutlass. We'll see how that progresses. Obviously, Blade of the Ruin King will be the first item out. And he has got himself a big chunk of farm. But now, Wild Turtle goes top. Candy Panda responds, goes bottom.
And again, TSM, global gold, definitely in their favor. Really the point of power for SK is the Vayne. Will it pay off for them? They put a lot of emphasis getting Candy Panda ahead and trying to shut down Dyrus. But Maokai, regardless, he's going to finish that Rod of Ages. He's just going to try and soak up some damage here. We'll see if Candy Panda can make this worth.
It's been a while since we've seen Candy Panda do well on Vayne. It used to be a massive champion earlier on for him, but only played it once this season. There is the dive coming in. Amazing to the ward. The kick comes around as well. And Freddy with the ultimate running, trying to get away with Flash and survive, but they may lose this tower now.
But the top tower, the bottom tower, sorry, is being pressured. That wave will get cleared out by Jesus' ultimate. He will just about survive this one if he goes too deep. A lot of damage coming out of Bjergsen. But that bottom tower went down and they're still pushing. Nobody from TSM reacting. Dyrus is all on his own trying to defend against 3 members of SK.
Lustboy goes back. He's going to try and get in there for the shield and buy some extra health for this turret, but they're shoved off so quickly.
3 of them pushing through. Actually, they're going for Dyrus, who pops his ultimate in there, gets the 3-man knock on Lustboy, knocks them all away, but Candy Panda's still fighting this one. They want Dyrus, they'll get him as well. Against the tower, he was knocked, and there is Amazing now finding Freddy, who will lock him up. Will Freddy be able to escape this one? Great dodging with the ward. I think that Freddy might get and will not just save him, but gets the kill as well.
Both teams trying all that they can to beat up on these top laners. It's beat up on Dyrus and Freddy today, but Freddy is actually able to survive. So SK come out a little bit more ahead. Candy Panda gets another assist, actually, at the turret, and they don't take down the secondary turret.
SK Gaming doing their best to play spoiler here to TSM's party. They really want to try and get that #1 spot, but they have to take a victory here to even draw level with Edward Gaming, who currently sit pretty. At the moment, Star1 Royal Club, get the right team out there. Damn it, it's going so well until then. So SK Gaming though, blue buff. Jezzers will come across and collect this one. I was just about to say, but the rest of TSM, they're going to cause problems here. Sven may be forced to smite this one away. No, it doesn't look like. Yes, he does. So that's going to be taken away from Jezzers.
That is a small win for TSM because Kha'Zix actually does have some decent wave clear of his own. It's not nearly Ziggs, but this is not the worst case scenario for SK having to smite that one. Sven definitely probably feeling good about it.
Yeah, he'll enjoy that one. And the theme's done for Jesus as well, so not exactly the end of the world. Red buff actually given to Wild Turtle, who just in time after his Trinity Force comes in. TSM might be thinking about something here, especially with the Dragon just 120 away from spawning.
You know, I kind of do have to question the allotment of wards here from TSM, though. You mentioned Dragon coming up in a minute. You kind of want to shift all your vision down to that area if you're going to want to take it because, you know, TSM, they do have the exact timer on it. They were the ones who made the trade for Dragon, but all of their vision is up on this blue top side, and they don't have a strong split pusher. They don't want to be on that top side of the map. I mean, Dyrus should be just hugging his turret trying to defend against Candy Panda. He's already got the Blade of the Ruin King. He can't be out in the open versus Candy Panda. Some switch of vision would definitely be in TSM's favor if they could move some wards down.
Freddy, he's going to get ganged up on again.
Wow.
Doesn't matter. Wild Turtle's just picking him up. Lustboy tries to come around the side.
Uh-oh.
Thank you very much. I'll take that one. Has to use the Monsoon, but the tower's on him. One more hit will go down. Sven Skeren gets the kill, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
You could see Amazing was tanking the turret for a while, but he didn't want to take that last shot, and it does cost Lustboy his life here. Even Turtle did everything he could trying to get that heal in. Another dive down bottom with not the cleanest of results for TSM. Yes, they did get Freddy, but again, cost them some exchange of gold. And SK will definitely be glad to take that one. Candy Panda is a monster up here, now level 11, out-levels Dyrus. There's no way Dyrus wants to go head-to-head with him.
Yeah, interesting as well that they've allowed the Vayne to have so much free time in that lane and really get going. Just getting stunned up here. Bjergsen not actually going to go from it. In fact, they're going to try and counter with this one. Bjergsen going to go low. Meanwhile, down on the bottom side, Svensson kicked away. 3 men there for TSM and the TP from Dyrus.
They can't fight this though because Bjergsen got chunked so hard. Oh, he's going to get the stun though. Beautiful.
Freddy locked up and taken down. That will turn the tables for sure. TSM playing it hard right now. Candy Panda finally joining this fight, but he's not being involved. They're going to instead try to turn their attention to that middle tower where SK try to distract them. Candy Panda, I don't think he's got enough to take the tower. Oh, we'll do with Jezzers.
So once again, tower for Dragon traded for TSM. However, they did get a really nice pick there onto Freddy. Can they? Oh my God!
What are they doing? I don't know what they're doing here. Bjergsen's going to surely go down.
What? No! Go back to...
That is live! He took him down!
Holy
the double kill for Sven Skeren! Holy...
The Typhoon! It's the Typhoon! What screen are we on? Where's the computer?
Tropical Storm playing havoc right here in Taipei. But SK Gaming, they get themselves a double kill for Sven Skeren. Lustboy went down. They're still pushing on towards the inner turret in the mid lane. Freddy's going to protect the bottom. It is all going SK's way despite TSM getting Dragon.
What in the world happened? We gotta pick up the pieces, guys. All right, secondary turret does go down mid in that exchange, and SK came out huge. I believe they cleaned up a bunch of kills there because that was a dangerous jaunt through the forest for TSM.
Yeah, I didn't really understand why they were trying to funnel through there with the Ziggs who can hit all three of you so simply. That was, for me, a little bit strange. A miscommunication seemingly from TSM, and that leaves SK Gaming now 1,700, 1,600 gold in the lead in this one as we approach 20 minutes. They're 10-6 up. And for me, Candy Panda being left alone to get the farming lane. He's now sat at 2-0-4 as well. That's a scary Vayne already.
You mentioned that. It looks like Svenskeren cleaned up a bunch of the kills from the Typhoon jaunt through the forest. He's now got 5 kills and a BF sword on top of this. He's looking to carry hard right now, and he just hit level 11. So gigantic power spike from Svenskeren, but good stun from Bjergsen could take him out. If TSM kills Svenskeren, that's a huge amount of the gold off of SK's roster right now.
Well, right now, TSM trying to put the moves on the mid lane, but SK Gaming, they have that Ziggs, and it is a gigantic wave clear. Oh, Freddy, they're coming for you, buddy. They're coming once again. Oh, they decided against it. He's already running. He's like,
they're going to get top tower, though.
They've left them. They've abandoned it, and that's why they've decided to try and back away. But this is Candy Panda, who's got a massive stack of damage alongside Candy Panda. Svenskeren just going to rip through this tower before they can get close.
Well, they're going to do their best. It looks like Dyrus and Amazing going to try and, well, they just throw a little baby there. Answered 1 turret for 2 turrets here. TSM clean up some outer gold. Easier for TSM to answer objectives right now because there are extra turrets standing up for them. Oh, never mind. He didn't get that bottom one.
Nope, they got a Ziggs. And they've also got the blockade down there. Wild Turtle's still pushing though. Freddy's starting to have problems preventing him. I don't think this was the split pusher he was expected to face, but look, SK Gaming, they're all pulling back, and they've got themselves that second inner turret of the game. It's 5-2 currently to SK Gaming. Candy Panda waiting off at the side. Dyrus, you know, he's been playing this one very cautiously in this top lane. Candy Panda constantly sits in a bush, waits, and Dyrus he's not falling for it. Those saplings are being used fully to check everything.
That's what he said for the Champions League. Nobody's going to be able to 1v1 Candy Panda in the mid game here. TSM are all about the team fights, but SK have done a magnificent job of running them around the map. As we said before, when they have their completed roster back in the regular season of the LCS, this is the game that SK excelled at. They're bringing it full force here towards TSM. They want to play that spoiler and deny TSM the option of getting the tiebreaker here.
So that's the interesting thing, because it's been Freddy that has fulfilled that split push role. They've taken his Nidalee and his Aatrox, which is obviously the champions that he'd love to have in that, but Candy Panda completely stepping up so far in this game. 2-0-4, 40-50 CS ahead of that of Wild Turtle. And it's not just the fact that he's done so well. TSM really did leave him alone for a long time in that top lane, and someone, somehow, are going to have to deal with that one. Obviously, Dyrus got his Rod of Ages earlier. He's going to be moving towards that Frozen Heart next of all, which will make him feel a little more confident. But look at SK. This is the SK that we were so pleased with and looked so good in the European LCS this split. Managing to group up so quickly to get the towers.
I would expect TSM to start defending objectives now. I mean, they want a team fight. Dyrus does have teleport, so they can sort of buy time for him to push. But Maokai's not the quickest of split pushers, so maybe they'll look for Dyrus to teleport in behind and sort of catch this group, because both Vayne and Kha'Zix excel on their mobility, and TSM can shut it down. They've got the Maokai to lock him down, and then Bjergsen easily follow up with a stun and burst to take out one of those high priority damage targets from SK. This is really going to be a lot of weight on the Black Shield from N-Rated. He has to be on point with it if SK want to come out ahead in one of those.
Oh, Candy Panda's already realized it. They were going to try and collapse towards him. He's backing off straight away. Dragon is up in 30 seconds time, and TSM, can they try and push the mid? Nope. That Ziggs bomb is there once again, and if they're going to take it, they're going to have to tank it. And that is exactly what they do. That's the first tower in a while for TSM, but 3 outer turrets all now down.
20
Can
seconds, Dragon.
they turn their advantage? They try to catch SK off guard. There's not a lot of vision from SK down in that river. And they may well get caught off from the side here.
Yeah, Enrated having to pick up home guards there just to speed out of the base, I think, in time to join in for this one, knowing that that dragon was coming up a little quicker than they'd factored into things. But there he's got Defender. He's got the stun onto Lustboy against the wall. Not quite got enough. Tumbles away from the stun of Bjergsen, though. And that is a lot of damage. Will that scare TSM away, and should it?
Freddy is back in the split pushing role. He has teleport. Are they going to contest this dragon? It looks like they're circling around for it. Teleport ready.
I think they're too late. I don't think they can get close enough. In goes Svenskeren, doesn't manage to land it. Gets locked up straight away by Dyrus, but Flash is out. Can they disengage quick enough? That's the question. They come around the side. TSM don't want any of it. It is going to buy SK the advantage. They're going to try and rush them in.
Late teleport down means they lose the pressure top and they lose the dragon. Can TSM get inside their base, though? It's going to be a long route around. It looks like the pings are back to Baron. Vision control not in SK's favor, though. TSM still have wards inside, so they won't have to rush into a trap.
How many of these plays have we seen? Going to Dragon, pulling or running back, and
you want to start
the
that.
opposition moving around. Svenskeren getting a big chunk of damage from the Baron.
Jesus through. It's like, thanks.
Thanks, bro. Nice one.
Different pages there, I guess.
But this TSM on the same front. I don't think he meant to ward there. I think I was supposed to go over
it's Lee Sin. He's got a side stone. You can make those mistakes.
Totally allowed. So, TSM back to the drawing board. They kept them at bay. They got the dragon. And they are still just 1,500 gold apart, despite being 3 turrets down. So, technically, for TSM, there is money in the bank on the board. The question is, can they push them towers down? And can they slow this Candy Panda down on Vayne?
Yeah, TSM, basically, they have to play it calmly here. If they just rely on Dyrus for the peel, Lustboy to sit next to Turtle and not be by himself, then they should be okay, because Turtle's getting very close to his Blade of the Ruined King as well. When you have Trinity Force Blade on Cog, he is very, very much self-sufficient. And even though he doesn't have the escape, they have the Janna and they have the peel we mentioned, so he should be okay with the dive in from SK.
Push back here, a lot of sweeping going on. Freddy also going to have himself a massive wave here. And look at that gold difference over time. Swung slightly in a couple of different directions. There was that point where TSM had about 1,200 gold lead. But since about 17 minutes, this has been all about SK Gaming. And whilst that graph might be a slight misrepresentation, I feel, because the difference is not that big.
Yeah, the actual value of the difference is not that high. What I do want to commend TSM for is their ward coverage around this Baron pit. Many people have said it, but SK, they do not buy that many wards, and it really limits their options here towards the late game when they're the ones who have the threat of the Vayne, who's very strong 1 versus 1 and can split. And Freddy here, oh, actually, never mind, his teleport's not back up. But it makes it that much more dangerous and limits Candy Panda's options because they don't have the vision to call these plays.
They don't have a ward there at the moment. That is exactly what you mean. They need to get something in there, which is why you can see SK starting to make the move in towards that Baron River once again, sweep out everything TSM placed, and replace it with their own. This is a European team after all. This is what we used to see, and they continue to flow on through. Bit of a gap starting to build, I feel, in goal between Candy Panda and Wild Turtle. Candy Panda is constantly off on the sides, and you can see it's only 1,000 gold right now, but Wild Turtle's having to group with his team while Candy Panda's constantly split pushing.
That's what SK have to rely on here. I mean, they're all about the spread out team fights, and TSM are all about the grouped up 5v5.
You can go for it.
Blinding landing there, and SK Gaming knocked back by Bjergsen's stun. TSM have moved back towards the Baron pit, and surely SK are just going to go mid. That's what they've done so well here. That's a big chunk of damage from Wild Turtle onto Enrated, though.
Yeah, just a couple of shots there as well. That's all that landed. TSM ripped them, but again, they're going to try and pressure that mid. This is all they're doing, though. They're going to back straight off because Candy Panda is not with them. They can't engage in a fight while he's not there. There's no teleport, so he has to be involved sooner or later.
And they don't want to take that straight up even 5v5. They're going to have him split push, and they're going to try and catch people out as TSM try and deal with the split push. It's all about isolated targets here for SK. You can see it in the way that Svenskaren's building his Kha'Zix. It's all about that damage. He wants to catch somebody if TSM try and rotate. Oh, they got him though!
Exactly what I was expecting. Sven's the one that's caught off the side there. Dyrus, though, has to back off. It was a flash twisted advance. It didn't really lock onto the target they wanted. And Candy Panda, he's still pushing.
Yeah, Kha'Zix is the slippery target, not the one that's easy to lock down here. Svenskaren doesn't even have to burn a flash. Ult and leap, enough to get him to safety. Candy Panda's done his job. Wave creates pressure for TSM. They have to answer that. Dyrus goes up, and all of their ward coverage around Baron cleared out by SK.
That was an interesting one. Actually, I think TSM took more damage than SK during that fight.
In a 4v5, that's a worry.
Yeah, that is a worry. I mean, add Vayne into that, and you've got a real issue as the ward there just going to be disabled and then cleared out afterwards, but we'll get blinded in there. Svenskaren actually going to jump in. Dyrus is off the back, so he needs to be careful. Look at the dude! Oh, hello, amazing! He comes down the wall, and Candy Panda's waiting.
Isolated target, SK get the pick. Vision control does pay off. They put it down when it counts here. They've got that control around Baron. They're looking for another pick while Turtle shoves mid.
He tries, but the problem is you're against the Ziggs, and that bomb will be up shortly, so Wild Turtle's going to get next to nothing, trying to draw their attention away from that Baron. They are down on a 4-on-5 right now, but SK, they're not going to rush into anything. They're happy to take that pick, and they're going to go back to their tactic and play this one out slowly.
Level 16 Candy Panda, he far outlevels anyone on TSM right now. He is a monster.
See if he can get involved. Waiting for the opportunity that last time. They've got slight vision problems at this stage. Nothing up there because of that pink ward. Cleared things out, and you can see they're moving as a 3 or 4-man team now just to make sure that they can get some control back of that top side. Wow, they're going for it here. Lustboy may have said, oh, from the backside. Freddy going to be the focus. Bjergsen goes low. Jez has just pinned him on the wall. Meanwhile, Candy Panda was chasing him this entire time. They've been focusing Freddy as they kick him through the wall, and now SK have to leave. They've lost 2 men.
SK funnel into the jungle, and TSM take their 5v5. They're happy. Thank you very much. 2 kills for TSM. Now, what can they actually get out of it, though? Because all lanes are shoved.
Massive split targeting there. They just didn't focus on anything, and Bjergsen gets out with his life. The dragon is up, and that is where they're going. They're going to deal with the gigantic wave to the
that's a
side.
dangerous trap.
This is a tricky lane. They're going to see the teleports required. Wild Turtle taking low, but have they got enough on him? Svenskaren instead. He's in trouble. He gets picked up. Now the focus in. Howling Gale doesn't quite catch on Jez's, but TSM get themselves another kill. They will take the dragon, and that is a big swing, and it's going to take gold finally in TSM's favor.
It was quite a beautiful bait there, but they did have to use Dyrus' teleport to pull it off. Pearson comes in, 100% the support. As you said, he's on the wrong side. This is a split-off team fight here. He has to burn flash, and Lustboy saves him with the shield, and then tries to get a little bit of heal off there over the wall, too, I believe, with his Monsoon. And Bjergsen, able to survive, meant that Freddy, 2 versus 1 over there, had a hard time versus Dyrus and Amazing.
And all that down by Dragon was slightly strange as well. Svenskaren kind of went in there. Candy Panda sat back and said, it looked like though he was saying, no guys, I don't think we should take this fight. He didn't get involved in it whatsoever. Yeah. And now SK once again goes straight back to the Baron. And, well, you mentioned it earlier, Europe, they've done this almost exclusively over the course of this last split. And SK being one of the stronger teams when it comes to that kind of thing. Once again getting vision around the backside of that pit. TSM looking to group up with 4 around the mid lane.
What's becoming evident here is when these fights do happen, and like you said, they don't want to get drawn into this 5v5, there's no tank on SK. They can't go into those prolonged fights. Freddy kind of can try and draw the attention, but look at the damage on towards him. He has to flash away. Still going to go down. Wild Turtle finds the target and shreds down Freddy.
Freddy burns to the ground. Man, Turtle with just the W active and ultimate spam. Ridiculous damage, melting Freddy. As you said, no real tank, and he's not close enough to any minions.
Shield coming in there, so he got binding from Enrated, but not sure he really wants to stick around there. That's the problem that they've got, you know. Svenskaren, he's going to get stunned up. Flash from Lustboy. Not quite landing with the Howling Gale. could have been a lot more dangerous. Amazing, slightly wide with the Q means that Jesus can walk away. And TSM, are they going to go Baron or are they going to push mid? It looks like Baron.
These aggressive Janna plays, some of them have been spectacular. That one, a little bit missing the mark. Threw everything at him, even the Frost Queen.
Another setup here, and Rated almost walking into it. They're trying to bait somebody into that side lane, but it's not going to happen. Instead, SK do regroup. Here come TSM. They want to sweep around the back of them. SK pushing forward. Freddy not with them, has got teleport, but TSM again. They're going to get drawn into something.
Wasting quite a bit of time here. SK are gaining some pressure in mid and cleaning out bottom. They've got teleport on Freddy, so they're fine. That vision.
Wants a good bind into Dyrus, stopping coming in, but Amazing is going to look for this one. Nice jump away from Svenskeren. Frost Queen actually used to stop them chasing through completely. And honestly, Wild Turtle, he's almost got a free reign on this with no one with really any armor, any defense. Bjergsen will take Henrated. There is Jesus having to flash back to his
going the back door, the front door on the top turret.
He's going straight for the inhibitor turret. TSM, they're pretty low on health here. They're going to go towards the Baron. This is tricky. Mega Inferno Bomb was used a moment ago. There's the Monsoon. That will top everyone off. Candy Panda comes back around. The teleport from Freddy going in towards the top lane. Are they going to be able to sneak around? You can see Svenskeren. He's looking to jump in. Candy Panda comes around the side. Wild Turtle's his focus, but he got stunned down. Gets himself one kill. Can he get a second? He does, but he will go down. Lost Boy's focused off. Jesus locks on towards him. Svenskeren comes leaping around the side. He's shut down Wild Turtle, and TSM are scattered to the wind.
That's exactly where they don't want to be. This Fed Kha'Zix cleans up. Now they've got control of Baron. It's up to Dyrus. Solo man to try and stop this. There's not much he can do, though. Freddy can tank it with his ultimate.
Jesus decently low, though. Going to get knocked by another sapling. There's Lost Boy coming in. Dyrus will dive his way. There is a Zonius. Is it enough, though? It is enough. The shutdown for Svenskeren onto Dyrus, and they can turn back onto the Baron. No one outside of Lost Boy is going to have to do a miracle. Howling Gale doesn't release it, and the Baron goes to SK Gaming. Whew.
All right, let's take another look. As you said, they were low in this, and they had to use the Janna Monsoon just to heal up. Turtle is isolated, so Scaren's going to easily eat him up. Candy Panda takes down 2 before they're able to finish him off, and Freddy the entire time, full health, draining everyone. Great job by SK splitting up the squad of TSM. Without that Janna Monsoon, they kind of panicked.
And it was always a tricky Baron. 3 of them went in. They'd already used the Monsoon, as you said, to top themselves up, starting the Baron. So without that disengage, it was tricky. Now Svenskeren, is he going to walk into a trap? It's only Lustboy and Bjergsen here. They're going to lock on 100% done. Then Rated, he goes down. Bjergsen gets him again.
He's going to have nightmares. Bjergsen is just dominating him.
3 kills, basically. I mean, and Rated's got nothing to stop that happening. And again, down this time on that bottom side. Leaves Rated at 255, and TSM look to be making a move towards Candy Panda. What's he gonna do? He's already backed away.
Looking to pressure this secondary turret here. Dyrus is not with them, but again, he has his teleport, so he can easily go answer Freddy's wave that Freddy's creating right now. TSM going to get a big chunk of the turret. Let's see if they decide to tank it and finish it. Yep.
That's all they can do, and they do take it down. Nicely done from TSM. And that's all built off that one play, taking down Unrated. I was about to say, you know, while it's all well and good popping that support, you are only taking down a support with the ultimate of your mid laner.
It's Bjergsen. Bjergsen Syndra. This is why people don't give it to him. He consistently creates plays for the team. 1 support kill, gets a turret, gets a dragon. Another big chunk of global gold brings TSM right back to even in this game.
Insane stuff.
That's a Baron up SK still, don't forget. So they just pushed and took those objectives, despite the fact they took that Baron objective a moment ago.
Well, I think if casting 2 years of the European LCS has told me one thing, that you know, at such a close game like this where SK do pick up a Baron, they're less likely than a lot of teams to actually be aggressive with that Baron. We've just seen there, and Rated getting caught out actually with the Baron on. They've lost more than when they didn't have it.
And a lot of it does have to do with this TSM squad that they have. They are so strong grouped up. This Fed Kha'Zix is only going to be a real factor if TSM panic and split up again. Because if he goes all in, building full damage like this, Dyrus can lock him down super easily, as we've said. So really it's all about, can Svenskeren and Candy Panda coordinate their threats? Because Darius can't go for both of them.
SK trying to push forward and get some damage, but they are kind of lacking range when they want to get some poke on towards those towers, and they're taking more than they're giving, honestly. Candy Panda comes in, takes a couple of towers, almost takes the Howling Gale down to half hit points, has to back away and get some lifesteal.
Yeah, that could be a bit of a problem for them. Candy Panda's getting incredibly close to that one. And the fact is that you're always at risk then of a big stun out of Bjergsen. Let's see, Svenskeren actually coming in. They're going to try and knock them away somewhat from that tower, but you see minions wiped out very, very quickly there as SK try and get in, and they don't want to risk this with Candy Panda at half health.
Yeah, really, their only options are to throw those bombs and those missiles from Svenskeren in over and over, because you cannot dive onto this team. The John and Monsoon is back up. Lustboy's ready this time. He's standing next to Turtle, which is going to be crucial.
And this is all they can do at the moment, is the bomb. Thank you very much. Lots of gold. They are trying to set traps. They want to catch somebody out. They want to see if Lustboy is going to walk into those blind spots. Wild Turtle, step in. Just out of position, doesn't quite go for it. And they're not wandering helplessly into those woods. And that's really all SK had. They just tried to prove. They had a little bit of Baron buff, but they can't siege down. They can't pressure. They need TSM to make a mistake here.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody was going to be the point man for one of those plays, it would be Freddy, but look at his items. He does not have that much defense right now. His resistances are extremely low. He has no armor to deal with the barrage that Wild Turtle is going to put out with that Blade of the Ruin King, Trinity Force, Phantom Dancer, and soon-to-be Infinity Edge. Once he gets Infinity Edge, Freddy's going to just melt.
You've got to hope to get in there and catch him out. Svenskeren, who gone full monstrosity Kha'Zix at this point. I mean,
just
all don't want that jumping
here.
on you.
I mean, is that a Bloodthirst or an Infinity Edge he's going to go towards next? I don't know. He just wants all of that damage in there. It can be fun, and it can be good if he can get on top of Wild Turtle, but as you proved already, Monsoon can blow them away. Once you lose that gap close-up, it's going to be tricky to close the gap once again.
Right, he's betting on catching TSM out, catching them a bit split. So it will pay off if he finds somebody on the side.
Oh, and it's Bjergsen, he's caught, but it turns that ultimate around. More Harmonious just about keeping him in there, but amazing! Finds the target. They turn back on towards Dyrus. Dyrus does go down, but as they saw, immediately Wild Turtle shreds down Freddy, and now it's a 4-on-3.
What's amazing going to do here? Will he follow through his Q landed? They're actually fairly low, and honestly, if Candy Panda comes back around this side, it could cause them problems. There's the bomb coming out. Bjergsen gets the stun onto Enraged. He will flash. Here comes Candy Panda. Oh! Not quite enough from Wild Turtle. And going in for that turret and summon a heal Kobe. Don't get too carried away.
Okay, I'm just saying, Crepo was talking about the kills day after day after day. The heal and shield from Lustboy, crucial there, right at the last second. Holy moly.
Wow, this game is on a knife edge right now. Just 200 gold between the two teams, and provingly real picky fight. Svenskeren so close to zeroing out Bjergsen there, but quickly, amazing, comes to his support. An all-European brawl that TSM came out on top in this time around. Candy Panda again, kind of off the side, and he's struggling to get involved in these fights. He's very much trying to maneuver on the edge of it, which is exactly what you should do as the AD carry, but he can't get close enough to the actual big fight. Those carries are being protected so heavily.
They've split pushed about as much as you can really split push. They've got all the outer turrets down, and cracking through the inhibitor turrets is really the big issue for SK. And since they don't have the ward coverage to really control the map around Baron, as we said, makes it much harder for them to call those plays at mid. TSM really doing a good job of establishing control, a good 15 yards up in front of the Baron. Nice line here through the entire blue side jungle.
Looked like they were trying to make a play there to get Candy Panda, but that pesky pink ward, I think 3 people walked over before they realized it was there. Stop them from getting in, but they pretty much own this area of the map right now.
They're pushing in.
And SK, yeah, that's the decision that SK are going to have to make. How do we work around this one? For now, they've got 5 men in that middle area TSM pushing down towards the inner towers. SK looking to fight, possibly.
Darius, never move, catches on him, but they don't want to put the damage on towards the main tank. You can see they have shredded him down to half hit points. SK just slowly picking their targets. Wild Turtle jumps up his Svenska and taken away and dropped by Wild Turtle. Mega Inferno Bomb lands on Wild Turtle. He's very low right now. And SK, can they try and take an advantage?
There's a recall going on here for Wild Turtle. We're going to see Dyrus recalling, so SK are staying.
Well, they can't get much done. Obviously, they lost Svenska, so they're outnumbered here. TSM, well, all they really have to do is be able to defend this one push. It looks like they could even collapse. What? Bjergsen's not coming, but they're also doing a pincer here. This is only a 3-man pincer. Bjergsen needs to get there. He was clearing up topside. They have to let him. Oh!
They found Freddy. Freddy's in trouble, and he's going to get shredded once again while Turtle comes around. There is Bjergsen. And again, TSM find the pigs, and it's SK trying to find them. There's the flash stun. Candy Panda locked up, taken down. Is it enough? No! He gets away. Dark Binding on amazing. The damage does not follow through from Jesus, though.
Darius runs
TSM, they turn back to Baron once again.
So, as TSM do this Baron, they've got the vision control. Let's see how bold SK are with their face check. Nope, they're just going to completely trade it. All right, well, since they're not going to do anything here, let's go back to that first play that started all of this. Svenska jumping in on Wild Turtle. It seemed like a suicide mission, but he had vision of Turtle. He did not have vision in the bush where Lustboy was, so he thought it was an isolated Turtle. If he was isolated, that would have been an execute. That would have been a 100% kill. He could have hopped right back out scot-free. However, because of the vision control of TSM, Lustboy sitting in that bush, no chance, made him look like a fool.
It's funny, that's the first Dragon out of 6 that SK Gaming actually have got this game. And look at the gold, there's less than 1,000 difference between the two teams. Obviously, SK getting that Baron and having a turret lead here also definitely helps them. You look at the kills for them, 6 for Candy Panda, 7 for Svenska, and the two big players on this one. Freddy, 8 deaths to his name, not something that we've become used to from Freddy.
Yeah, he's dead weight in this game, honestly. He's been carrying hard so long that he's become a backpack himself, I think. At the moment, though, SK, we do see Guardian Angels popping in. Svenska and Candy Panda now picking them up.
Well, don't give him too hard of a time. Remember the name of this game for the first 30 minutes was just smash the top laner for both of these teams. Freddy and Dyrus taking a beating here. Dyrus has come out better, though. He weathered the storm fairly well. Back up there now by himself, being able to split push. His teleport ready once again. Let's see, though. Candy Panda down bottom. This is the opportunity for TSM to take an outer turret. Can they switch fast enough?
Long range stun not working here.
Oh, Dyrus has to defend this, I
Candy
think.
Panda's pushing hard.
He could even probably die.
Somebody has to go back. Here goes Dyrus, and I'm not sure Dyrus can 1v1 him. This is going to be a tricky, tricky fight with that Guardian Angel on him. Lustboy can't caught out. Dark Binding on him. SK keeping them busy here. Remember, TSM have the Baron. This is all time delay, really.
Candy Panda continues. 4 men versus 4 in mid. Dyrus, oh, here we go. They're going to try and collapse onto Candy Panda. Dyrus needs to push down there with him, though, to stop that recall from Candy Panda coming in. Vision? Is he going to get away from this one? It's going to be close. The sapling going to go in. He's gone. Close, though.
Let's see. Look at this map movement from SK, though. They took that time while TSM were trying to cut off Candy Panda to swing up towards the top side.
They can take
what can you really gain from the top side? It's mostly wasted movement here from SK. They completely misposition themselves, and they give up a free turret because of that weird movement up to the top side of the map. There's nothing on the top side of the map for them to take. Baron's gone. There's not even vision control you need up there. Huge win for TSM. They get the free turret and free inhibitor turret.
They're going to get on towards it. I think they may take it. Finally, Jesus comes around. Held it on towards that Mega Inferno Bomb. Remember, this is a TSM Baron still. Hasn't run off yet, and they can quite easily tank through those turrets. And I tell you what, this inhibitor turret has not got a great deal of hit points left. They will be hard pressed to keep them off it in the next wave.
Gonna push on through. Can they finish that one off? It's very close. One more will do it. There they go. It's Wild Turtle that gets in there for that one.
Candy used the ultimate. Didn't get anything.
Gales, they hit the binding. He was going to go in and kill Turtle, but once again, Lustboy to the rescue.
inhibitor is the target. I think SK may well back away from this one. Yeah, they're going to let TSM take it. Make sure they don't go any further on this one. And finally, one team makes the breakthrough into the base. Clears out the inhibitor. And SK Gaming now very much on the back foot, which honestly they have been for around about the last 15 minutes of this game.
Yep. Very, very good hold in the game now for TSM. They've got the pressure of super minions. They're the ones with the team fight comp. All they really have to worry about mispositioning against this team. If somebody strays off too far, SK still have plenty of damage. They can easily take down a target who's out of position. Candy Panda, though, running into the jungle where they have absolutely zero vision. That's a little dangerous at this stage in the game.
Yeah, it's only really Candy Panda that's gone past the halfway point of the map here, I think, for SK in the last minutes. I mean, obviously SK have been trying to hold TSM to the mid so that Candy Panda could start to push things up, but now we see, and something that SK actually did earlier on in the game was group and push really quickly and decisively. They've not done that here for a while after falling back, and finally they're going to get some more wards down in TSM's jungle.
And something that I'm looking for now, especially since everybody's almost done with their builds, they've got plenty of money, you need to fully upgrade your sweepers for the team fights. They've got a Vayne and a Kha'Zix.
What are they doing?
Fully upgraded sweepers are huge for TSM. Well, they're just trying to stall Candy Panda, and the rest of TSM are going to start taking Nexus turrets.
They're going straight through. The Nexus turrets are all that's in their way, and SK Gaming are coming around behind them at the moment. This is not the position they want. They're going to come around. Can they catch on towards Lustboy? They're taking down the Nexus turrets.
Yeah,
Wild Bell shreds it down. That's one down. Teleport comes in. Dyrus joins the fight. Svenskerin's the focus target. That's Bjergsen's ultimate going down. They're going to lump on towards him. They're going to catch on Lustboy. Wild Turtle picked over the side here. That's a double for Svenskeren. He locks in, goes for the reset on towards Bjergsen. One more hit, gets it, and SK Gaming have just cleared out TSM with an ace.
They got them split up, baited them into the base. SK come in. TSM completely scatter in there. Turtle is without his support, down by the Nexus turrets, while Bjergsen's up by the top turret, and they get isolated. It's an ace. That could be the game.
There's a 40-second death timer on this one. SK Gaming are just going to charge up the mid lane. I'm not sure they've got the time. This is going to be really tricky. The first one to spawn is Lustboy. He has got Monsoon to try to blow them away. They're going to tank out as much as they can here, and SK Gaming are going for it.
They've got a lot of damage coming in. Look at the spawn time. It's crucially 20 seconds there or thereabouts on a couple of them. The rest are going to take longer, and SK Gaming are moving in for the kill here. That one Nexus turret will go down, and Rated falls to the tower. Second Nexus turret falls. Lustboy's coming up in 3, but SK Gaming get the ace inside of their base and win the game.
Oh my God!
So TSM did not have to force anything. They decide to corral themselves inside by these turrets, and then they just get pulled apart. And their battle lines, once they break their battle lines, it's just like the Greek phalanx. Like, if you guys break your line, then you lose all the power of your team.
And SK Gaming fans will be asking, what could have been? That's for sure. Yeah. They end their World Championships 2 wins, 4 losses, and they also force Team Solo Mid into a potential matchup against Samsung White, who are currently the #1 seed over in Group A, and that is going to be a very hard best of 5 for TSM to face, because they can no longer go to a tiebreaker versus Starhorn Royal Club.
Yep, successful spoiler pulled off here for SK. You can see it, the faces of TSM.
Especially after AHQ have just taken down EDG in the previous match as well. You've got to be thinking as a TSM player, you know, if we win this, if we manage to get that tiebreaker and then beat Royal Club, on paper and realistically from what we've seen so far here in Taipei, the route would be much simpler to get through the next round. Now though, it's looking like Samsung White is going to be the next opponent for TSM.
The thing is, for TSM, they had the last 25 minutes of that game in their control. Slow, steady, controlled play. And then they just decided, let's go straight up mid. kind of mindlessly.
SK left the door open for them. They're like, come right in. We'll trade you a Nexus turret for the game. But, I mean, really, as we said, the power of the team was when they were all together. And if Dyrus is trying to clear these waves and he has to teleport in, teleporting in with your main tank, your front line, you cannot afford to have him arrive those 3 seconds late to the team fight. He needs to be there at the very beginning, or else, as you said, the Kazakhs and the Vayne that are skirting around the sides, all of a sudden, they can dive right in.
And the big thing is, of course, that Bjergsen did use that ultimate onto Svenskeren. It didn't 100-0 him. It didn't take him down. I think the Black Shield got on him as well. Of course, he had that more Malmortius. Everything suddenly popped in, and then he got cleanup duty going, and Bjergsen's like, oh my god, guys, turn around. Wild Turtle got separated. What a finish again here in Taipei. We are having an absolute amazing finish to the group.
I'm not sure we're going to survive today, to be honest. But the thing is that SK have always been a team that have capitalized on late game mistakes from others. They're not always quite as monumental as the one that we've just seen there, but as you said, what could have been from SK? Sadly, we're never going to find out, certainly not this year. Svenskeren had an amazing game in that last one. That's it for SK Gaming, but good way to finish it, beating out TSM for that. But of course, for more on that wild one, let's check in with the guys at the analyst desk.
There are no words. There are no words.
I don't know. I feel like I have a lot of words.
That was a rowdy game.
Wow. I can't say most of them on broadcast.
This is one of the times of the game, and go back to the beginning. What on earth? I literally don't. I want to know who made the call.
Okay, well, it goes through the head push, and we have no way of breaking it open, because if we have to switch lanes, by that time Vayne gets too much pressure. We're 4v4, so let's just go mid, get the tower, and back out safely. However, Dyrus TPA, they got completely flanked, they got engaged on the wrong targets, and Vayne made it back to base, ready in a position to fight before was able to organize at all. So that all goes back to Candy Panda split pushing as Vayne, which is, by the way, the main point of that strategy, which SK only figured out about 45 minutes into the game. Yeah. But they figured it out, and yeah, that's made him win the game.
And even if they do actually fight a 5v5 anyway, that's like the ideal positioning for the battle anyway, is these really chaotic spread out fights where Vayne gets to isolate somebody while stun or not, doesn't matter. You know, Swain and Ziggs can deal damage to large areas, whereas TSM have to peel in a specific direction for the Kog'Maw, right? Vayne, like, Cinder has to set up for one person. It's all very directed and in a very open environment. That's exactly the kind of fight SK would take.
Well, and if we just look at the crucial ultimates that were used, or crucial abilities rather, I mean, Crumbs and I were just talking about how Turtle used his W to try and attack a turret, and by the time the fight rolled around, it wasn't anything. And then Bjergsen used his Syndra ult onto Kazakhs, who is a tank, had a Black Shield, had a Maw.
No, the Black Shield only came in after the ult.
Oh, okay, but had a lot of MR in any case.
Yeah, all right. Let's talk a little bit about the picks and bans. We saw the Swain coming up for Freddy. Questionable pick in terms of effectiveness. He was camped, let's be fair. Same token as well. We did see the first pick Kazakhs. I initially didn't like it when picks and bans was happening, but Svenskeren 9-3-4. His performance was stellar.
I actually think that the Swain pick was effective in the psychological warfare. Even though it went like 0-10, but the fact that they picked Swain threw TSM off guard. I feel like they didn't really know how to deal with him. In the early game, they kept diving Swain over and over and over, and having Vayne just get endless farm, endless split push, and that played to SK's team comp strength. For some reason, they just kept going with it.
I completely agree there. I think we even have a replay that's going to show it. Basically, if we can get that on your screen right now. Yeah, basically this is level 1 right now. So I'm gonna talk to you. We can roll the clip already. So what you're gonna see is Raiders is freezing that lane, and why is there no counteraction on bottom lane? Why did Kog'Maw and Janna just run straight into bottom and start CSing? Is because TSM was 100% convinced that the Swain was a counter pick to the Maokai, and therefore had no feasible notion that there could ever be a lane swap. Bottom lane, Kog'Maw and Janna just ran into lane and started the lane normally, and Freddy just got the wave pushed to him. Meanwhile, Maokai was frozen on top lane.
Yeah, and when you don't stack those minions,
call back the replay, by the way.
Minions like that, the last hits will slowly and inevitably push it forward.
Yes.
And the thing about it too is, had they been there, a little bit earlier, we saw Freddy positioned in the second lane brush, and sometimes what you can do is actually just walk into the minion line and break the freeze that way. So he was set up to break the freeze, but then when he saw them not even trying to freeze, he backs off immediately. Now what happens in this is that it then forces you to dive their bot laner, because we immediately saw N-Rated start to recall, head back down into the bottom lane, and if you don't dive him at that point, well, you get really screwed. So, of course, they come down, try and dive, and then they totally botch that, give a double kill over to Morg.
Yeah, I just wanted to explain how you break the freeze. Basically, you stand in your ranged minions, enemy attacks you, you range minions attacks the enemy champion. Meanwhile, the enemy minions are still killing your minions. The wave's at a deficit. Once you have less minions than the enemies, your lane will inevitably push towards you, and that's exactly what you want when you're a top laner. Yeah, you'll get dove, but you'll get a lot of experience.
Yep, that's simple. The game was extremely chaotic. I think both teams had questionable calls throughout the game, and it was trading objectives. There was all sorts of nonsense going on. As we get late into the game, I want to pull a second replay up that we've got. It's about 40 minutes into the game, and this is a team fight that TSM ends up winning, but it's just all over the place. Roll the clip out, and Crumbs, talk me through what stands out in your mind.
So Syndra's in the brush, and Kazik through the Mar decides to just try to 1v1 Syndra. Almost gets it, but amazing with the quick reflexes goes on, finishes him off. Right here, Maokai did not need to go in. He gets caught and gets finished off. Now, Crepo, this is why you get the Frost Queen, because you slow and you save your AD carry.
I mean,
do you think it made a big... Let's be fair as they carry on
but
running
hang on, what
locket?
Mikhail's.
Janna ulti, so right now Morgana gets out of position, gets hit with the stun, flashes out. Vayne tries to get the third Silver Bull's proc, gets it. He gets healed, Crucible, and Locket.
That's
so without a regard.
That's where Kobe got very, very excited.
And when we talk about SK this game too, it was very indecisive split pushing from Vayne. It definitely could have been executed a lot better. In fact, that's not why they won the game at all. They won the game because TSM made a tremendous error. And it's with how far ahead Vayne was in that game and how obviously panicked TSM was about that split push, they certainly didn't kind of drive the knife home, enough.
I think when Turtle had 300 CS, Vayne had 400, so that's quite a bit.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of the builds came online fairly late. Like, we keep making fun of item builds, but I think it's honestly very true that we keep seeing these builds that don't quite pan out. The late Mikhail is one of them. The fact that Freddy didn't get a Zhonya's like ever this game, when for some reason he buys Ryle's, so a health item on top of his Rout of Ages, which is a health item against Blade of the Ruin King Kog'Maw. Like, that's kind of weird as well. Also, Infinity Edge, a better, I think, third item than Phantom Dancer, so we can actually kill turrets a little bit faster. Maybe they use that mid-game power spike for the Kog'Maw, right? Like, these little things that are going to matter, and when you have games this close, actually those are going to make the difference in games sometimes.
Yeah, I completely agree. Just to finalize the point before we move on, Candy Panda 470 CS in the total game, Wild Turtle 343. So Candy Panda definitely putting on his carry pants. Final thoughts?
Well, I mean, obviously, like, Candy Panda was given the split push this game, but that's also, he got that because TSM just pretty much ignored him. They couldn't lane against him with the Maokai, so he was just free farming, and they didn't do...
Because of the Swain pick, actually.
Yeah, telling you the mind games won them that game.
And I think that's what's so concerning about this for TSM is that when they get thrown for a loop in game, we saw it against Starhorn Royal Club, we saw it against them here. They seem to just implode. They don't really know what to do. They can't really formulate a plan in game.
Well, we do have to shuffle this one along with those results. It does mean that Group A is completely wrapped. Group B, rather, is completely wrapped up. We'll be right back with our next match from the Taipei Group stage, Samsung White versus Edward Gaming. Stay with us.
N-Rated's in trouble. He's going to get locked up out opposite Dark Shield. It's not going to keep him out, but the tower comes down and it's a double kill. Candy Panda comes around the side while Zillus is focused, but he got slowed down. Gets himself one kill. Can he get a second? He does, but he will go down. Bjergsen, he's caught, but it turns that ultimate around. More Harmonious just about keeping him in there, but amazing finds the target. They turn back on towards Dyrus. Svenskerin's the focus target. That's Bjergsen's ultimate going down. They're going to lump on towards him. They're going to catch on Lustboy. Wild Turtle picked off at the side here. That's a double for Svenskerin. He locks in, goes for the reset on towards Bjergsen. One more hit, gets it, and SK Gaming have just cleared out TSM with an ace.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The analyst desk is still reeling from the result of that previous game, but the show must go on, and we will be getting into the rematch of Edward Gaming versus Samsung White. This was the first match of the Taipei group stage, so it's appropriate that it is also our last. As we said, Samsung White versus China's Edward Gaming. The last time these teams met, it took 43 minutes for Samsung White to win the game. I would dare say it took them 15 minutes longer than it should have. Care to expand, Free?
Yeah, so the first 25 minutes was all Samsung White all the time, and it was like, wow, here's the team we've been hyping up the whole time against this other great team of Edward Gaming, and man, did they destroy them in 25 minutes. And then for 18 minutes, they kind of waited around, and Imp did some weird, crazy things in Tristana, and eventually they closed out the game. But the early game, we've talked about it, it's the key strength of Samsung White. I just think they should close them out a little bit faster afterwards.
Yeah, I think so too. I've got an interesting stat for you guys. Samsung White have only given up 4 dragons and 4 towers in 5 games that they have played. The interesting thing is, 4 of those towers was in game 1 against EDG, meaning they've not dropped one the next 4. And of those 4 dragons,
we're done here.
They've only dropped 2 to the remaining 4 guests. So EDG have taken 4 towers and 2 dragons more than anybody else in this group.
Seeing how they're playing, it makes me think that they're actually trying to perhaps win the whole tournament without dropping a single game. They want to go for like that ultimate, like, yeah, we're here and we're going to take it out. Yeah, exactly.
See if they can.
SKT drop games.
Crumbs,
3 games?
Not a Champions Winter.
Crumbs, the person that's going to lead potentially on the side of Samsung White is going to be Dandy. On the other side, Clearlove. I want to talk about the 2 junglers in particular. I've loved Clearlove's Rengar. We've not seen Dandy play Rengar this tournament. He doesn't need to. But what's your take on the 2 junglers? Give me some thoughts.
I think that Clearlove really likes to play Jarvan more than anything. And he's one of the few junglers around the world that can make it work. And seeing them perform on it is really nice because obviously nobody else does it. Nobody else really knows how to the intricacies of the champion. But I'd like to see him gank more early. We saw the game that they first had when the group started, and he seemed very lackluster in the beginning of the game. Once the transition to team fights, he was doing a lot. But before that, he should be using his early power to basically abuse every other champion because Jarvan's early game is very strong. So I'd like to see him do a repeat of the matchup again and just go for it that time.
Dandy at World so far, impressed you, let you down as expected, Monty?
As expected, I think this guy is the best jungler in the world, and he's been acting like it. The only one who can hold a candle to him, in my opinion, is Kakao. Kakao and the KT Heroes are not here, so He's just been doing fantastic. And you bring it up, too. He's hiding something here. I know how good his Rengar is. Anybody who watches matches on OGN, who's watching regionals, knows that this guy can hard carry games, get double-digit kills and assists, get that double-double on a jungler. And I think he's just waiting to pull it out. I don't think seems like he needs to show it off yet, give anybody any information.
I'm, however, looking forward to the first triple-double in competitive play. I would love a 10-death game as well. I think that would finally, finalize him as one of the premier junglers in the world.
Let's just get some closing thoughts from Crepo very quickly. Edward Gaming lost to AHQ earlier. If they lose this game, it will be in a rematch. How much does that weigh on Edward Gaming's minds, considering they were already the underdogs in this game?
Yeah, if they lose, then it depends on how they lose, right? If they get a somewhat close game, they have a somewhat good game. But if they lose again to poor decision making, stalling out, not playing to their comp strengths, and just in general getting caught. Their game earlier, they had maybe like 2 spells they had to watch out for. One of them was the hook, and they still got caught a couple of times, and they didn't take any measurements to fight that. If they don't have that presence of mind, then their quarterfinals will be really rough.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that pans out. The players are obviously setting up on stage, so we do need to talk just a little bit more. Samsung White, clear favorites. Is there anything Edward can do? I actually think the casters are ready for the next match, so let's throw it over to them as it's potentially the last game. Samsung White taking on Edward Gaming. The pros have high expectations, and most of the others are all agreeing, so let's see if they live up to the hype.
I think Samsung White is living up to the hype, especially that bot lane, because they're crushing every single bot lane.
I honestly think Samsung White's gonna take Worlds.
The pentakill to come in for him! Pentakill!
不是被就是夸奖，是他们真的很强。
They're like the whole new level.
A complete shutout coming in for Samsung White.
我只是觉得他们就是这个时间差都抓得很好，让人家完全控不了 buff。
这几局来看，我觉得应该是还是很完美啦，我觉得。
我觉得失误是有啦，可是他们的失误都是并不会造成他们就是太大的损失，就是他们虽然失误了，可是都是还有办法，就是再弥补回来。
EG와의 경기에서 이기긴 했지만 저희 팀만의 특유의 그렇게 쉽게 이기지 못한 것 같아가지고 좀 다음번엔 더 깔끔하게 이기려고 생각하고 있어요.
在打 EDG 的时候吧 ，Imp 他们的 AD， 然后有几次不够紧，很容易被单抓掉。团战就是打得比较豪放，对，就是有可能会被 EDG 抓到失误。
Everybody low! They all back away! They're gonna continue piling in! It's gonna be a big shutdown there as Imp gets a kill. He goes down after in the retribution kill. It goes absolutely crazy, but luckily he took Name out with him.
거의 100%는 나오지 않았다는 생각해요.
They do look like they play a little bit worse on stage, but I would put Samsung White as the best team of the world right now.
Some strong words from Dyrus, because they're going to be playing them in the next match, in the quarterfinals, of course. Samsung White will face TSM. But for now, it is all about EDG. Can they pick up a win and avoid that tiebreaker? For now, let's check out the starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is Samsung White from Korea's champions. That means in the top lane, it is Looper, Dandy in the jungle, Pawn in the mid lane, Imp as the AD carry, and Mata as support.
And of course, on the red side, it's China's Edward Gaming with Koro in the top lane, Clearlove in the jungle, Yu in mid, Name the AD carry, and FZZF on support.
All right, this one is definitely highly anticipated. It was highly anticipated as the first game of groups, and it's going to be highly anticipated as the last game. As everybody said, Samsung White have been living up to all of the praise. Edward Gaming have, had a hard time. And I do want to touch on something that Crumb said, talking about Clearlove, because that interview that I saw after the first game for Samsung White that Edward Gaming did, Clearlove said, I was nervous and I played too passively. He agrees with Crumbs. He said, I'm going to gank more for my lanes early because we can't allow Samsung White to snowball again because they just get out of control.
Well, last time around, it was all about Imp getting caught out, and it was FCZF doing a lot of that work. So we're going to put a microscope on the supports for this game. This featured matchup, of course, is Mata versus FZZF.
Yeah, I love both of these supports. They both are able to come up with huge individual plays while also both making a ton of the calls for their team. These are tacticians for their respective teams. Also, they're both extremely strong with vision control. One of the points, though, also in the interview was that they didn't have the best mid-game vision control from EDG. And that is something that FCZF is going to have to work on. I have the numbers here. 29 more wards placed by Mata than were placed by FZZF, and 8 of those were pink wards. So Mata definitely living up to his name, controlling the vision game. There are some confounding factors. Of course, Samsung White were ahead the whole time. So they had more map control and they had more disposable income to spend on those wards, but still, 29 more to earn the vision for Samsung White to come out with those plays.
I'm really excited to see what the loss in their previous game has done to Edward Gaming here as well, because this wasn't an expected result. We expected, and I think everyone realistically did, that this game was going to decide who was finishing first or second, or whether we were going to have another tiebreaker between these two teams to play at the end of the day. Funnily enough, Samsung White are through in first, whatever. Edward Gaming are fighting for their spot in the quarterfinals here.
Yeah, actually, they don't want to go up against HQ again because they literally just lost today already. The extra game would definitely be something they want to avoid as soon as possible.
Well, whether Dandy's hiding something on Rengar or not, we'll never find out in this matchup because it has been banned out. There's the Thresh ban. FCZF went huge on that one last time around. A Kassadin ban actually coming out from EDG this time around.
Yeah, they did ban it against Pawn last time as well. So they're staying true. Same ban so far, actually. Yasuo and Kassadin both banned out last time. Do expect the Alistar as well, so that would be all 3 exactly the same for them.
Well, take it down.
The TDG's ban. But yes, they got the ban down to 2.
Yeah, they picked the same though. Ban the same. Yasuo, Kassadin, Alistar, same as game number 1. Leaves Maokai open, as was in game number 1, but it was Edward Gaming that took it in their last encounter. This time, he's going over onto Looper.
And let's see about this Rise. Edward Gaming have been prioritizing it very heavily, but it hasn't been really a big game changer for them with Koro up in the bottom lane. So we'll see, because they have locked it in the first round, along with the Kazakhs. Clear Love, one of the things he did say last time around, stealing away Kazakhs was a very good move by Samsung White, so he doesn't want to let them do it again.
EDG switching things up from the AHQ game, of course. Went for that poke, not going to go this time with that Rise, and well, Kazakhs may well play into it, but at the moment, Samsung White, how are they going to react? Will they lock in that Janna for Mata? He's rubbing his hands, absolutely will, and Twitch for Imp will follow.
So, you know, Janna definitely is really popular right now, but technically she has lost all the games today, I think, that she's been on. So let's see if Samsung can buck that trend. This is definitely a good combo for them, and a good takeaway from Name.
So one thing for Imp on that Twitch, if you think back to the quarterfinals, semifinals, Samsung White versus Samsung Blue, they actually didn't run it as an assassin like you often would with the, obviously, the Blade of Rune King. It was more a case of, we are all going to pile on and protect you and become that 5-man initiate. And that's kind of working out right now with the Maokai Janna.
They definitely do have the tools to create the very strong team fight with that Twitch towards the late game. Janna definitely a paramount pick for all the teams looking for disengage. And that's always good against Kazakhs as well, both Janna and Maokai, as we saw in the last game. Kagwa Nami lane is extremely strong, though.
And it's the first time that we're going to be seeing something newish from FCZF. Of course, Janna and Thresh being big picks for him. And Nami coming out this time around. Let's see how this one all works out for them. Cogmore, of course, for Nami as well. For Samsung White, then, they obviously don't have the ability to counter pick that mid lane up for Pawn, so maybe they'll go something a little safer, or maybe not. I mean, Katarina we saw yesterday. Don't think that's going to be a pick here today, though. Something tells me that it'll be something a little bit different to that. Jarvan, though, for Dandy, with the bans and Kazakhs going.
No Lee Sin, huh?
Here's Jarvan, and Fizz as well, pick for Pawn.
Some more interesting picks here from Samsung White. And another thing we've gathered from group stages, they've played so many different champions, all
they can
of
play
them
anything
at every single position.
Yeah.
Exactly. They can switch it up every single game here. Now, the Fizz, the possibility of split pushing is always there for Fizz, but he's all about quick kills in the mid game as well. So a Fizz plus Twitch gives you more possibilities of even picking off people later. A couple of different things that White could do with this team right now. They do have Jarvan to group people up as well if they wanted to get that spray and pray late game for the team fight oriented Twitch.
That's two very different hovers for you. Zed or Ziggs. I mean, they start with the same letter, but they are far from being similar types of champions. What's he gonna go for?
Well, it looks like he's gonna try and bully the Fizz early, take that range champion, either Orion and Ziggs, both very good at that. Ziggs also has the benefit that he can satchel charge backwards, and he's a little bit safer for the all-in from Fizz, even if you do have the Jarvan jungle coming for early ganks. We'll see how safely you plays this. Usually he does opt more for the farming and shies away from the trades. If he plays too cautiously, though, and doesn't try and punish Pawn, then a mid-game Fizz with decent CS is going to be a problem.
Big pressured question marks on Name in this game. A 0-3-1 against AHQ is not probably the record he was thinking he would be coming out with. Very much a different player, plays for his team rather than that flashy assassin jumping around everywhere, which we've seen from him so far in these games.
Well, yeah, it looks like this time around he's looking to dive in here with Jarvan. Dandy and Pawn are going to have a big target on Name's head. Locking in Kog'Maw like that, you know, you do not have your own escape. Low mobility champion loves to go counter Kog'Maw, and if you're stuck in it's the fish actually shooting you inside the barrel in that case.
And this is the game that Name has to step it up. This is the game where he has to go huge and, you know, actually push them through here and avoid that tiebreaker. Well, guys, before the game goes live, we want to, of course, remind you to keep sending your votes on Twitter for the team that you think will win. Use the hashtag SSWWin or EDGWin. Send those to @LOL Esports. And, of course, we'll be checking in as this game gets underway. Samsung White versus Edward Gaming. Samsung White being perfect so far, at least in results. I'm sure we can pick out a couple of little things that they will want to avoid going further into the tournament. Well, Edward Gaming, with that surprise loss earlier on to local heroes by now, certainly AHQ, have to win here to avoid a tiebreaker game for that second quarter final spot.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting how both of these teams come out with kind of compositions that we did expect from them. EDG, as he said, they're all about the counterattack, and they talk about how aggressive Samsung White is, and they want to stick with the same strategy here, they said, and, you know, try and capitalize on the move that Samsung White is going to make on them early. Samsung White, they've got all this dive, Jarvan, Maokai, Fizz, all going to be looking for Name to take him out. We'll see if they can keep their cool, and if FCZF can keep him safe.
Well, we have a pause coming in.
First one of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I love our new pause screen, but at this stage, there's not much going on it. Apart from the early items, which, well, there's not much special to really look at, so at least you get time to see the standard start in terms of items here for these players. Apparently there's a slight audio issue here with Pawn, so I'll just be making sure that that gets sorted out before we get into this game. But EDG, how's the reaction going to be to them losing to AHQ, a team which no one thought they were going to lose to?
Absolutely, and if they lose this game, which is probably the expected result, they immediately have to play after this in a tiebreaker versus AHQ.
And that's two huge games, right? I mean, where do you focus your energy in this? Because, I mean, you've only got a certain amount of time to prepare for AHQ. They'll have obviously... Well, I say they'll have obviously done their research for Samsung White. However, they publicly came out and said, we're not focusing on Samsung White, we're focusing on the other teams because we just want to get through into the quarterfinals. And that plan has kind of come unstuck now.
You can never underestimate teams in group phase. They can always pull off one match, one upset. And today, well, we've already had two since we've been at the desk, and you could argue there was a couple this morning as well. Can we see EDG upset Samsung White and ruin their perfect group stage?
Yeah, well, one thing at a time for them. They definitely got to focus right here, right now on this game. Expand on that mid-game vision control that they know is going to be important here. try and keep this early Jarvan pressure to a minimum, try and control him, because Dandy, he's got the opportunity to really upset the top lane balance here. Maokai's great at setting up ganks, and with Jarvan having a gap closer of his own, early on, Ryze is very vulnerable. So it's either the top or the bottom lanes very likely here for EDG that could be under fire early. Need to keep their cool. As usual, Imp and Mata not going to 2 versus 2 opportunity. Twitch plus the Janna at his back will give him the confidence. In his face though, ready to trade.
No messing around really. Supports having a go at one another. Imp lost a bit of health as well. And a very interesting Bromlin. Biggest AD carry names around with the biggest amounts of hype on them, I think, coming into this tournament. And obviously there are a few over in groups. Imp and Name, 2 huge names in AD carry role in League of Legends.
Plus, since we're looking at the bottom lane here, both junglers start on their red side, so they will end their routes near the bottom. Whoever's pushing up has to worry about the 3-minute double buff gank. A lot of the trinket wards might be saved for the side bushes if they're going to be trading this often. Looks like Mata's thinking about warding this river. Dandy does go up here and add some.
Putting the ward down in there and making sure that they have vision of Khalilov, who, funnily enough, against AHQ, we saw him crossing that river 3, 4, 5, 6 times and stealing away Wraith camps. Obviously went down early on, being caught out in that scenario, as he also did against Dark Passage earlier on here in the group stages. But for now, it was Samsung White that pushed this bottom lane out, and they're going to go for a recall 3.5 minutes in.
Is this going to be a lane switch? It's got to be. They're going back early. No, they're going to return.
It's a roaming Mata, at least. He's heading up. No, just a fake out. He wanted to juke you, D-Man. He's running a circle around the Nexus.
They did just ram that wave right onto EDG, quickly back and get themselves that slight advantage. You can see the longsword being picked up along with a probably a couple more pots for Imp. Mata himself also picking up a chunk of wards as well. So, interesting.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep this in mind, because remember the last game between White and EDG? Samsung White, they focused up on the top lane, and ooh, now we have some focus here from Clearlove. He doesn't want to let the same thing happen again. Doesn't look like Looper's going to overextend himself, though. He doesn't have much of a reason. So, last time, White and EDG. White's plan, they focused up top lane with Danny, and he decided we're not going to care about Dragon at all. So he goes up there, they trade Dragon for the first blood. They get Looper on this rumble. Ooh, never mind. He shoved out again. Kha'Zix is recalling. Okay, so they shoved out. Last time they focused on the top lane. They got the rumble ahead, and they gave up the dragon. They didn't care about the early dragon. Instead, White invested in their top laner, which it focuses gold on their top lane side and their jungler. Meanwhile, it spreads out the gold for EDG in that trade. Samsung White, they're all about what's going to happen further down the line, the consequences later of the trades that they make. So Dandy then repeatedly went up to the top side of the map and was able to snowball this rumble, which turned into a huge team fight presence for them. And they were able to win every single consecutive team fight because of this fed rumble up top. And they didn't have to give up any more dragons. This time around, though, he's hard farming. And Clearlove is trying to make good on his promise to help out his laners. Tried to go top. Now he's hovering mid.
Will he get an opportunity there? That seems to be the problem for this one. Looper was pushed back onto his turret. Pawn got the mobility really to dodge around, as we are going to see Name going for Imp, and actually Mata is completely out of position there. We're just putting a ward down on the top side, and EDG trying to be aggressive on that bottom side of the map. We did see Name go back home, by the way, after the initial recall from Imp, and got the workings of his phage.
That was a pink ward they were trying to protect there. Mata had been around and put that pink ward in that bush, and that is now gone. That's why they were being so aggressive, so protective. But EDG, they did a similar thing. They went back and they got themselves the Ruby Crystals along with that long sword. But the deep vision is there for Samsung White. They are very much covered. They're happy to sit back this far. Don't think they're going to be happy about that pink ward going, though.
Dandy's coming around, though. They're shoved up. He should be able to get position on this fairly easily. It would have to be a setup from Mata to get a good knock-up, though. They want to clear out this wave first, so when you're a jungler, it's easy to gank lanes that are pushed up because the position of your enemies is exposed, but the giant minion wave is hard to fight through. You don't want to fight through the extra damage of the minion wave, so they're waiting to clear it out. Then he went for it just as that ward timed out, and he got seen.
Ooh. Playful Tricksters out of the Void Spikes. Pawn getting a little poke, keeping Clearlove away. Does, of course, force Dandy away as well, because that ward spotted him by EDG in the river, and that means that Imp and Mata are poshed up on their tower right now, feeling pretty comfortable, though. Looper coming around. Perfect timing. Red buff spawns. Gets himself the ward on there, and Clearlove is coming straight for it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the ward down, so they'll have the intel and they'll have the timer for it, but because they're handing off blue, there's no aggressive move here from white. They're going to continue on with their fairly passive play here in the early game.
Definitely a passive start to it. 7.5 minutes in, no first blood. The gold staying even. If you look across the lanes and even into the jungle, things are very, very close at this point. Name is going to step forward here. He's getting knocked up, so really just an exchange in that bottom side between the two teams.
Yep, looks like he wants a trade.
Yeah, it looks to want to have a bit of a go here at Nami, but again, just stealthing in, not able to get too much from it. We did have Dandy on the bottom side, obviously, as the bottom side camps did respawn, so he'd be able to come down with this red buff. Clearlove, of course, will be in a similar position, so this could get interesting down bottom.
Good lane ward here in the bush, too, by EDG, so that a lane gank. Ooh, that gives away that they have a ward in there, though. You can see the pings on that bush now. Now they know that there's a ward because they went for the harass.
Oh!
That means Dandy's going to try and swing around the side. Imp has hit level 6. He could try and get rat-a-tat-tat on the range. He already used it onto Name.
Clearlove needs to get here now. He's headed down.
Instead, they're going to turn around. They try to head off you there, force him away so he can't toss that Mega Inferno bomb all the way down to the bottom. Clearlove is heading down south. We are going to see the two junglers meet if they go in there, but now Koro being dived on by Looper.
Yeah, good damage back, though, from Koro onto Looper. Takes about a quarter of his health away, and Koro should be able to stay decently safe on that top side. I don't see Looper just one-on-one in there underneath his own turret. That'd be pretty disastrous in a game like this for EDG. Actually, Koro going for the Catalyst first rather than the tier.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give props to Looper. He's doing very well with Maokai is by no means a lane bully. And he's shoving Koro into his turret repeatedly here. As you said, though, Koro not going for the early tier, going for the early catalyst. That's even a sort of defensive buy there for Rise. Defensive start.
Pawn heading north, spotted by the pink ward, though. They know he's coming. There's another pink ward in that bush. They've passed 2 pink wards, and that's buying time.
Dive and Dragon at the same time?
Dive and Dragon at the same time. They've drawn the attention. They know they've done it, and they still get the first blood. How the hell
and
did that
the
happen?
Dragon?
What a call.
White, please. Oh, my goodness. They're going to get both of these here. Clearlove just sitting in his top side jungle while White take everything from them.
0 reactions from EDG.
Well, would you expect that? No, probably not. You see the mid laner going top. They saw him very early as well because of that ping ward outside of the red buff.
And they let it happen. As we said, Rise is vulnerable to dives very early on. This is his mana stage, the mana growing stage for Rise. Very weak. I mean, Looper's been doing a great job in that lane, but shoves him all the way up to the turret, and the easy dive there for Pawn. Beautiful start here for White.
Showing once again why many have them down as the big favorites for the 2014 World Championship. And that puts them ahead here in gold.
It's got to cause some problems, too, for EDG. I mean, they were already feeling under pressure. They already knew that last time they wanted more pressure from Clearlove for the lanes. And for the top to go down like that to a dive after he went through a pink ward and to lose an objective at the same time, disastrous.
So not only has, oh hello, Luke a flash, wanted to get a twisted advance on towards Koro there, who didn't have flash of his own. He'd already used it a moment ago. They're not infallible. They do make mistakes. It is possible, but at the moment, it's Samsung White on the push. They're going to Name. They get the exhaust down. The Howling Gale doesn't quite catch on towards them, and now they counter it with a wave. Im turns back around and runs back in.
So they canceled
Porn
the
was
teleport
coming as
there.
well.
They canceled the teleport, I think, a split second before Name even flashed. So they called that play off. ADG could see why they were going so aggressive, though. There is a... Oh dear.
Oh, Name going to be focused there. Is Dandy Name in all kinds of trouble here. He will fall. Dandy picks up that kill. Not got enough to kill off FCZF, I don't think. Clearlove had started to move down as well. That will be kill number 2. Imp, of course, did survive that too.
And that's why you pick Jarvan instead of Lee Sin against Kog'Maw. No flash. He's going nowhere. He's dead. Lee Sin could do the kick back, but it's a bit harder to pull off. Dandy does not have to blow flash or anything to pull off a Cataclysm. Very easy kill there. It did sort of cost them their teleport, though.
Yeah, they just cleared the ping ward out. Lupa, remember, did just use his flash, but they are closing in on this top. Red buff was spawned. Dandy's going to possibly steal that one away. Pawn and Lupa, though, they're going in for round 2. This time around, Koro, he's sprinted. He's out of there.
Use for that one. They're gonna look for this red. This all stems from that ward that they had there before, as Clearlove did get his own red buff.
5 members up in the top half of the jungle right now for Samsung White. They are going to step away, but this is desperately slipping out of control by EDG already.
Gotta say, Samsung White have not made a false move yet. Very, very impressive coming out here.
I'd go even a step further than that and say they've done more than everything right that they expected. The dive to the top lane and taking Dragon at exactly the same time. Brilliantly done. They're going to get the tower here as well. This will be the first one of the game.
And they've already got the entire red side jungle littered with wards. They know where Clearlove is going to be. By process of elimination, if he's not up on top side, they know he's bottom side. He's definitely not in their own jungle. They have the defensive pink wards. They have control of mid as well as top. Bottom about to go down now.
Could see a collapse here. We have both Clearlove and Dandy on that bottom riverside, but there's a recall from both Dandy and Pawn. Dandy actually will cancel his there as the mines come on top of him. I'm not sure if they've actually seen Clearlove in that rush. I don't know if there's a ward. There is a ward, so they've seen Clearlove.
Matt's trying to bait it.
A little bit obvious there, I think.
That's one way to bait it, that's for sure. Get that taunt out on him. And it's going to mean that EDG will back away, and Clearlove once again found wanting, trying to make a play, and it's just not working out for him because Samsung White are counteracting everything he does.
That all being said, you know, all these great moves from White, they are not, the gold lead right now is not something that EDG haven't dealt with in the past. This has been the story for EDG. Yes. They knew that White were going to make aggressive moves early. They said they were going to stick to their style. They're not going to falter, and they will play towards the
you're in trouble.
Team fights.
Dandy and Pawn closing the gap. They're going in towards Koro, and he's got nowhere to go. He's got teleport. Can he get away from this one in time?
Well, it's flashed the fish, but where are you going to go? He turns around the damage towards Dandy, who will go fairly low, but Pawn gets in there, and it's an easy finisher, to be honest. Meanwhile, Looper in the mid lane did take some damage from 3 members of Edward Gaming, but not enough. And that is 3 kills without an answer for Samsung White.
And look at this. 30 seconds for Dragon. White have shifted all of their vision down by the Dragon Pit. Blue side's fully warded up. They've got plenty of vision down here, prepped and ready to go. They're shoving the top side. They have pressure up there. Pawn can easily come back down or just stay up there and take the turret. Looks like he's going to clear it out and head down for the Dragon.
He may even come around the backside of you. He's got no vision up in towards that top half. White have got everything covered off. And at the moment, they have full control. They're closing in on this bottom half of the map.
All right, there is a bright spot for EDG. Since they have focused on this bottom lane, Name, he's got his Trinity Force. Big boost for Kog'Maw. The only problem is, Imp has also just finished his Blade of the Ruin King, so he's going to be quite a viable threat as well. There they are. They collapsed for that dragon. As we said, it was already prepped.
Yeah, they'll just give this one up. No reason to risk losing more than just that dragon. And funnily enough, they had a bit of an opening in the fact that Lupa's teleport has just now come off cooldown. He was walking from the base towards that dragon. Yep. Whilst Koro did have his teleport available. And actually Lupa since then has gone up top and just in time to soak up the wave that Koro had pushed right back.
A lot of people head mid here.
Yeah, they're pushing on Pawn. They want to try and make a player towards him. He's still got that playful trickster available. He's just going to turn it around in there. Clearlove going down. In comes Dandy. Pawn gets the kill. He's going to run away from this one. Mega Inferno Bomb will find his target, and ENG finally get themselves a kill on the board.
Yeah, they exchange kills in a 2 versus 3. White are able to take down Clearlove, and now Looper's coming in from the backside. It looks like they won't be able to do much with the control that they have over mid, though. So the extra person here for White, not going to be that big of a deal. Both junglers, pretty even trade. Man, look at that vision coverage, though. It's not just blue side now. They've got everything. All of EDG's base belong to White.
And him moving forward. There's a ping ward in that brush, though. And that will get him spotted out. So EDG trying to fight back here. And you just, I feel like you can't sit back and let Samsung White make
red buff timer.
Can't let them move in there and just strangle you out of the game. Again, we're going to see them moving in for this red buff for the second time in a row.
They managed to close it out last time. Smite fight not even close. Clearlove didn't get around there, didn't have it available. While this is all happening, Pawn's getting free reign on the bottom. There's you looking to try and throw anything out, but he hasn't got Mega Inferno Bomb available. And it's another tower for Samsung.
Pawn has 180 plus CS, 2 kills already. 18 minutes in. This Fizz is ridiculous. Lichbane on top of Needlessly Large Rod.
Yeah, against the Ziggs in lane as well.
Yeah.
You're not able to really bully him away. You see him there trying to get on, but ENG a little too slow. Samsung White already out of there. Are they going to make a move? The blue buff has since spawned in, and now they're going to try and take that away. So not only have they got all the vision inside of EDG's jungle, they're taking away those buffs as well. And there is the dive into the top of them, and their first kill coming straight down. Dandy will lock up Clearlove inside of the Cataclysm. That will give Imp a kill. They're going to take down Name as well. This is a whitewash.
It's a massacre. That was all escalated so quickly. Samsung White just coming around the side. Imp's on you. He wants another. He gets another. It is 8-1 now, and Samsung White are in full domination mode.
That video package, the pros were not lying. White are the real deal. This is not even close.
Oh, he's got him.
No, just
shield. There it is.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
It was close.
Groans coming out from the crowd. They just want to see White bleed in some way. They want to see some crack in the armor.
I think that was the Chinese broadcasters next to us. They were really excited about that Ignite going down, but didn't quite land. Let's have a look at that fight again. Again, just going so well for White.
Koro, look at him bouncing up and down there. He doesn't even hit the floor before he's dead. Then it's a 4 versus 5. Fizz is next to Name. Dandy locks in Clearlove.
Oh, Name versus Imp. It's a one-on-one, but it's going to be Name going down. Can he get away from this one? Takes tower hits. Doesn't matter. I think he realized he was going down there. He did have flash, but he didn't want to waste it.
He was farming some.
It's a kill for EDG.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right, kill for EDG. Plus, it was a Name kill. So that's something there. They definitely want as much money on him as they can get.
Actually on wards there. 2 of them placed right on top of each other.
Oh, they're getting collapsed on.
Where are they going to come around?
Oh, he got it.
Flashes in towards Matt and the bomb as well. We'll catch out Dandy, who's trying to dodge around, but we'll get over the back there of that Baron wall. We do have Pawn moving in from the tri-bush as well. Meanwhile, Lupa, they're going to trade a kill for the middle outer turret.
Well, there's the crack in the armor. They got a couple kills. Still bleeding objectives, though. Another turret goes down. Outer rings, no more. Samsung White
Gotta be honest, all of that seemed to me that Imp was just like, you know what? I fancy a one-on-one. I want to see how this Chinese #1 super laner AD carry is. And it actually went even, so we'll see how it continues. The possibility as Koro this time finds himself a Fizz in the top lane. Playful tricks, the Urgent Strike available. Blast him away, but it's all about the tower diving now. And Samsung White, they're just having some fun around the map.
See them once again inside of the EDG jungle, getting those wards and getting rid of everything that the Chinese side have just been putting back in. Meanwhile, Pawn, actually, Koro went decently toe-to-toe with him underneath that tower. Obviously, the tower itself helping out a little bit with the Rune Prism, but if you look down Pawn, Zonya's into the Lich Bane as well. He's hurting, that's for sure. We also have Imp, who now has his Ghost Blade on top of his Blade of the Ruin King. Now 1v1 will be a little less even next time.
One thing's for sure, Loco Doco has his work cut out, taking notes on Samsung White. They've played a plethora of champions throughout the entire group phase, really proving that they can play absolutely anything in any style of tactic, and it seemingly work. I don't know how you really read into what they do on the map right now.
That's really why TSM looks so devastated when they lost that game to SK, because nobody wants to play Samsung White. The further you can delay meeting up with White, the further you can go in the tournament.
Oh, Imp, look at this. He's going to go straight in on towards FCZF. That is going to be the first one for him. Actually gets knocked closer to Clearlove there. A lot of damage from you. The bomb, wrong direction.
Yeah, wrong guess. Tried to blind shot that one. Imp taken low here. Now May's going to try and sneak around the side. Samsung White still in full force, so there's 5 members here. EDG got to be careful they don't rush into this one. They're going to turn up the damage instead. Mana comes around the side. Dandy's just doing all of the damage. In goes Pawn, slides on through, and now Koro's going to go down. He's been pulled in. Pawn gets a second, and just like that, Samsung White get themselves another hatful of kills.
Let's just give a nice little golf clap there to Dandy for the EQ flash to extend and hit the knockup. Beautiful, beautiful play. Oh, 24-minute Baron, right on time. Or will Clearlove get in here with something to say about it? He's got flash? Nope.
Nope, not going for it. And, well, Samsung White extending their lead. They're touching on a 10,000 gold lead at this point. Both Dragons, that single Baron. And now they're going to extend the strangulation that they've been putting onto EDG. Actually, good damage here coming out from Ewell for Samsung White to just back off. They're looking for another buff. Dandy less than half health here. They might be able to do something. Tidal Wave going to come across. Dandy will be focused. A good bubble lands onto Looper as well. This should be 2 kills for Samsung White. Imp has stealthed up and gone away. 2 kills for EDG, sorry.
Imp was off the side, sizing that one up. He's like, well, I've got my ultimate. I'm not sure I can take them yet, though. And that is Edward Gaming picking themselves up 2 kills and a dragon. And this is a problem sometimes for Samsung.
There it is.
They get a little overconfident.
EQ flash, double the knockup, double the kills right here. We all know the outcome of this one.
Yeah.
But really, why don't we go back to what just happened here for EDG? Because they just got not only the 2 kills, but perfect timing for Dragon. So they cleaned up some experience, some catch-up experience. You get the bonus there since they're out-leveled right now. And a nice bit of pocket change.
Oh, Imp is going wandering again.
On the hunt.
Oh, he's just
going for you.
Yeah,
he's found you.
Get him, is he? Well, surely underneath the tower, flashes in for it, and you will be able to walk away. Use everything, barrier, flash, to stay alive, and that is the wave clear basically gone there for EDG, and it means the inner tower.
Yeah, just like that. Talked about how he wasn't the assassin before. Absolutely is this time around. Of course, with that Blade of the Rune King and Ghost Blade, he is hunting for targets, finds one, pushes a tower. Samsung White in full control once again. They are just going to turn the screws, push towards that top lane. Looper going to get himself a gigantic wave, and look at the ward placement. Samsung White have coverage everywhere right now.
I wonder how far back we'd have to go to see White having to actually place a ward on their own side.
Ooh, he's good.
Yeah. They might want to try and catch something here. Jarvan coming around. Nope. Only 3 members. Don't feel like the 3v5 quite yet.
I feel like Dandy's putting a good case forward for more Jarvan as well in the World Championships here. I mean, Dandy so far, I mean, if you look at his statistics from OGN in the playoffs, I mean, not exactly a big Jarvan player. In fact, didn't play throughout that in the playoffs at all. So you might have expected maybe more Nocturne to appear the likes of those kind of champions, but really showing that, well, if you've got the skills with Jarvan, he can be an absolute beast. I mean, so, 9 assists right now out of 12 kills.
Yeah, so it's either just trying to show that he can play anything really well, or it's because of this Kog'Maw pick and because Name is their focus. So there's definitely good reasons for him to pick it this time around, just because it is so good at keeping Name in one spot for the rest of the team to annihilate. But yeah, man.
What are EDG doing? They're not reacting to this front. They know they've got a Ziggs that can clear the way. Finally, they're pushing back from that bottom wave, but Samsung White have grouped in 5 members. They're pushing straight through. There goes Chom the Waters. They jump onto you, and he goes down instantly. Dandy's forced away. They cut off to the side. Rat-a-tat-tat rips on through. Clear them. That's another one down. They clutch on towards Name. He drops. MCZ have the next focus. Koro gets caught out. There's the ultimate from Mana. Saves the day, and it's an ace for Samsung White deep in the base of Edward Gaming.
This is just beautiful to watch. Pawn goes so deep in there. The last part of Playful Trickster, he flashes to extend the damage as well. Just putting on a show, these guys.
A little bit early in the game to actually finish said game, though. 30 minutes in, well, not even 28 minutes in, and the spawn time is still short enough that EDG will be able to come back out and defend what is left of their base, losing, of course, the first inhibitor now. And I posed the question before we started this one, how much is that defeat to AHQ playing on the minds of EDG? How much is that mentality that EDG actually had before this tournament, saying we're not focusing on White, we're focusing on the other 2 teams so that we can get out of the group stage and into the quarterfinals? It might be a mixture of the both, but we're going to find out soonish, because it looks like Edward Gaming are going to play EDG once again today.
Edward Gaming going to play themselves? Mate! Got you back! AHQ looks like they will have a match ahead of them, though. Imp does escape with his life.
They're coming in. Here they go. Looper catches on to clear love. FCZF comes in. Here comes Mana. Howling Gale through the run of them. FCZF locked down and taken out. It's a double for Imp as the rest of EDG flee for their lives.
Yeah, they're got a ways to go here, too. White definitely hot on their heels. Yeah, I mean, you really do have to worry about if they're demoralized here, EDG, this team, especially after...
Oh, Dandy's going in. I think he's taking a little bit too much there, but Jordy and Angel on him. Bomb comes back. Meanwhile, Pawn has dove in from the backside. Gets the fish on you. Dandy joins in. He's going to come out of the Zonyas. Don't think he can quite take Koro, though. He will pick himself up one, and, well... That is the shutdown coming in. Nice chunk of gold, because one was 914. Meanwhile, Super Minions might just take both Nexus turrets. Not quite. No, it's going to be real close. Oh, last hit before they take it down. The Nexus is open for the taking.
And actually, we did just check in. The last time White had to place a ward, even on their side of the map, defensive ward, 16 minutes. From that point on, all wards placed on EDG's side of the map. 1650.
Oh, Imp fancies this.
2 versus 1, though?
2v1, why the hell not? FCZF first, possibly no. Clearlove, he's going to drop in there. Dodges out of the bubble. There's one. Does he fancy the second? No, he's just going to back away.
Imp styling. Beautiful play right there. All he had to do, dodge the bubble. Well done.
And, you know, I made the mistake earlier of Edward Gaming versus EDG. But, funnily enough, it might be the case. If AHQ loss is a problem, I'm just turning this one around.
Very wise, Joe. That is meta of
we heard it yesterday from Quick Shot where Dark Passage had to beat Dark Passage to get through. This time around, it's a different scenario, though.
Really?
Samsung White are just demolishing them this game.
I think you raise a good point there, Joe. More of these league teams should take an introspective view and really look to improve upon themselves. Because the things that they said they wanted to improve upon were the early lane presence from Clearlove and trying to stop the snowball from the very beginning of Samsung White. That play where White got so much vision that they could actually make the call to send their mid laner top while getting an early dragon is exactly what EDG wanted to avoid. They wanted to have Clearlove try and support the laner so they didn't get ganked and dove early like that, and they wanted to try and stop the early objective bleed. But White are able to pull it off once again.
Sneaky Imp looking for more gains, and it's about time that Samsung White decided to close this game. Final inner turret that is just off at the side there. EDG not gonna, and really they are pushed deep into their base. The inhibitor in the mid lane has respawned. Looper will clear out that pink ward, and the rest of Samsung White will collapse in bottom lane, being pushed in as well. Edward Gaming realizing this is their last line of defense.
You gotta say, Ozone, White, they came out with a mission. Group stages this time around. They wanted to make a point. Last year, they wanted to wash that away, wash it off their record, and they're gonna do it right now.
Wow.
Yeah, this is just a domination in terms of...
there is
bomb going in! Zonya's bomb! Ah! Oh, he got away! What? They need to kill the inhibitor first, though. That respawned a few moments ago. And Pawn literally just playing with his opposition at this stage. They're trying to keep them off the Nexus, but Samsung White gonna push through, pick up another victory. It's a perfect group stage here for the favorites.
I've got to ask, can anyone stop Samsung White? Group C and D will be next week in Singapore, of course, but it's Team Solo Mid, the first team in their sights as they go 6-0 in the group stage. This team is looking unstoppable.
And boys, we are not done yet. We do get that tiebreaker game. EDG got to stay up there on that stage because AHQ are coming back for more.
It's got the makings of a fairy tale story, or nightmare if you're an EDG fan. I mean, AHQ, a team that honestly are so well loved here. We heard rumblings that actually AHQ are more popular than the Taipei Assassins in Taipei. And if they were to do it here on this stage, it would be absolutely incredible.
You gotta love their style. I mean, just focused on kills and picking people apart. They're not really about moving around the maps and taking down turrets. They're about getting kills, and that's a satisfying League of Legends to watch.
Well, it was a fantastic game earlier, AHQ versus EDG, so I'm only hoping we can match that one, because obviously that was a bit of a whitewash, no doubt about it. No pun intended on that one, it's just the way it was. But
you guys really like that term, too. You use it all the time.
It's a standard English phrase, that's for sure, yeah.
We'll teach you the ways.
We've had some amazing games.
Tell me how you say nar again.
Nah.
I was like, you said nar, and you're like, nah.
No, I didn't say nah.
That's an American phrase, nah.
Well, we're, crossing cultural boundaries here, teaching each other's languages as we go, and, learning as we get these amazing games. And, well, we got one more here tonight, and it's possibly going to be the one that upsets the tournament, because it would be the first giant to fall.
It definitely
China's
would.
#1 seed.
Absolutely, it could be a gigantic upset. We'll see how it works out. We're going to go over towards the analyst desk right now, who are ready to break down Samsung White's victory.
Thank you very much, guys. And I think, Joe, you hit the nail on the head. You need to look introspectively at your inner shoutcaster. And when inner Joe Miller looks at outer Joe Miller's phrases and learns from inner Kobe's outer Kobe phrases, things get gnarly. Right, let's get serious. Samsung White's expected result, fairly one-sided win. It felt like there was little to nothing that Edward Gaming could really do in that game. Samsung White just steamrolled him.
Yeah, and one thing that I want to highlight here too is the Fizz pick from Pawn. And what's so interesting about this pick is that he hasn't played it in a while. And back when he had his former ID of OneSuck, when he played on MIG Blitz, which was like kind of an amateur up-and-coming team coached by Woong, he was known as a Fizz main. And I haven't really seen him on it, but he was a god on that champion back then. And so this is yet another pick from Samsung White, and that just sows even more doubt in TSM's mind now.
I mean, at the same time, like, they could have kind of picked whatever they wanted at this point. Like, they realized how strongly they beat EDG last time. They realized there's nothing for them to play. They get first place in the group regardless. So you are right that his Fizz is going to be good, and yeah, okay, he went 10-1-4, but I wonder how much that is just flexing versus actually saying, you know, here's our champion pool we're going to bring up against someone like Blue or Shield. Or
Talking about flexing, pull the first replay up onto your screens. It does really summarize the flow of this game. Freak, you can actually talk us through it.
Yeah, so it's basically these guys playing hyper-aggressive over and over just because they can. Go ahead and roll the clip out. It's basically Samsung White saying, hey, we can take a group. I love this Mata Tornado, by the way. Channels it from behind the wall in Fog of War. Then everyone just kind of dives in together. It is a very coordinated team, but this is now a team with a giant gold lead, and they're just going to simply walk forward at you. You've got really good individual duels here as well. Imp goes crazy, of course, even gets to clean up a kill at the end of it all, but it just shows you the team fight prowess. Pawn gets away. Unfortunately, a slight miss by you here to not track him either.
I think Imp gets one more.
Yep, Imp chases someone down, right? They even keep track of where the retreats go. And Expunge walks away.
Yeah, just a gorgeous fight, too. If you look at, there's so many knockups on the composition of Samsung White, and it's one of those CCs that can't be lowered by tenacity. And when they chain them together so well, when you have the Tornado, you have the Jarvan knockup, you have the Fizz knockup, and they all come in boom, 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 right after one after another, it's almost impossible to win a team fight in a choke like that.
Yeah, I completely agree. We do have another replay. This is one that really impressed Crumbs, and it's one that's going to strike fear into the hearts of every other team that faces off against Samsung White. Crumbs, tell us why.
This one is ridiculous. You know, when you see a Korean team, they tell you, oh, you know, they're mechanically, we're just as good as the rest of the world. But when you put that mechanical skill and it's in harmony with each other, the kind of thing that you're about to see is what happens.
So roll the clip out, and Crumbs, talk us through what really impresses you.
Fizz goes in, dives with the flash E. Jarvan follows up from like miles away, and then the entire team just takes over. Like, they take a 5-for-0 ace in here. They're coordinated with their cooldowns with the Maokai W and the E flash, so that every time it's not just one going in, they have multiple people following them up. And they're right there. Janna flashes in to save Fizz from the tower shot with the heal. You can't match this kind of level. It's artsy. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, and you know, actually, speaking of that whole team and Mata especially being incredible, Crepo, I do just want to say that Mata's first completed item after Sightstone was Frost Queen's Claim.
Yeah.
I'm on your side, but...
You know why? You don't need a defensive item if you're winning in 15 minutes.
It's a good point. Right, with that win, what it does mean is that Samsung White guarantee, obviously, the first place seed in the group. We know with TSM losing to SK, our first quarterfinal is 100% guaranteed and locked in. Samsung White will be taking on Team Solo Mid in Busan, Korea. That will be a best of 5.
3 matches.
3 matches? You're calling it that much? I mean,
let's face it.
It's a long
White
time
has
between
been,
now and then for TSM.
Yeah, White's just been looking so good though. I don't know what TSM can even fix. They have like 2 weeks time maybe, but even then the difference is just so big.
I'm going to make a bet that I made to you guys in the caster desk previously, which was that if White is to lose to whoever they would play. So now that they play TSM, I should say TSM. If they were to lose to TSM, I will boil my shoe, make a shoe soup, and eat it in front of you guys, because I am so confident this is not happening.
Somebody write that down. Jot it down and record it. Rose-tinted glasses?
Yeah, you know what?
You willing to take the kind of same bet with me?
No.
Oh, come on. You don't have as much faith?
No. All right, I will share a shoe soup with you.
I will say that if TSM beats Samsung White, I will eat an apple pie. A whole pie in one sitting.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, for me, like coming in here, like you know, I think it's going to be a 3-1. Oh, Oh, damn it. 3-0. No chance. Damn it. Well, sorry, I don't know how those things get on my face sometimes.
You put them there, that's how. Right. The other consequences of this game is, of course, that with EDG's loss, we do have that second seed tiebreaker match with AHQ coming up in a moment or two. While the teams are getting ready, I believe there's a coin toss to determine who's going to get which side. How broken is Edward Gaming's mentality? This is a question that we were discussing while the game was going on. In your mind, Crumbs, how bad is it in the EDG camp?
When thinking about which team would come out ahead in the EDG versus AHQ matchup, I thought, okay, they lost one game already, and the crowd was really behind the AHQ. This second game is going to be determined as to how badly are they going to lose to Samsung White, and how much is that going to translate into the next match? And with the crowd behind the AHQ, their morale is down. I mean, you have to, like, there's no way somebody's that resilient to not be able to completely step away from these games like these.
Monty, anything to add?
I just think it's a really interesting matchup. And when we talk about EDG, we called this group the David and Goliath group. We expected EDG to do better, but EDG has just been not performing. Like, I'm at this point wondering, is this the Samsung Ozone of this year? The team that comes in with a lot of expectations and then completely chokes in the group stage.
Well, again, keep in mind, like, when we stack rank the teams, I know we like to think of EDG as this very strong Chinese team, but again, they had the same regular season record as Royal Club. Exact same record, actually was down to them 1-3 in the head-to-head. So it's like they're not heads and shoulders against these other Chinese teams. And again, we look at Royal Club like, yeah, they're pretty good, but we didn't think they had a chance against Samsung White either. So I don't think you can say Edward are necessarily actually that incredibly strong.
At the same time, though, they were very much a victim of their own composition last time. They played a slow pole comp and they just didn't respect their power spike. I think if they just go for a more meta game composition, their strengths will shine through and they should be able to beat HQ.
Yeah, I kind of share the same opinion. I actually just want to update everybody and take a look at the standings graphic really quickly for both of these groups A and B, which are drawing nearer to being completed. Group A, of course, Samsung White 6-0, and there's the tie. AHQ and Edward Gaming 3-3, and because they split their head-to-head 1-1, that is why we're going to be having that tiebreaker match. The other side, you do have Starhorn Royal Club, who, in my mind, have looked better than Edward Gaming in arguably a more competitive group. You can put that to the test however you like, but it's interesting to see how these two Chinese squads have fared in the opening 4 days of Worlds.
Yeah, initially we all had the notion that whoever comes out of Group A is going to smash and crush whoever makes it out of Group B, but this is definitely the one match that could have been close, which is why I think TSM is going to be really sad that they didn't get a chance to get that #1 seed, because playing against #2 seed in Group A actually gives you a chance to get out. White, on the other hand, looks so strong.
Yeah, and it's really interesting as well. Like, you think about the SK story, how unfortunate Svenskaren's actions were, because once Svenskeren was able to play with the lineup, they beat TSM and they beat TPA, whereas they lost to them when it was Gilius playing. And it's like all the SK fans are like, I'm really sorry you did that, because you ruined one of the European hopes to get in the quarters.
Yeah, that's definitely the truth. Crepo, final thoughts before we move on?
I've actually made all my thoughts already. Thank you, though, for giving me the chance.
We do have that tiebreaker coming up between Edward Gaming and AHQ Esports to see who will be advancing to the quarterfinals, where they will face off against Starhorn Royal Club. And we're actually going to see the coin toss to determine who will get the side they want. It is Westoa representing AHQ and Edward Gaming's manager representing his team. So that is one of the referees, Tiza, just explain the rules to both of the squads, as we're about to see the magical coin toss happen. We'll get there. Come on, JT, he's flicked it. All right, this is not a catch and flip style. I don't know if the camera can zoom that far. EDG actually have one, and they will be selecting, I think that was blue side, if I read JT's lips correctly. So it is blue side, guys. We will be bringing you that match after this short break.
And their first kill coming straight down. Dandy will lock up Clearlum inside of the Cataclysm.
They're going to turn up. Mana comes around the side. Dandy's just doing all of the damage. Ingo Port slides on through. Here they go. Looper catches on to Clearlum. FCZF comes in. Here comes Mana. Howling Gale through the run of them. FCZF locked down and taken out. It's a double for him. Dandy's forced away. It goes up to the side. Rat-a-tat-tat rips on through. Clearlum. That's another one down. They clutch on towards Nami. He's up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are into the bonus round with the tiebreaker match between Edward Gaming and AHQ Esports. After the coin toss that we've seen just before going to break, Edward Gaming opted to go blue side, so going to try to get their juicy mitts on one of their preferred picks. I want to talk about the teams first of all before we get to some of the more specific, say, champion selections. Edward Gaming, their minds and spirits have to be being put to the test. They've lost earlier in the day, and they just got decimated or destroyed by Samsung White. The other side, AHQ, they're in high spirits. They've got the support of the hometown crowd. What do you think?
So I'm going to start with the Edward Gaming point. First of all, I think they can chalk up their losses really easily and not care about them too much. When they lost to AHQ earlier today, they ran a composition we don't see from them very frequently. They're likely to throw that one out, try something a little bit different, and say, you know what? Okay, not the comp for us. We'll try it again. In their game against Samsung White just a second ago, while they were trying to win, I think there's still the economy of, do you reveal all of your best picks really at this point, because they know they only need to be AHQ to get that second place in the group. So I think they were accepting of that loss in both cases really, and I think it can't be that hard to revitalize yourself and just look clearly at this game coming.
The theory is sound. Crumbs is somebody who's been on a stage and maybe not the same level of pressure, but you know, what's your take on how these two squads are coming into it?
I mean, I think that just the fact that they have the home crowd behind them, we can't hear them from here, but there is so loud. You want to cheer for these guys. You have the hopes of Taiwan left on the line, and I think that with that behind them, it's a six-man for AHQ.
At the same time, though, sometimes the crowd betrays you. Like when you're when you win a fight small, get a small advantage, they will start cheering and going wild, and that will just prompt you to walk forward and die. I mean, it has happened in the past. You're like, okay, guys, we got him. Let's go. And then, oh boy. So I saw one instance actually in the last game where the crowd started cheering really loudly, and they went for the push, and then they realized like, yeah, we're never gonna get this turret. Why are we actually trying to push this? So do watch out for the crowd.
Now, I want to talk about picks and bans for both of these teams. Game number one, Edward Gaming did take down AHQ. AHQ ran Blitzcrank as a support. They ran Talon into Zed. I just think you remember Prolly being very unhappy with that particular matchup and how it played out. Game two earlier today, we saw the Jace mid coming out for EDG. That was into a Zed. So Zed has appeared both times. Green Tea on Blitz. Let's call a horse terrible. Green Sea on Thresh has been great. So how important is the pick and ban phase in this game?
Well, you know what's so interesting about AHQ is that they have now taken down EDG, and it kind of makes you wonder because it seemed before they wanted these these Hail Mary picks with like Blitzcrank, but it makes you wonder, had they kind of played standard in this game in these games previously, how well could they have done?
I think only so far Green Tea on Thresh has impressed me for him, but like all the other supports that he's played definitely wasn't really his thing. So I wonder maybe doing their research, EDG knows that it will just be early pick or even ban Thresh because they're on blue side if I recall correctly. So
EDG blue, AHQ red, correct.
That might actually be the way to open up this game and completely tilt it in EDG's favor.
What troubles me for AHQ for this matchup, even though I think that they're going to come out ahead, is the fact that they lost the coin cost. So they are going to be purple side, which means that if EDG focuses on mid lane, which is a key factor for AHQ, let's say they drop 3 bans on mid lane and then first pick another one. What's Westler going to do if they first pick something that everything that is left for Westler would be essentially him counterpicking himself?
Yeah, I agree that Westler definitely can be attacked, but looking at the picks and bans, I put them up on my screen here. So EDG has banned Fizz and TF both times, and then they've either banned Maokai on red side or first picked it on blue side, and that's been their train sort of so far. Maybe they update that, maybe they change their things around, but they have already had these fairly constrained bans where they clearly care a lot about the Maokai top lane, and they clearly care about some of the champion pool here of Western. I wonder how much more they are going to attack it.
Yeah, we'll have to find out how that pans out. Both of these teams, of course, fighting for the chance to face off against Starhorn Royal Club, and this is something that we've talked about quite significantly with regards to Edward Gaming on that side. Is the weight of quarterfinals and knowing that this game determines the future of your world championship run, how much does that weigh on your shoulders? How much does that come into the picture? Because you know you have to win this game, but you also know what it means going forward.
Leading up to the game a lot, after the game a lot, but I think once you actually hit the game, not so much anymore. These players are all professionals. They've been in high pressure situations before. They've played regionals. They've played playoffs. Like, they're used to this. They know they have to win, and then I think eventually they'll just play in their own game.
I agree. You know, even for myself, sometimes in matches where it'd be really high pressure matches, and then when you go in, before you start and sit down, maybe you want to puke, you feel sick, you don't really know what to do, but the second you get in that champ select, you start playing, you feel perfectly fine. Afterwards, if you lose, if you win, that's when all the emotions start flooding in. But
Yeah,
during the
I
game,
agree.
you're going to be perfectly focused.
I think there are also just a lot of veteran players, especially if we look at FZZF and Clear Love, who have a long legacy on World Elite. Also, their coach that we haven't talked about, Aaron, coming over from World Elite as well.
Yeah, I used to play against FCZF. Even
Yeah,
back
exactly. Back in Season 2.
when I was still relevant.
Oh, you still are? You're here on the desk.
Yeah.
You're getting more FaceTime than Doublelift.
Oh. All right, let's talk a little bit about the hometown heroes, of course. AHQ teams are busy setting up on stage, getting themselves ready for this incredibly important game. AHQ, hit and miss. I think there are some positives to take away, some negatives to talk away. Taipei Assassins have really let the majority of viewers down and the majority of their supporters down. So as AHQ being the team that's been in the shadow of TPA for the better part of 2 years, they're in home. They've now also got the weight and the pressure of their team. How are they, going to be representing themselves in their region?
It's almost like a GPL tradition, being in the shadow and then coming out on top.
That's true.
Yeah.
If you're actually scheduled to win, it won't happen.
The way I see it is somewhat as if you're a sideline player, and then your main guy gets injured, and then you're like, put me in, coach, put me in, and then this is their time to shine. They can finally make it into like the main roster for the team. That's the analogy that I see that AHQ can pull off.
Yeah, but and actually they're looking at where they face up. If they go actually into the quarterfinals, they might actually have a shot. If they beat one Chinese team, they can beat two, and maybe then one more, and then maybe no, never mind.
I mean, I agree with you though. AHQ top 4 is incredibly possible. Like AHQ top 4 at Worlds is very sure. Okay, yeah, and TSM could beat Samsung White, but AHQ top 4 at Worlds is like actually believable. Is the thing.
Explain the reasoning behind it. Why do you say that? Explain that.
So Edward Gaming is on paper, and I know I keep saying stats to the contrary, back and forth. EDG and Starhorn Royal Club are very close in skill. They play different styles, but as far as the strength of the team, they are almost equal.
Before this tournament, people that get
leading up.
Okay, sure, and maybe Starhorn Royal Club is better now, but AHQ comes in as underdogs. They clearly rose to the occasion. They clearly stepped up here on the world stage, have a real good shot against Edward Gaming. They just beat them 2 hours ago, and then they take that into the quarterfinal against, they know it's going to be Starhorn Royal Club. Say, well, again, we beat one, we'll beat the other, and then you win a quarterfinal match that literally means you're top 4.
It's a difficult task. It's a difficult task. We are moving towards the prediction game. Before I get you guys to lock in your predictions for this particular matchup, I want to talk about the other quarterfinal that we did get locked in. I know we briefly touched on it. That is even more David and Goliath. Team Solar Mid taking on Samsung White. But it is something that I think a lot of fans, a lot of viewers, maybe feel we're underselling Team Solar Mid. I know, especially Twitter, Reddit, there's a lot of fans throwing them out there. How does Team Solar Mid prepare for this matchup? Samsung White, they had an ego issue last year. They had a confidence issue. How does TSM plan for that quarterfinal?
I think it's going to be extremely difficult because a lot of their practice partners are going to be in Singapore and may not be available or practicing amongst each other, whereas I assume TSM will be heading back to Korea in order to train. Problem is that even if they, 2 more Korean teams are there, they can't train against Samsung White. They definitely can't train against Samsung Blue because
why would you help them?
Right, exactly. So how do you get better at this point? It's going to be, I think, extraordinarily difficult for them.
And playing against White, we've seen that they have so much in their arsenal. And TSM just has to play and be like, okay, we're going to improve ourselves as a team. We can't think of strategies to counter this team. We can't think of bans to counter this team. There's really nothing to counter this team except being a better team. And to be honest, that seems like a pretty difficult task right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, to answer Monte Cristo's question, I think you go to Singapore, right? You scrim those teams there who are trying to scrim, right? Again, you're on the other side of the bracket, at least until semis. So, but at the very least, you have these guys that you have no threat against for a little while. Yeah, you play against Alliance, you play against Shield if you can get those scrims. You play against those teams, and you get the practice in, right? And yes, you improve yourself. And to me, I think, to a certain extent, yes, you can prepare for a specific team, and you prepare, okay, here's the picks they might play, here's the champions they might play, here's the strategies they might play. But at the end of the day, it's, okay, somehow find a way to handle this incredibly strong bottom lane, somehow find a way to beat Pawn Bjergsen, and then go from there.
Yeah, it's just roll for roll. I mean, they are equal, if not superior. So it's just extraordinarily difficult. And I think that if you're TSM, you're not going to win in picks and bans. How you're going to beat them is you go in with a very specific strategy about what you're going to do, and you have to just not care what they do because you cannot stop them.
And at the same time, they'll have to look at their macro level strategy as well, which is actually, I think, one of the more bigger reasons they don't close out games as quickly or end up losing these games. And I think even if they can't scrim against people, at least they'll have time to look at that, because there's a lot of VOD review, a lot of just like theoreticizing about like what do we do in this situation, who makes that call, who moves where did we go wrong in the past. It'll be definitely an uphill battle because White they won't be sitting still either, right? They'll be watching all the matches of the World Championship, looking at what TSM has done, and TSM is a team with obvious weaknesses right now that are exploitable. White hasn't shown or hasn't been forced to show their weaknesses yet, if they even have any, so that will actually make it even worse.
Yeah, a lot of food for thought for those two squads. We're going to pull it back to our tiebreaker game, and we are going to actually put you guys on the spot, because I want to know, before we throw it over to the caster desk, who our analysts are predicting to win the tiebreaker between Edward Gaming and AHQ Esports Club. Keep in mind this is for a spot in the quarterfinals, and Crepo, I'm going to start with you. Who's winning this and why?
Under the condition that Edward Gaming plays a different composition, which I think they will take this game home.
Okay, so Edward Gaming first. Crumbs.
I think AHQ has what it takes now. They got the momentum with them, and I think that'll carry it through.
Okay, so going for the home time. Before we get to Monty, let's go with Freak.
I also say AHQ Esports Club. I think the momentum is there, and I just kind of want to believe more than anything else. That's not exactly like the analyst rationale, but I just think they can. That's
know
all
a lot of teams that need believing right now.
Monty, is belief enough, or is Edward Gaming going to bounce back from two fairly horrible losses?
Yeah, I think this isn't the EDG or the Name that many of us have seen in the LPL. This isn't the same team that has won 2 seasons of the LPL, but even so, I think EDG is going to come through here, but I'd be real scared for them at the quarterfinals at this point.
I would definitely say our analyst desk has not been the most accurate today, so do take those predictions.
Right. 50-50 now.
Where's our salt? We'll have to find that salt shaker in a minute, but do take it with a pinch of salt. Anyways, to get us into the game, we're going to send it over to the guys at the caster desk for the tiebreaker.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. So let's get straight into the starting lineups for this final tiebreaker match. Over on the blue side, it is LPL's Edward Gaming. That means in the top lane, it is Koro, Clearlove, the jungle. You are unstoppable in the mid. Name as the AD carry, and FZZF on support.
And on the red side, and the clear massive home favourites here from the Garena Premier League is, of course, AHQ, with Prides in the top lane, Naz in the jungle, Westor in mid lane, Garnet Devil, the AD carry, and Green Tea, who was a beast in the last game, on support.
He truly was a beast. And I think that's going to be the focus here. Early on, Pixman's Thresh.
It's the one big note you have on your market here.
Taking up half of my notepad
question mark. Is through for Green Tea. It has to be banned, surely.
So that's pretty easy for them. But then, as Joe brought up the introspective aspect for EDG, and the analyst said about how this doesn't really look like the EDG that people expected to show.
Really?
Some of the things, though, the bad things are coming to support invades. He's been stuck in that mid lane. He kind of had a reputation for that before. It's also showing through here. Clearlove, even though they knew it was a problem, they wanted to improve upon it. The early presence, not quite there either. I think the biggest issue, though, is Name. He's hyped up for all this dodging skills and his positioning. His dodging and positioning are what lost the game last time.
Yeah, that last game was just a non-starter almost for Name. I mean, they had chances. I mean, they were sieging up on towers for a large portion of that last game. AHQ showing the strength in there, and, well, some amazing skill shots that you couldn't argue need to be dodged, but at the same time, they were hit from the support there of AHQ. So let's find out, shall we? Let's get straight into these picks and the bans and see exactly what's going to go down. EDG, of course, getting blue side this time.
And I don't want to be too harsh on EDG because this is the first international experience for 3 of their players. That first game against White that they lost at the beginning of the group stages was literally their first international experience. So it might be that nervous aspect, and you can't underestimate that aspect on this stage. Yes, there you go. Your Thresh ban, as expected.
Is it going to force him onto Blitzcrank? That's kind of been his fallback champion. It does also mean that Maokai is going to get first picked in there. Janna's also snuck through. Is Westor going to go for it again? He blind picked Zed first time around, and it did work out, but it put him in a hard situation. And they were on the back foot for so long, but they've taken it again. This is the exact same lineup so far for AHQ, the Lee Sin and Zed.
So they do have early game play-making potential. This is one of the keys for AHQ. We'll see if they can actually make some early game plays, because actually last time around, they won it in the late game.
And they seem very confident with their bans here as well. These 3 bans coming out in both previous games in the group stage by AHQ. So they feel that the research that they've done is certainly working out for them.
Yeah, so it is pretty interesting, actually, these top lane bans that they do, because they actually banned Alistar, Zillion, and Ryze when they were on the other side. So even first pick, they're not going to first pick Alistar. That means they don't play it because it's so strong. And they end up having to give over Maokai.
Well, Name's got himself his Lucian, but it's Braum alongside him this time around for FCZF with the Janna out there. No longer is Janna the unkillable. Braum, though, will be looking to block all of that damage. The question is, will AHQ just bypass that gigantic shield? Zed certainly will.
Well, so far I have to say this is looking very good for EDG. As far as team fights, they like to have those mid-game and really shine through in the late-game team fights. They've got a tremendously powerful front line here. Maokai and Braum is such a beastly combination for those mid-game team fights.
Ooh. Are they going to switch things up here? Garnet Devil and Jinx have been definitely a strong pairing for AHQ. Will Pride's here be going towards Rumble?
The thing is, Jinx against the Braum Lucian lane is very dangerous.
Ooh, it's locked in.
She does not have an escape of her own, so you got to be really good with your flame choppers or something, or have very good support, because a Braum jumping on you with Lucian backing him up is very, very dangerous. There's a lot of kill potential.
Well, there's no Rumble play at all for Pride throughout the entire summer split. So obviously, there's a lot of people who've been practicing it.
Yep.
Obviously, we're looking towards Dyrus that have picked it up there.
And it does answer some of that team fighting ability for the team if they can get Pride's a nice lead. As we saw at Samsung White, they ran it into a Maokai as well, and they just focused up there, and they got the Rumble ahead very early.
Okay, here we go. Now it's on.
Watch out, yeah, to Rengar, which of course Clearlove played in game 1 of the group stage between EDG and AHQ. And Kassadin then picked up for you, a champion which you can certainly go big on. Actually had 3 games played throughout LPL Summer and the playoffs, a 2-1 record with that. AHQ are looking for support, and Green Tea has traditionally fallen back onto that Leona, his second most played champion after Thresh throughout GPL and their playoffs. So will it be Leona, and how does that lane match up to Lucian Braum, or does it not?
Well, as we said, it could be an explosive lane. There's a lot of kill potential there for a Braum Lucian jumping in. But the Leona kind of swaps it around too, because they've got a lot of damage they can output. They've got chain stuns. The Leona stun into the Flame Choppers is also something that they're going to have to watch out for.
And while you might be jumping in on Kassadin, got to be careful what follows him up, because he could be jumping straight in towards that equalizer. The kid get laid down, locked up by Green Tea, and exploded.
Yeah, there is a question here. This Kassadin, it's a perplexing pick, because a lot of people have shied away from it. They're picking it into Zed here. You can build Kassadin armor heavy. You can go with the Frozen Heart, and you can go, well.
It also builds into your, questioning about his roaming. This is the champion
exactly.
that he absolutely has to roam on.
That's going to be a big issue if you're playing Kassadin and you don't roam around. But really, I'm interested in the build, because you mentioned the Rumble Equalizer. Kassadin's very good at getting around the magic damage here. So if he can avoid that magic damage source, maybe we see one of those armor-heavy Kassadins that goes more melee range. But yeah, you don't know that he could still build AP and look for the jump-in kills.
Well, it's go big or go home for both teams at this stage. So, well, you've got to pull it off right here.
Well, the tiebreaker, of course, is about to get underway. Keep sending us your tweets over on Twitter, of course, to use the hashtag EDGWin or hashtag AHQWin. And, of course, don't forget to include at LOL Esports, and we'll check your answers in-game. It's the final game of Taipei. We've had a fantastic 4 days here in the group phase. We've had some absolutely amazing games to finish off the final day. Upsets all around. Could we end with another?
Well, let's see here. All right, well, we are going to have him start out with an armor-heavy build. Not going to go Crystalline Flask route for you, and he is going to go Cloth 5. So that means he may just look to stay up there and use his auto attacks to sustain his mana. Interesting how this wave control will go early for him in the Zed matchup. Should be able to stay there as long as he doesn't get ganked by Lee Sin too early. Oopsies.
Well,
the crowd loved it.
The crowd loved the failed ward there. That's Garnet Devil and Name gonna be having a bit of a brawl here inside of the river. This is early stuff as the ward goes down there, not quite taken out though. And, well, EDG being very aggressive and they take down the ward. They're gonna get the second one as well.
All right, he leveled his stun for the auto attack reset. Crowd loves the ward game here so far. HQ comes out really ahead in that, I guess. 2 trinket wards killed, 1 failed.
The smaller things that could tip you, give you that.
They're riding
confidence.
that momentum from last game, D-Man. They've still got it.
The ward momentum. Westor versus you, unstoppable, whatever you'd like to call him in this mid lane. He has a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and he's against Taipei's favorite son, I feel, in Westor. We've all seen him playing some huge plays in Twisted Fate in the YouTube clips from many a moon ago. But right now he's on Zed, which worked out very well last time around. Pride comes in, fully charged on the Flame Spitter. They're going for the blue invade.
Did they have a defensive ward to see this? Blue's going to be exchanged.
Counter.
Now, Green Tea and Garnet Devil, they're up in the lane here. They know that Rengar's on their side, so they're not going to overextend. They actually cede complete control of the bottom lane here. They do not get the push. They get 100% zoned out. Interesting lane swap here, or jungle swap actually, which completely benefits EDG. They've definitely got the jump on them now. You're talking about who's going to have the more kill potential because both of them melee supports. It's 100% in EDG's favor now. Plus they get that income from Targon's. Green Tea's going to have to hold on to his Targon charges to try and help CS under turret.
So early advantage then for EDG, an area of their game which they definitely, I think, to have a chance at being world champions, need to improve on. There is Westor's Z statistics from that last one. Solid KDA 8. Have to bring that here to the table. And this would, I think, truthfully be the first big upset of the World Championships if China's #1 seed were to go out to the 2nd seed of GPL.
Here comes Nas. They're gonna focus top, try and get that Rumble fed, turn a fed Rumble into team fight wins.
Oh, they've drove painted him in. He knew he'd overheated, but he's gone too early.
Nas, he got into the middle bush.
I think he's realized it, surely. He's already stepped well to his turret. Yeah, he's not having any of that. He's teleporting back.
Yeah, so Nas was looking for a counter gank here just because of the aggressive style Prides is starting out with. He thought there may be a move from Clear Love up to that side of the map. There is no move though. Teleport is burned, and they're just going to exchange purchase times.
Losing a bit of CS from that one there though. As Westor gonna go aggressive onto you, as you mentioned, starting off Cloth and Pot. There is Pride. Back into lane with an amp tone and himself more pots. This bottom lane continues to be a problem, and a big one as well for HQ.
That jungle swap there of the blue buffs. I mean, Garnet Devil and Green Tea, there's no way that they could contest in lane.
They didn't finish off the blue buff either, so.
Gonna leave it there for a while, delay that second spawn. Nas just sees it now. He's gonna clear it out. Okay.
25 to 11 CS in this bottom lane. That's a hefty lead.
No wards though. No wards.
Here comes Lee Sin around the side. What are they going to be able to do? Should be fairly obvious. There's the level ups. This would be surely the moment to go for it. But AHQ can't step too far forward without making it too obvious.
Yeah, exactly. They have to be patient here. If they can draw out a dash from Name to go for harass, then they... Oh, the straight Q!
The bait is strong. They go for Name. They're forced to flash away, and they're going to try and turn this one back around. FCZF does force him back, and the stun almost landed on Green T.
Here comes
They come off well on this one, and as you say, Clearlove is now coming in. AHQ have to back away and respect this.
Managing to burn both of Name's summoners there, so Flash, Heal being traded for the Ignite of Green Tea. And EDG noticing that they've gone back there, just going to push Naz away. There's Clearlove's Rengar stats, and 2 for 2 at the moment. 10-3, 19, solid KDA for him on that, and going to be doing a bit of counter jungling here. Meanwhile, that top lane, which we saw the action in earlier, is doing some good work. Once again, his prize, but CS remains equal. Koro just needs to be careful that he doesn't go too deep on that one.
Oh, Westor is low here.
Use level 6 as well, so as soon as those minions go into the tower, actually Clearlove's backed away.
Clearlove's not 6 yet. He's only level 4, so... Wow, you're right. You could jump in.
Oh, Pride, he's got the whole wave with him. Equalizer goes down, hits the overheat on Koro. He's getting locked upon the tower, though. He's going to get taken down. One more shot, just about. Shields it off, tries to turn it back around. He has to back off from Koro here. He could sapling and twisted advance on him before he could do anything.
Pretty nice outplay under turret, but it does create a discrepancy with flash timers here.
Baiting it.
Is there...
Gonna do the damage there, but Koro...
They've got to know this is a dive. Clearlove has to react.
Clearlove is reacting as well. He's already there. That's a good ward. I think, did they spot that one actually? I think Clearlove was far enough up there that he did spot that ward coming down. So Koro going to clear out that wave. Yeah, there we see Clearlove actually scanned there on that corner. So he did see that go down, which means that no gank going to happen for AHQ. It also meant that Koro did recall. He's going to be coming back to lane with a walk, though, since his teleport was used earlier on. Similar scenario for Pride's on the other side, though.
Now, the question is here for Naz. Does he want to try and play off the strong lane, the Rumble here, and try and turn that Rumble into the team fight power that we were looking for a Dragon fight? Or does he want to make the risky play and try and salvage the bottom lane? Because at this moment, the bottom lane is going to snowball pretty hard. Lucian with an extra pickaxe here over Jinx is going to go downhill very fast. However, they do have both summoners burned from Name. So if they were sure that Clearlove was not on the bottom side of the map, if they got some division and they got intel on Clearlove's position, then turning around that bottom lane would be big, but it's just so risky at this point. Level 6, and they're both level 4 under turret. It might not even be possible to turn it around at this point.
Straight up bullying him in this bottom lane. Now, mate, is this finally the time where he turns up? Has he been bottling it throughout the group stage to finally actually react when it counts? Now is certainly the time for anyone to shine on either of these teams. Westor, though, he's got to be respected. He does roam quite a lot this time around, getting a little poke on towards you, giving him pause for thought there. Didn't all in, just keeps his cool, and neither of these so far have thrown that ignite either way. And again, Naz trying to look towards the top, but it will get spotted by
There's no flash for Koro, though, and he does hit the slow. What is Naz waiting for?
Christmas, by the looks of it. He's not going to go in there. And
or the World Cup.
They hit the slow. He hit the slow. All right. Well, he's not going to go for it now. He's on the ward. Koro knows what's going on. Sapling charge probably in that side bush should be enough to protect him. Level 6.
Oh, no.
Clearlove versus the very, very weak bottom lane.
Yeah, he's not going to get away from this one. There is Braum coming in as well. They're not even really under turret range. And that is a simple first blood from EDG. It's Clearlove that comes in. He gets that kill. They're going straight to middle.
Oh, you could see Naz was pushing it with Westor. The Dragon is a possibility. EDG are going to look to collapse towards that one. They will take that and look towards the top lane now. Koro, he's about to get dived by AHQ.
AHQ better make this top lane move count.
Oh, spotted by the ping ward.
He's got to see it there at least and kill the ward, you'd hope.
Well, does it matter? Is the real question on this one. Equalizer's gone down. There's the death mark. That's going to pop as he comes back in, and that is a kill back. So they trade the kill. Oh, they might end up losing. Green Tea here. He's in the middle of nowhere. Good chompers coming down, but Green Tea surely will fall. Ultimate from FCZF, and here comes you as well. He's actually going to dive under the tower, and it's a destruction down the bottom lane. They trade 1 kill for 2, plus a tower, plus a dragon.
EDG not messing around this time. They've got the potential for those dives. They brought the strong front line this time. Much easier comp to pull off than the long-range poke comp, and they do not hesitate. They got the bottom lane ahead, set up Name to succeed, and that's going to be their clear path to victory here. Play off of that bottom lane, easy turret, easy objectives down there for them. Big, big lead. HQ do answer with the top turret, though.
I just can't understand why they would go back to that bottom lane. They knew they had 3 members in the top, so they clearly told EGG there is 0 support down here. They knew they were on Dragon. They knew there was 4 members down there, yet they still walked straight down there without any ward coverage, and neither of them being level 6.
Bottom lane has been hung out to dry here. Yeah. Let's see what they can do, though. They're going to try and freeze down that bottom lane, it looks like. Interesting.
That is a mammoth gap between Name and Garnet Devil.
Yeah.
94 CS to 49. He's still not hit level 6, while Name is already at 7. It's already equate to, what, 1,500 gold differential. That's over half the gold that Garnet Devil has. Oh, Prides, he's caught out. He's in trouble.
Yeah,
he's got a flash. Good flash.
Yeah, it's a good flash, and actually will get him back to the tower far enough. However, EDG now have 4 men in the top lane and can go straight for this turret. And we can see the AHQ coming back in. That's an equalizer across the entire team. And we are going to see Name here hit with the death mark, the other damage he does. And he goes back to the shadow in the lane. Westdoor coming up big here. That gives them a hope. He's got both of the kills for AHQ.
That also opens up the map. They can have Green Tea hard push. Green Tea can switch gears now, shove as quickly as he possibly can. Or Garnet Devil, excuse me. My turn to mess it up.
You never catch me doing that. Koro has responded. He's gone down, teleported down the bottom lane. That will stop Garnet Devil's push, but it does put a pause for thought once again onto EDG, and Westdoor coming out big in a straight-up 1v1 on you, and gets away with it.
Name! Got you already.
He got you in the mid lane.
He killed Name.
Name, damn it!
We are on point today. Joe, save us! Go!
Joe!
This is my point to leave you out.
We're on here, Joe!
To leave you out with no hope. Right now, EDG, 3,000 gold in the lead, 30 minutes in. They're looking for another turret.
I can't believe that. You'll never catch me, Kappa!
Oh, okay.
I think we might need to bring Riv and Jack on.
It's been
back up here.
It's been a long day, ladies and gentlemen. There is
tiebreaker game.
Some fantastic matches today. Currently, Edward Gaming are looking to get their place in the quarterfinals. It would be against Starhorn Royal Club, so it would be an all-China affair if they were to get there. And AHQ are not done with yet, especially if Westdoor has anything to do with it.
Yeah, I feel like he could be the hope for AHQ, as I think, you know, the initial pressure was on Westdoor to perform. He's probably the biggest name, well, I say probably, he is the biggest name in this team. And he's got a lot of weight to carry on his shoulders. He's going to have to go massive here in the remainder of this match if AHQ are to take down EDG for, you know, a second time in one day. Would be pretty incredible in itself to book his semi-quarterfinal place. There is Westdoor. He's going to try and get away to the shadows, but they're all there. Puts down the death mark, but not enough damage to get, nowhere near enough damage to get the kill. And he falls. That's Clearlove's second kill of the game.
Great use of the Pride Stalker there. You got the double pink wards, hides in the pixel bush. And the passing Westdoor has no chance of escaping there. That's why he turned around and used his ult. He already used his gap closer. There was no way he was going to escape. Let's see how EDG actually turn the screws this time around. Because remember, they did have a good early game last time. They had the lead, but they took so long that they gave AHQ a couple openings.
They gave up the top turret for saving the bottom inner there. Prides could have held on, but instead he's had to go and keep Koro alive. Garnet Devil reacted to covering off this mid lane, but while all this lane advantage is working EDG's favor, it's giving you basically free time to get going on that Kassadin. We all know what happens when Kassadin finally gets his roll on. He's almost got the Rod of Ages completed. Zhonya's Hourglass seems to be following, but we'll see whether that Seeker's Arm Guard progresses into it. Of course, could just be to prevent the damage from Westall.
Now, what AHQ are hoping for at this point in the game is EDG to try and group up and try and force something. Maybe preying on that pressure that they're feeling to actually end it out quicker this time. Because AHQ have the ability to turn around a dive. They've got full penetration on this Rumble. If they can actually turn around a dive and a team fight from EDG, then they can come back here in this mid game. EDG do have the Braum and Maokai, so if they get a little happy here, trigger happy, and dive this.
Bottom lane Prides.
Never mind.
You heading down towards him.
They're all
He's already
going.
backing away. Everybody's heading around there. Green team's focused on. There goes the equalizer. Prides tries to juke it out, using that push to the advantage, and he's got so much damage on you. You has to try and get away, but he gets locked up. Green team comes around. Solar Flare locks on towards Clearlove. Clearlove gets knocked out. Now finds his target on there. FCZF now focused on. He gets locked in. Garnet Devil can't get close enough, but Nami is getting free time in the inner lane right now, and he's pushing up the mid.
That time in the mid lane is paid with blood, though. 2 kills already. Now they're going to get FCZ.
Yeah, Westall coming into this one. It will be Westall to pick up kill number 3. And you see Name, he actually took the route through the top side of AHQ's jungle to get away from that middle lane. And this is the danger. And it was in that last game as well that AHQ aren't scared to say, you know what, guys, they've got a bit too far up that lane, fight them.
This is their game. This is what AHQ survive on. And it wasn't a tower dive, but it was an overextension of EDG. They all jump on Prides here, and U does not respect the power of the overheating Rumble. Goes down even to the minion attacks in the long range right there. And then Nas, as you said, this HQ team, they do not hesitate to jump on skirmishes. So they jump on EDG and they come out with 3 extra kills. Name bought some time in the mid lane, got a bit of damage and some more minions, but not worth it for them at this point. They are giving an opening back to AHQ.
Rushing that Seekers. I think this was an obvious vote as well. A lot of people rooting for the underdog of AHQ.
They've got a long ways ahead of them, though.
They look going to flash in there. They're going for green team. They have the equalizer coming down. They're turning it around. Can you believe it? They're on 2 kills. They're on to you. Nas goes deep on him. Where is Name? He's round the side, but Westall's in as well. He gets one. He goes back to the shadow. Oh my God! They've picked up 4 and they've only lost the support. Why HQ?
1 foot in front of the other, Joe. They get the pick down bottom. They get the skirmish in the red side jungle where EDG had vision. We're going to have to see a replay of that one. The crowd is loving it, though. Another big chunk out of this gold lead. Clear Love jumps in onto Leona and a beautiful equalizer. 3 members. Green team sets up the entire fight. Garnet Devil with the beautiful rocket to finish them off. And then Westall 2v1, able to get the kill once again onto Name. Yu has to jump over the wall to escape.
He 2v1 the carries. That was Westall going 2v1 versus Yu and Name. And they managed to get the kill. And that differential in CS for Name, yes, it was a big deal, but Garnet Devil's catching up. He's getting the assists, and Westall, he is rocking and rolling right now, but it's all about Prides this time around. Holy hell.
That
has
equalizer.
Been stomping on Rumble. Rumble this tournament has been impressive. He's a top lane champion that I was not expecting to see going so big from some of these teams.
Once he gets those the boots of penetration and the haunting guys, Never, ever underestimate the power of these pre-20-minute Rumble ultis. Pride comes up big. As well, the follow-up from the rest of the team. We have to give it to them. Green Tea there, he took the brunt of the assault from Clearlove, and then Garnet Devil followed up with a rocket very quickly, turning the numbers in their favor. And HQ were able to regain vision control of their own jungle.
You know, from what I've seen of these teams, even if EDG do manage to get through to that quarterfinals, you gotta think the Starhorn Road Club are by far the favorites. They have had such an impressive group phase, and EDG are stumbling every step of the way, and AHQ are pushing them to their limits right now. EDG look to have this game in the control, but suddenly AHQ, they are winning these fights every time they brawl.
Crazy, crazy game. Well, crazy pair of games. Whatever happens in the rest of this one, being two cracking matchups. You see EDG here moving in, gonna clear out some wards. Look at AHQ's position. They're trying to group together.
It's an interesting scenario because EDG, they have this lead that they wanted to make use of. Of course, that's understandable, but you know, they've got these two champions, they're solo laners, both with Rod of Ages, both trying to stack up, and they fought when they were fresh Rod of Ages on both of them. And it was just a good job of HQ turning those, you know, sort of dives, I guess.
Well, they're out of position here, though. EDG have 4 or 5 members all in and around the Dragon. 30 seconds for that one. Prides and Nazard both gone in towards that top lane. They've suddenly realized, oh, we are out of position. They got 0 ward coverage in there. EDG can see absolutely everything in this lower half of the map. So this Dragon will be theirs.
Yeah, to the point where they seem to have left Clearlove to pretty much solo that one. They've got such good vision down in AHQ's jungle that they're not going to be able to come anywhere near it. AHQ, though, are moving closer and closer towards that middle lane. They've not got Garnet Devil anywhere near them, so Name and Clearlove will have free reign, and that will be going over to EDG. That increases their lead now. All 3 Dragons going their way, up 3-1 in turrets, but HQ, they're the big fighters in this one.
Yeah, EDG have calmed down a bit, though. Took a deep breath, collected their thoughts here, and they're going to wait on their stacking items. They're going to group up for the team fight to try and make use of this front line that they have. They do have control of the map, so they can slowly get those advantages over AHQ. Have to be worried about overextending like that again, though.
Absolutely, it's give them pause for thought, as you mentioned. It's slowed things down. Name went and got himself his second item complete, though. And that is a big deal. The Ghost Blade going in with that Infinity Edge. Westort shoves another wave in. That will get cleared. And at the moment, AHQ themselves, you know, they've not gone wild. Off the back of picking up those couple of kills, they haven't gone headlong rushing in towards the tower thinking it is our game to win now. They are very much taking their time and being careful about the fights.
Outside of their own vision, they've slowly nobody even thought about going waste any time going outside.
They're going mid. They see Name out of position. They're rushing straight for that mid lane.
Oh, can they take it? You're going to come across. Name will slowly but surely make his way to that mid lane, or at least so that AHQ lose vision of him down bottom. That's forced them to back away. And EDG's turret will be safe for now. Clearlove is actually making a move down there as well, so maybe looking to trap someone out. There'll be a pink ward of EDG there spotted.
They're waiting for it. They're waiting for the fight this time. They see the pink ward there. They know the blue buff is up.
They don't really want to fight in the jungle over this blue buff here, HQ. EDG are still massively ahead. Well, I guess they can because Koro's going up top there. Maybe he'll teleport in. No, he just wants to steal it. They don't want to fight over it.
Managing to take it there and get away without any problems, so a bit more for EDG.
They're piling up in towards the top half of the jungle. They were trying to catch Koro out there. They saw him come around the side, but Prides will go for it, actually. It's going to be a one-on-one. Koro in there.
Westor
Is this a
really
fighting
far
one?
away.
Koro comes around. Nas misses the kick, and they are going to back away from this one. AHQ do not want to fight here, but EDG absolutely do. FCZF tries to lock in their green team. Taken very low, has to use the solar play, will get locked down. There's the equalizer going down. Koro is still getting focused. Westor, as you mentioned, just joined the fight. Koro survives. You gets focused. Westor comes on towards him. Hasn't quite got enough to finish him off, though. Yes, he does. Finally gets himself a kill. It's only a 1-for-1 trade, though, but it's AHQ doing the chasing.
They should head towards that mid tower now. They've got the minion wave actually pushing with them.
Take the objectives.
They've got position on them. They should be able to get that global gold. Mid turret is under fire here.
Pride is backed off.
Not that much wave. Oh, Clear Love scares them himself.
He's teleported. Koro comes back around. He teleports in towards them. Pride was not there. Clear Love is low, though. FCZF is low, but AHQ are dropping. Pride is taken out. Garnet Devil goes down. Westor is running. And just like that,
beautiful teleport.
Beautiful claps from Koro.
That seals the deal there. Yeah, great teleport there from Koro, able to lock them in. And we saw the power of this really strong front line, forcing that fight in the red side jungle when they saw Westor all the way bottoms, trying to split push with that Zed.
Not really got anyone to match up to the tankiness that EDG have right now, and it's just become a little harder for them as well. Zhonya's Hourglass for you means that he can avoid Westor's death mark. And I think that could, as things go on, be the problem for AHQ. Obviously, Naz, you'd expect now the one to get a bit more defensive. Because, well, Pride's, he's full on damage at this point. Just picked up a Negatron cloak. And EDG holding on to that lead despite a couple of good fights out of AHQ. EDG have obviously had a talk about this, said yes, you know, we have to win this game, obviously, and we can't afford to make the mistakes that we did last time. We have to be decisive. Although, shakiness has already been shown there.
Well, one thing that won't happen again is Westor soloing you like that. You has now completed his Zonya's Hourglass, so he does have another answer for Westor if he gets targeted once again. So Westor gonna have to change his focus completely to Name now for the assassination. And Name's already working on his answer for Westor. Quicksilver Sash is in the works for Name. Once EDG have those two key items on their two carries, it becomes very, very difficult for Westor to pull that off again. We did see it anyway, though, in the end of the last game. Yeah. They were still able to take out Name. Well, it's going to take a fortunate series of events, though.
Ooh, AHQ playing a risky game, knowing that Baron Bait is a possibility. EDG trying to force something in there, but instead wisely choosing, you know what, they've got a gigantic advantage. Let's keep the waves crashing. AHQ don't have anything to worry about right now because they're all equal across the line of the middle half of the map. The dragon spawning, and again, AHQ not getting involved.
Yeah, basically what EDG do now is use this massive gold lead to just control the map. They're so short range, it is kind of hard for them to actually press any further turrets. So all they have to do, control the map with their teamfight prowess. They continue to get the dragons, they get the control around Baron, and then they can look for picks. This Braum, Maokai, Rengar, Kassadin, crazy, crazy pick potential. If somebody walks into EDG wards, away from turrets, they can easily catch somebody and follow it up. Biggest part about Kassadin, chasing down people, even after the rework. Even after the increased mana cost here that's going to stick around for him. They can still jump on targets.
And now EDG have grouped themselves towards the bottom side of the map. Westor making short work though of that minion wave. And EDG decide, nope, not going to keep pushing on through there. We'll steal away the jungle, replenish the wards on that side of the map.
Yeah, the point for them shoving in is to shove up the waves to pressure HQ, and they use that time to get that vision down for their picks. Both sides of the jungle, they do have potential now. We'll see if they actually start making moves over towards Baron, or if they feel like it's too early yet. But yeah, name of the game for EDG, control the map right now.
But like AHQ did in the previous game earlier on in the group stage, they're very good at keeping those waves from pushing against them. They went up, shoved out the top wave. They've just shoved the bottom wave out. They're pushing the middle wave.
Static Shiv Jinx is great at.
Have to go back to the drawing board and start all over again, pushing those waves in, keeping the pressure on.
This is the big prize, though. The famed river worm.
The what?
That's what they call it on the noob stream. I wanted to spit it in at some point.
The river worm. Okay.
River worm.
It's what you call the Baron.
All right, that's a one-time thing. We won't fit that back in.
Well,
they started it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. Well, it's going to be nice to be a bit of a hero. Actually, they've come straight off of that one. Seeing Westor looping around the side.
There's a bit of a vision test there to see if AHQ had any reaction to it. Westor is heading across. He's just taking wolves, not going too far away. And they've started it again. This time he is a long way away. They're going to see him passing that minion wave, and they know they can start this one off.
Miracle steal?
It's got to be a miracle steal here. Naz is waiting on the outside. He's going pretty low. They're backing off. I think wise from EDG was a risk.
They've caught Green Tea. They've slowed him. They're going to get the cooling down on him. It's not enough damage, though. The Chompers will cut them away. Wow. That Baron, as you said, it was risky. Just out of sight of smite range, and they stopped.
I didn't think that EDG would be so easily dissuaded from pursuing that fight. But they just return right back to Baron, continue after our work. Here come AHQ, drop another couple wards in the back.
He's got to risk it. They can see he's going for it. He's going to have to dive. It's going to have to be a miracle smite. Can he land it through? There's the Sonic Wave. He's gone too early, as you said. He's going to have to jump through. There's the Solar Flare. Does try and go for it. Naz lands the Sonic Wave. Has he got enough? No. McLennan will get taken down. There goes Price, dropped over the side now. Westor comes through. He's been focused out. Naz is in trouble. And Edward Gaming are pushing through AHQ. They will get aced. And that surely has to be Edward Gaming with 1 foot in the quarterfinals.
Clear Love with the clutch smite. That is going to be EDG running up the mid.
And Naz must have been so close to that one there, moving in onto it. Still has smite available in his deathbed. Sad news there for Naz, but EDG here pushing up that mid are going to be getting at least the inhib. Green Tea's up in 10, Pride's in just less. The rest of the team will be a little bit later, but I think EDG are done here for now. Looks like the bottom inner turret will be a kind of exit pickup for them as well.
That rumble is very scary around the Baron pit when it starts raining down on you guys, and you can see why EDG backed off of it initially, but the presence of mind, Clear Love was able to get it. I think it was his smite. Let's take another look. Aha! Now we shall answer the questions. Westor goes in, yes, so they all back off. Good rumble ulti, they catch him down there. Clear Love flashes back in for it and does grab it with the smite.
I wonder why Naz didn't go for the smite there. He was certainly stood next to it. Nobody was anywhere near him.
Well, he was waiting for it to get right into range. Just a little bit slow on the trigger finger. Clear Love flashed in to try and get a Q on it, I believe, as well, an empowered Q. So that burst, probably wasn't expecting that burst.
Leaves EDG 13k ahead. Half an hour, let's call it, into this one. High scoring in kills though, 14 to 11. It's a massive lead for EDG. And we come back to kind of a similar scenario to last game where AHQ can't afford to just sit back and lose tower after tower after tower, however slow. At some point they have to say, okay, we try it now.
The big difference this time around is that EDG have brought such a massive front line that they can dive these turrets. They've got the Baron buff. They don't have to stop at towers. They don't have to stop and wait and poke you. They can jump right on you.
You know what, while it is a massive lead, and yes, Edward Gaming are very much in control now, I still am far from convinced because AHQ have looked good in some of these team fights. Of course, even when EDG have been 5, 6, 7,000 ahead, AHQ was still getting very close in those team fights because they were getting the right picks off on the right targets.
True enough.
Starhorn Royal Club will be looking at this and thinking, have a team that has topped us throughout the year, can we top them when it counts at the Worlds in the quarterfinals?
Well, they are going to continue to pick up everything off of the map before heading for the more risky moves. This outer turret, not risky at all, should be an easy cleanup for EDG.
Yeah. No, they shouldn't even
They're not
trying to defend this one. We can see they're basically all 5 from AHQ are in the mid lane. Minion wave's going to come through, and that tower will go down. So you just edging forward in the jungle just to see if anyone would come out of the base to try and defend that one until Hammerlock gets some vision down, which will be quickly swept away by EDG. So only the base stands here for AHQ. Disclaimer, of course, this is the exact position pretty much that we've seen games change today with an inhibitor down in the middle lane.
Last throw of the dice for AHQ Esports Club here, I feel. Culling doing its work, forcing AHQ away from the Nexus turrets. The inhibitor turret, sorry, the inhibitor turret will go down. There's the equalizer from Pride. They lock up with the solar flare, but this is a very disjointed fight this time around from AHQ. The exhaust on Westor is doing exactly what it needs to. Prevents all of that damage going out. He will find himself 1 kill. You, though, does manage to get down the Zhonya's. It just pulls off of the side there. Guardian Devil locked up, clearly poking on towards him. Nami comes around to sweep up, gets himself 1, 2. Will he get the 3rd? No, you will claim that one. Westmore comes around the side. Westmore gets himself another. Nami gets a triple kill though, and he is left alone in that mid lane. It was a very sloppy fight, but it is Nami that pushed it.
Is Westor going to buy home guards and go for this sucker? Oh, home guards up.
There they are. Where's he going?
He's got no ulti. He's got no Blade of the Ruined King active.
And yeah, Nami has gonna have his Ghost Blade in a second, so that's dangerous in itself. Gonna take this inhibitor down, keep Westor at arm's length. He's got the shield from that Bloodthirster as well, which makes it all the more difficult to actually take him down. So 2 inhibitors gone from AHQ. The 4 for 4 fight that happened there, though, keeps them at least for now somewhat in this game.
All right, so they actually leave this turret standing for quite a while with low health and take a decent amount of damage from it, which is why HQ are able to get this fight so close, because the team of EDG was split off there. So a lot of extra damage being dealt 5 versus 2 while it stood. But as we said, in the end, frontline here gets to go in. Look at this move from Westor, by the way. Shadow jumping over to you at the back. And then the last E there, able to pick up another kill. But as we know, Name, last man standing with the extra life steal, able to pick up the inhibitors, which pretty much sealed the deal here for EDG.
Sloppy team fight. Clearly, Ultimate's not going to do anything there. Sloppy team fights from EDG still throughout this one. And that was I think they were 14, 15,000 gold ahead in that one, as you mentioned on the tower. And again, almost getting ace themselves. Some tricky fights, but Name is actually delivering this game. He is 9-2-5, dominated the early game. Obviously had almost double the CS of Garnet Devil in the lane phase.
Yeah, that start was really, really rough for HQ. Shoved all the way off first minion wave as Jinx and Leona, even just Jinx Leona going into Lucius Braum, gonna be tough anyway.
It's hard as well. I mean, if you look at Nami there with that Quicksilver Sash in the Zhonya's in the mid lane, Koro is just so ridiculously tanky, but burning through him. You saw him in that last one. I mean, he took 4, 5, 6, 7 turret hits before he actually went down. And there, as the Baron spawn in, EDG are going to go straight back out. And AHQ not even going to be able to challenge for this one. They've got all on just defending their base from those super minions.
You like that jump from Clearlove, by the way, from the back of the red bush there? Getting vision into Baron. Nice little hop. That should be it, though. EDG, Baron buff, 2 inhibitors down. They march their way out of the groups here.
Well, AHQ all went back, purchased anything they could, pots, the lot, anything that could help them just try to keep them at bay for this one final push. Edward Gaming looking to just siege their way, just brute force their way through onto this final inhibitor turret. Clearlove off at the side, getting spotted by that Warden. Super Minions still pushing down the mid.
Man, have
He's
AHQ put on a show. Here goes Clear Love, though.
Throwing over the top of the big one there. Brian's going to pop a very early Zhonya's, but I'm not sure he'll be able to escape. Throws down the equalizer before he dies. Now it's going to be the next target, and there is you in the middle of the base. Can he finish them off? Garden Devil and Westor got onto the fountain. That was the Super Mega Death Rocket. Well, the Zhonyas did come out. Westor does get one, but he will die. And there is an ace in the end. And it's going to be Edward Gaming that push through, take down AHQ, and march on to the quarterfinals.
Congratulations to EDG. They do make it out of groups through the tiebreaker. And we will get to see that China versus China next round.
Far from clean for Edward Gaming there. They would have rather avoided this last tiebreaker game. And it almost makes it more heartbreaking for AHQ as well, the way that this has gone. You know, bowing out without this tiebreaker probably would have been less painful for them overall, but
hey,
give them the credit. They've been, today especially, the win earlier on, the team fights in this one that gave us that few moments of, wow, can they actually do it here? They've done it before. They're winning the fights despite being behind, but just wasn't to be.
They definitely put on a show for this home crowd and pushing it to this tiebreaker, pushing it to the limits. They showed up way more than people expected of them. They definitely rose above that bar.
I'll tell you what, the body language of Edward Gaming there says everything. They were far from happy with that victory, but AHQ bowing to the Taipei crowd here. They put up a great performance, honestly, like you said. You know, they pushed them, especially in that first game in the group stage. The fact that they've managed to come from a 1-on-3 situations to tie at 3-3 was fantastic in itself. And they will obviously go back to drawing board look at what could be and how they can turn things around and come back to 2015.
Exactly. I mean, it was so close to being a fairy tale ending to the day almost. We're going to see Edward Gaming as well giving their respect to the fans here. And for those guys, there's some hard work to be done before they get to that quarterfinal stage where, of course, they're going to be playing against an old nemesis, I think we can say, a team that knows them, you could argue, better than any other.
And I think Freak knocked the nail on the head earlier on when he was talking about where do you go to boot camp. Singapore is a possibility for some of these teams that you may have to go there and face and maybe try and see who you can train with.
Exactly. You want to seek out the best scrim partners possible for you because the road ahead just gets tougher.
Absolutely amazing stuff. And, well, it sets us up with those quarterfinals, at least from this side of the group. And we've still got 2 more groups to go. And if they're even a patch on what we've seen over these last 4 days.
And they're meant to be the better groups. I mean, God, we've had an amazing 2014 World Championships group stage already. Some absolute outstanding games.
Taipei has been so much fun. Definitely enjoyed our time here.
Going to be a fantastic Group C and D. And I also have to say a big thank you to everyone that's been watching from this one, and specifically all you guys that came down over the course of the 4 days here in Taipei. Been a real pleasure being here. And, of course, for a breakdown of that win by Edward Gaming, we're going to check in with the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I also want to give some props to the local audience because I believe a typhoon has actually just kicked off a few hours ago, and the die-hard esports fans are still sticking around. Edward Gaming, they pulled out the stops. Both Monte Cristo and Crepo, you guys called it correctly. AHQ, they fell behind in the laning phase, and despite a rally in the mid-game, never really pulled it back. That Leona Jinx, it just took too much of a hit too early, Crepo.
Yeah, as far as I know, they lost pick Leona.
Yes.
They picked Leona into Braum, which is a really tough matchup in my opinion, because usually Leona, you want to pick that into something that you can actually engage on both support and AD carry, as well as like if you somehow magically manage to engage on the AD carry, Braum can just easily position himself in between Papa's shield, let alone just tag both of you with the passive, and it's an incredibly hard lane to win.
I think the Leona pick only came out because they had Kassadin. There was no other hard CC left in their team comp. They had Rumble, Zed, Lee Sin, Jinx. You need something to keep Kassadin locked down. What else are you going to take?
Just let him roam.
He did anyway.
I mean, when you team fight, though, you got to lock him down.
Yeah, it's been a really, really long day of games. Edward Gaming eventually closing that one out. I would say Name looked better in that game than I think he has the rest of the group stage. Maybe a little over the top, but yeah, his Lucian really helped his team towards the win there, Monte Cristo.
Dominating lane performance, good positioning for the most part in team fights. Do I think this is still the same Name that we've seen in the LPL? No, he's still ramping up, and I don't know. I'm worried about EDG when we talk about Starhorn Royal, because Starhorn Royal Club has performed better. Now, of course, they had a softer group to a certain degree, but EDG, when you look at the AHQ games, when you even look at the Dark Passage games, there are some concerns.
Yeah, I completely agree. EDG had great dragon control. Free Kid to chime in?
Yeah, so again, EDG played their type of game we expect. They were strategically pretty sound. I do want to get back to the Name point, though, because, and the cast has brought this up too, his first international event.
Yep.
Right? And he's slow to start. And this was a question that we had asked, and it's one that's been partially answered, where he is warming up and getting used to it. Just kind of true facts here. And now he's got to go play in Korea, where now they don't speak his native language anymore. So just that gets harder to play in a little bit, just to kind of go day to day. So, yes, good luck EDG now practicing and getting used to all this.
It's going to be very interesting to see how they perform against Starhorn World Cup. All right, guys, it has been a wild week of action to kick off our World Championship. Let's take a look at how the table is set and who will be playing whom in those quarterfinals. Group A, Samsung White and Edward Gaming are advancing 6-0 and 3-3 records respectively. From Group B, it's Starhorn Royal Club at 5-1 and Team Solo Mid narrowly getting towards that first place seed. We can actually start to fill in our tournament bracket with the teams as they find themselves. We already know that Samsung White, they clinched that first seed from Group A. They will be facing off against Team Solo Mid. Then we know that the Starhorn Royal Club, the leaders of Group B, will take on Edward Gaming in an all-Chinese quarterfinal, locking up that number 2 seed from Group A. Both of those matches are best of 5. They will kick off on Friday, October 3rd at 1 a.m. Pacific time. It's 10 a.m. Central European Standard Time, and that will be live from Busan, Korea. Coming up next week, we have a hotly anticipated group stage where 8 more teams will descend on Singapore to fight for a shot at the Summoners Cup.
Singapore is going to be absolutely amazing.
Mainly, I'm looking forward to seeing Group C.
Group C, Group of Death, many were calling it. Who knows? Samsung Blue, the #1 Korean seed.
Everybody's wondering if Fnatic can step up in that group, if LMQ can step up in that group.
LMQ, you're headed to the World Championship!
And of course in Group D, Knight in White, Shield, Alliance, I mean, Cloud9, all these great teams. It's gonna be so awesome to watch.
I just want to see Froggen compete on the international stage.
It's going to be Alliance, ladies and gentlemen, that will represent Europe at the World Championships.
High is doing amazing, and if he's picking up his game, how's the rest of the team?
When he's on, the entire team is on.
Cloud9, you're going to the 2014 World Championship.
Group D is a bit of a toss-up there, and nobody knows what Kaboom could do, and the underdog can sometimes come up big.
And Kaboom Esports from Brazil are going to the World Championship.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the World Championships live in Singapore.
I sincerely hope that those groups are even a 2/3 as good as this group stage. It'll be awesome. We will be bringing you every minute of the action next week, starting with North American team LMQ taking on an old rival, in fact, the LPL's OMG. We'll follow that with Najin White Shield. They'll face off against the international wildcard squad Kaboom Esports. It's the first Brazilian team ever to qualify for the World Championship, and we're going to be seeing a whole bunch of teams competing. I want to know from Group C and D, what are you guys most looking forward to as we start to wrap up Group Stage 1? Crepo, next week, what's it going to be for you?
I'm just looking forward to seeing my buddies Wicked and Froggen play. I mean, even though we don't play on the same team anymore, like, we're still on really good terms. And it was really fun seeing them back when I was in Gamescom, so I really hope they do well. And additionally, I just want to see Deft.
It's going to be good. Crumbs?
I want to see LMQ versus OMG. Honestly, this is like a rivalry almost that we've created with a Chinese team overseas and a Chinese team in China fighting each other. Which one became the better one?
I stand to be corrected, but I believe they did actually face similar sort of rosters about a year and a bit ago. But I'll have to double check those facts before we get to next week. Monty?
I mean, I'm excited to see Samsung Blue again. This is a team that has been so dominant in Korea this year, reaching back-to-back finals, winning one of them, And I think a lot of fans, if you're not familiar with the Korean scene and you think Samsung White was good, well, there's another team that came out of that region in first place for a reason. So look forward to Deft and Dade.
Finally, Freak.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to basically every single game next week. No matter the storylines. Crumb, you talk about LMQ versus OMG. I agree. I want to see Gorilla the original Janna. Everyone's been hopping on that hype train really fast. Just down the line, I want to fanboy over Deft. Like, every single game is going to be absolutely wonderful. Standings or not, it's going to be great.
Yeah, I personally think we have to see how Fnatic rock up as well. Semi-finalists last year. Which Fnatic's going to rock up this year?
That's really tough to tell.
Yeah?
I've given up on trying to predict Fnatic. I've done it for many years now, and I'll be like, yeah, Fnatic, they're out of the running, and then they show up. Or Fnatic are looking really strong, and then they're gone. So I'm done trying to predict Fnatic.
They end up top 4 at like every event they ever go to.
Well, we'll see if they can do it again. Guys, those matches will take place at the Singapore Expo, and we'll kick off our coverage on Thursday, September 25th at 2 a.m. Pacific. It's 11 a.m. Central European Summer Time. Head over to lolesports.com for the full schedule. You can also catch the rebroadcast of our show for those of you just tuning in. That will begin immediately after the conclusion of our show today. Once again, I want to thank all of our guest analysts for keeping us honest, for keeping us interested, and for sharing their insights. For myself, the cast, the world's broadcast team. Guys, thank you so much. It's been a great group stage number 1.
This is just so crazy. We've been waiting the entire year for the World Championship to start, and it's finally here.
Just lands on towards him. The wave comes riding through along with the Aqua Prison on Nami. Taken very low, has to back away from this one. Mana fancies it. Mana gets it. Turtle gets hit up. Will he be able to keep it going? Everybody's jumping in and going for broke this time. And the surrender comes in from SK.
This has been an amazing start to Worlds already, and there is so much more to go. A little bit of brush control is going to be good for this one. Double kill coming in for Imp. He keeps the shot coming. The triple kill for Imp. Looking for the quad.
They want to give it to
and they are going to get it.
Yeah.
The pentakill to come in for Imp. Pentakill!
Picks it up, and SK take a very low in the pit here. Candy Panda jumps back in, but it's TPA coming out on top. And they got the damage they damn well had.
World Championship 2014, my bro.
Paul in the back gonna get exhausted. What's he gonna do? He's on towards Green Tea. Dandy will dive over. It's reset city for Samsung White.
Right in the face of Team Solo mid, but Royal Club is going to try to engage. The double kill coming in from Dyrus on Rumble.
Where's the back of the Monsoon comes out? Westar! Here comes Westar! He's GA with a bump, and Nami is down and out!
The reset on towards Bjergsen. One more hit, gets it, and SK Gaming have just cleared out TSM with an ace. There goes Pride dropped over the side now. Weston comes through. He's been focused out. Naz is in trouble, and Edward Gaming are pushing through AHQ.
It has been a wild week of action to kick off our World Championship.